Right side flank, so it's not really a great position for Crouch, and he's gonna the ulti still goes through, but Spica steals the dragon. They'll absorb the engage super well. Here goes the NACL. Hail Mary. Bullet Time is actually doing a lot of damage into the backline. They find double lift, but Pole Belter is still alive. The rest of the airport are now on the run. These divers from Dark Zero Light, it's just not enough. One more rocket from Spawn could do it, but they have the reinforcements. Pole Belter arrives in time. Toasty, looking for the re-engage, had just teleported off of the grave, and now they're able to make the collapse in.
Just walked it in no man's land there. Will flash out, gets the Fate's Call back in. He goes back for the engage, and they take down Rovex of all people. Now another minion is still there. They can try to get the turret, but now they don't have any more minions coming. And Hoarder getting a little bit lower, gonna go down here. He's gonna go zombie mode, but maybe it's just enough for conviction to take down the whole of Blue Water. The Elder Dragon starts singing, and the wings start flapping. That'll be a conviction win of 2-1 as they put down Blue Water's hopes of finding an equalization, and they will continue to be in the playoff conversation. Caught slacking. CCG just gonna get whipped up into a maelstrom. Maybe big play from Crimson and Array.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts.
All right, Weaver's Wall. Bio is stuck in this pit with him, but Outdude is here as well. Bio trying to get his way out, healed up nicely, but that's the Meganar from Crimson, his body here, but it's still been a 4v5. Now it's turning into an even fight. Stray's already gone. Music gets the reset there as well. An engage hits onto the backline, and Rhino is gone. Supernova falling apart once again, and Blue Water. Welcome everyone to NACL, back yet again as we are here in week 6, day number 2. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and I could not be more excited. Even though on paper, maybe today looks a little bit like easy street, it should be a lot of fun nonetheless as we come down to the final 3 games for a majority of our teams here.
And even though it may seem like easy street, as you so aptly put it, these matches, they matter for a variety of reasons. I mean, like, just to name a couple of things: conviction, they have a chance to pave their way to 4th place, which they hadn't had before. Near airport, if they win today, they're going to lock their spot in playoffs. There's a lot of exciting stuff for us to watch and talk about.
There is, and if you missed any of the action, if you're wanting to check out any of the action after the broadcast, make sure you go check out the socials. They will be up there in the top left of your screen, and you get to check out anything that happened, anything that you missed, especially yesterday's games. We did have some fun ones as well, but we are getting down to the final couple weeks here in the regular season, and so every match matters, at least from here on out. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at yesterday's games as well, because I will say, even though it maybe went a little bit as expected in terms of the results, I still really liked what LG was able to put down.
Me too. I think LG, I mean, this is an easy recap because I was there. LG, I think they drafted really nicely both games. They played them out very nicely, and it was great to talk to Deos, their coach, after the series to get a bit more insight into the team, how confident they're looking, and how they've been able to turn things around since they lost to Near Airport in week 3. So it's going to be, that's an exciting team to watch when it comes to playoffs. And on the other side, honestly, even though they played really well, I think you were a CCG believer, right, Mazel? I thought CCG, even though I didn't think they would win, I thought they'd get a game or things would look close, but LG just looked like a different beast.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the togetherness. Obviously, a lot of the pre-built synergies on this team, but the direction has been really good. And that's why I love to hear that conversation from Deos, because I think he has a big part to a lot of the teams he's been a part of here in recency. Might be one of the GOATs of Tier 2 as well, but it is seriously about how this team has come together across the board, and it's really fun to watch. It's also starting to think of, like, this is really an addition to the kind of top tier teams here in NA and in Dark Zero Dragonsteel, because LG, they were in that conversation, right? But I think it's definitive now that we have an absolutely set top 3.
Oh, we do. And I think yesterday was kind of the last chance for that to change. But at LG, they shut the door on that conversation expeditiously with their defeat, or rather with their defeating of a CCG. And I mean, looking at our second series, it was Dark Zero versus AMI, and it was the debut of Shimmer, a new jungler for the roster, which, I mean, it was a hell of a debut. He won MVP. I think he played a really good series. The rest of Dark Zero was, excellent as usual, but I will give some quick credit to AMI. One thing I like about them as a team, they don't give up. They're always trying to make plays, and even if they don't work, that's something I do like to see.
Yeah, and it's important to think of this team and what we got to see from them, obviously, as things maybe like fluctuating, maybe changing.
Yeah.
I still think this iteration, even with Shimmer, and him getting the MVP, by the way, was very fun to watch. And it shows that the system, I guess, works. Because we have seen some changes across the system in terms of players playing, but it is inherently the system that Maryville University themselves, the collegiate aspect of this, has created that makes Dark Zero Dragonsteel look so damn good.
Yeah, and it's really great to see that Shimmer fits this roster like a glove. We interviewed him afterwards, and he even spoke on how he's excited to play for the team. He's excited to learn from everyone around him, and of course the coach Niles, he shouted out in particular as well, and just believes that he still has so much more room to grow as a jungler. So it's going to be exciting to see what he's going to be looking like as Dark Zero also have gotten themselves that lock in the playoffs. I believe this was their 6th win.
It was. 6 is the magic number. Also, I like there that Spyx was just having fun with it. They bounced between the portal like 4 times. Just having a great time. I mean, the whole game for them absolutely was a great time. I think for the other side, maybe less so. You don't say. Still, though, Baz. Dude, Baz has been my favorite new addition in the ADC role to NACL. I think we got to talk to him, obviously, on the AMI win. It was really fun to hear his mindset and things coming into it. But AMI still struggling, but they are still holding themselves above that red bar. If you don't know, if you're just joining us here, these are the current standings. But the big thing you have to know is top 6 make it into playoffs. 7th and 8th, they have a free ride until summer. That summer split where the LTA spot is up for grabs. And then 9th and 10th will have to be dropped down to the promotion relegation tournament to see if they can rejoin us in summer.
That's right. At the very least, top 8 is exactly where you want to be. But of course, that 6th place, trying to get that last spot in playoffs is what these teams really are looking for. Blue Otter, Winthrop, Apex, Mission Impossible, teams that are still technically in that running, because it really just feels like the first person who's going to get to 3 wins is going to be able to make a run for that final spot. And Blue Otter, one of the teams we're seeing today, they have a chance to make that happen.
They absolutely do. There's always a chance. Also coming off a pretty dominant victory in their last series. But let's go ahead and take a look at the day's schedule, as it is Conviction taking on Pulse. Conviction try to get to that 6th win mark. But speaking of 6 wins, NA 1 step away from locking playoffs, changing up their roster a little bit for this week only against Blue Otter, who desperately need wins to keep themselves in the running.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, there is that sub in the bot lane there because Double Lift and Biofrost had prior commitments going into today. We'll talk about more on that more later, but in the meantime, if you want to get an idea of what's going on, Double Lift posted a video. We'll be covering it when we get to that series. But Conviction versus Pulse is an interesting one because you talked about that red line, and Pulse, unfortunately, is at the very bottom of it. The only team in the NACL who have gone winless so far this split, and they don't have very many opportunities left. You said it. Pretty much every team has just about 3 matches left. This one isn't going to be any easier than past ones for Pulse, and if they lose today...
It's definitely tough. It also doesn't get any easier because you're literally facing Supernova and NA. But let's go ahead and talk about the other side first. Maybe the positivity here with Conviction. I think this roster has been so fun to watch in a lot of ways. They've grown together across the table and across this split specifically. And it's been really fun to see how the different parts kind of work together. I think everybody has their eyes on Kizno. I think this guy is the next jungle prodigy in our league. But it's about those veterans, the rookie and Hoarder, who's been literally popping the hell off. But then the Darkwings Chrome Manui connections have been so fun to watch. They've been picking apart the meta, and it's been working well for them.
Yeah, I think for the most part, I've really liked what I've been seeing so far from this Conviction roster. You look at the individual pieces and the experience that a lot of them have here in Tier 2, and it's not too surprising that they get to this point, but considering the circumstances, I mean, you have Manui coming off on a role swap. It's his first time playing this role, and it started in the qualifiers for this team to make it here to this league. But it seems like this team actually plays together really nicely. Kizno, I think, has improved a lot in the last year that we've watched him play, and he's a big part of this team's success, leveraging leads that he can find in the early game, and then depending on this team's synergies that they can win these team fights later on.
And that's going to be a crucial piece to the puzzle here. I feel
Yes.
like, especially today. I want to see clean games, clean, calculated games coming out from. We'll see games of all time, they say.
Yes, yes.
For me, though, I think obviously the jungle matchup here today is really important, but I think an introspective look into Kizno, who is a pretty well-known name in the scene at least, but especially here in Tier 2, we're finally getting to see this guy have a real leading opportunity, I guess, in a way, because he does lead the pace of this team. He does find those early advantages, and I think the map is completely controlled by him in a lot of the Conviction wins.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting too, it's only been about 2 years, I believe, since we saw Kizno even join competitive play, and he's come a long way since that time. I mean, it's worth noting too that he has grown a lot, and he finally got eyes on him this past split when he went to Korea to boot camp with other players, some on his team as well, and managed to get rank 2 in Korea, and that actually got a lot of eyes, a lot of focus on, a lot of sights set on him, and that's what he felt at least.
Yeah, absolutely. But his mid laner has also been putting up some big numbers there as well.
Sure.
A guy who's been very willing to play kind of those mobile mids, get out with Kizno and find those intersections, but he's been kind of controlling of the mid lane, and you can see some of the stats here. Most played champions in the Victor, Talia, and Azir, but it's been really fun to watch his kind of level up on this Conviction roster too.
Yeah, and I'm really happy to see Darkwings do well, because when I joined the NACL, the years 2023 and early 2024, not the best for him, but since he went over to SLU, since they won CLOL, does really seem like he is finding that second win and performing a lot better than he did in that year.
Indeed. And maybe on the other end of that spectrum of performing, it is Polestar, who have had some difficulties. I will say, though, they've taken some wins. They've gotten 3 game wins. It was off of Winthrop, off of AMI, and off of CCG.
Yeah.
CCG one probably weighing a little bit higher than all the others, but it really is about just trying to see what worked for this team. If we are going to see them in the promotion relegation tournament, it's about the build up until that point, right? And it's about seeing kind of the strategies that actually work for this team. And they have gone for some very meta strategies, and it leads off of Bio having control and having the kind of setup skirmish that most junglers look for in the day meta.
Yeah, and it's tough though, because while they are steadily improving bit by bit, teams I think are kind of figuring out how to draft against them. Some of the best clips that we've seen from them is one of this that we're seeing right here. Bio, he's playing the Skarner, but now these last couple of weeks, that's a champion he's not had access to. So Polestar in a really difficult position, but I agree with you, Mazel, because it really has to be this growth mindset looking even past this split, because the likelihood of them actually being able to remain here and not have to promote back is very low. So as long as they focus on improving and they manage to beat the qualifying teams in the promotion tournament, they can at least come back to the split where there's the potential to fight for an LTA North spot.
And again, they still do have 3 series, including the one today against Conviction, and then against Supernova, who is also struggling, and then NA in the end. And I'm sure by then, Double Lift and Biofrost Vex, it's only a 1-week situation. So Polestar, they need to find any kind of ground to stand on. They have 3 series left to really find what works for them and how to play in between that. And I think today is a big test for that. We'll see. We always just kind of come into the day with Polestar and see what we get. Not being too harsh, not being too positive, and trying to figure out where this team is standing right now. But today is definitely a little bit of a hard one for them for sure. But we will take a look at some stats for the mid lane matchup here for Adam. Definitely a little bit of a contrast to Darkwings, but he is still going with those kind of mobile control mids.
Yeah, and I will say to his credit, it is more of the playmakers. While I do believe Darkwings also shared Azir as one of his most played champions, the rest was Victor and Talia. So now looking at Ari, looking at Yone, and of course the Azir as well, there is that emphasis on trying to make plays happen. And we've seen him try and do that in those past games. They don't always work, and things in general haven't really worked for Polestar, but I think that is a key difference to look at with this player, and probably something we'll see in draft today, where it is more focused on syncing up with Bio, being this big, powerful mid-jungle 2v2 that can make plays and get leads.
Yeah, and that's going to be an important ticket today. I want to see the Yone. I know he gets it like almost every series, sometimes gets banned away from him. But I want to see him kind of on comfort. And again, I think it just goes back to continuing those drafts that are like the absolute meta that we have right now for them, just to give them the best jumping off point for their compositions. But let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions and see who everyone's voting for this first series. I came into the day with a very stalwart mindset. 2 zeros across the board, and it looks like across the board it's Conviction here favored.
Yeah, not really a whole lot needed to be explained about that one. Again, there's that Conviction are a team where they're really in a position, if they beat TCG next week, to take 4th place away from them. This is definitely a top team in this league, even if they're not one of the big 3. And Polestar, it's been nothing but struggle city for them. So I'd be happy to be surprised, but
me too.
You know.
And that's the thing about these kinds of storylines. Like on paper, it looks very one-sided, but League of Legends is a heck of a game, and we always can see some opportunities for either side. So should be a lot of fun to see as well.
Yeah, it will be, and I think we're gonna find out the bans. We're gonna take a look at bans against
They've changed
Conviction.
a little bit.
They have. Against them specifically, Gwen is not necessarily the highest of priorities. I mean, this is a good showing on how big Callista has come up, especially for players like Chrome, like Array, who really love those champions. And the few times they get them, they cook. So teams are like, oh, you know what? I don't want to see that anymore. Ban.
Which I think is a good call.
Yeah.
It's crazy the difference in prio. Like, I mean, Callista's also just been banned meta-wise for a ton of games as well. Polestar, a little bit different on their end. I love the Anivia bans over towards Adam.
I know.
But, mostly jungle ban there as well, focusing on Bio, who, again, we feel like has been probably the most consistent of maybe the non-consistent team, which has been really fun.
Yeah, and again, too, the Skarner. I mean, just being the biggest ban, most consistent ban by far, really shows you, again, how much they target Bio. Wow, they just, straight out the gate, they're like,
Conviction,
nah.
give them a chance, man. Don't take away everything. Come on.
Conviction, they're locking in, man. They're not taking
it's
any
not
chances.
Cool, dude. Not cool. All right, well, the Callista is going to be there. So I guess you could also say Chrome's probably sitting there fuming, like, give me my Callista. Come on.
It's fair. It's only fair.
It is the Rumble ban coming in next for Conviction. Rumble on blue side ban, which is, I feel like, typically a red side ban. It is going to be the Gwen joining the ban table inside of Polestar.
Yeah, and the Ezreal, though we don't typically see that one, it is a good champion for Hub, one of his favorites, and led them to their most recent victory against CCG, where Hub was like 7-1 or 7-0 in like 12
He
minutes.
got like 4 kills in like the first 3 minutes. Yeah, it is what it is.
They sure did. And they took that to a win. So like,
They
better
did.
not let them have it.
I like that. I like that call out. Because again, this team, like we have seen them function in their game wins. Like sometimes it looks really good. The early game for them, like typically in their series, usually they're winning, or at least at an even margin. It is going to be the Sejuani for Bio, so still skirmish, but a lot more facilitation, a lot more preemptive setup, and you can see that they're going for kind of a wombo combo type comp.
Yeah, and I'm just at that point just waiting to see if there are going to be other threats, because that's always my question with the Misfortune. Is she going to be your only really big threat on the team? It's usually not ideal. And you got to imagine Adam might be angling something like the Azir that we saw. Another source of DPS, I think, would do this team really good.
Well, we're going to get the potential dive combo of the Ambessa and Xin Zhao. A tried and true nature of the meta right now is these two, usually with the Vi, was hovered but not locked in. And then there is the Renekton on the other side of things for Dr. Calculus.
Yeah, I like the Xin in the end, just because as soon as you see Sejuani, you already know, like, this is a comp that's going to be throwing CC at you, going forward, jumping on top of you. So being able to break things up with the Crescent Guard, I really like that decision for Kizno.
I like it. The Rise is going to be the ban now towards Darkwing, taking away some of those mobile mids. The Azir as well. Conviction have done their homework. It's almost like they looked at the graphic that we made.
I know, crazy.
Shout out to Liga AC Sports for making a pertinent graphic. It is the Azir, so maybe mid lane focuses about here because we do have a lot of that set up already across the table in terms of the ADC pool. Support's still available. There's still a lot of very strong, engaged, centered supports, but it is just going to be the mid lane focus for Polestar as they also ban the Victor on top of that Rise we talked about.
Kind of wondering if they last pick mid. Okay, I'm going to wait and see what this ban is. From Conviction. Remember, one of the most banned away from this team is the Anivia. Something that Adam plays, but doesn't get to play in this league very often. And with Talia being out of the picture, maybe this is the angle. I mean, there's a bit of mobility, so it's not as ideal. But if you really hate Chrome, you can pick Anivia here. It's really specific.
It's very specific. Maybe it'll be a first for him. Really waiting to see what he wants to go with. Ends up being the Silas. So right now, as you see, like public execution, maybe not really AP scaling on that one. The Chains of Corruption, really big utility there. But I think you're kind of waiting for Adam and see what these last 2 picks for Conviction are going to be to really see if your ultimate's going to be really useful this time.
I mean, the thing is, we're game 1 in Fearless right now, Leden, so when you and support hasn't been picked yet. Pretty sure no matter what Manui ends up going for, Silas is going to get a great ult to steal. And of course, the Xin ult works out really nicely too.
Darkwings' Hwei
it's pretty good.
Has been nasty. Like nasty. And it's going to be paired up now with the Renata Varus bot lane as well. Some really good carries on the side of Conviction here. And stuff that they've won with time and time again so far in this split. So I'm really looking at this last pick for Polestar to be that kind of tying together, the glue, if you will.
And you got to imagine, like, you just want to fit with the identity. Something really easy to execute and an easy ult to use makes the most sense. So that's probably why we're seeing not. But Alistar, yeah, I think you want a little more HP in that regard. Just to be able to soak up a lot of the poke that we're seeing here, because Hwei and Varus actually a really good combination, especially if Chrome goes for the Arcane Comet lethality poke style build. You're going to be able to pepper Polestar from range, and the fact that you have Xin can break things up with the Crescent Guard. You have Renata with the hostile takeover. You have a really good opportunity to keep your opponents back and just keep peppering them with poke.
Yeah, and you're going to have to try to get a little bit of that going in the early parts, but I guess that's where we can go back and talk about that matchup we really wanted to focus on in this jungle setup, because both of them back on comforts, back on aggressive, skirmishing, early pathing junglers if they want to be. But consistency is always the question with Polestar, and is Conviction going to try to take advantage of that? It is Conviction versus Polestar in our first best of 3 of the day. It's going to be an exciting one. See if Polestar can shake things up a little bit, or if Conviction get that much closer to locking themselves in playoffs.
Yeah, Conviction trying to get another notch in their belt in that climb to 4th place. Polestar hunting for their first win in the split. and trying to see if they can get above that red line. I think it is still technically possible. A million things need to go wrong for other teams, but the point is, if they do want to avoid being 9th or 10th place and having to requalify, got to start today, right here, right now.
The dawn of the moment of their lives.
Maybe.
Never know.
That song?
Add suspense. No, I don't know. I
Oh.
just made it.
That sounds like a song. Wow, I gotta look that up.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is diabolical though. Dr. Calculus gonna walk back in the lane immediately. Order. He's gonna escort him just like any good bodyguard would do. Welcome to the club, my good sir. It is called the Island, and we'll be up here smacking each other for the foreseeable future.
Man, I remember when top laners used to just dance it out before lane. These guys are just what happened?
What happened to these kids,
us?
man?
Yeah.
Get off my lawn.
That's what I'm saying.
Is that where we're going with?
I need to yell at a cloud. I'll be right back.
I love it. I love it. That's the theme for the day. We're watching.
We're just old.
We're just old. But let's take a look here. It is going to be same side starts for both junglers. Some deep warding for both sides, so they'll be able to kind of play around that once the next side of path, or at least second half of the path comes through. But it is going to be a little bit of a top lane, maybe mid lane focus for both of them. And we have to also check in on those priorities once they do finish the culmination of their jungle path.
Yeah, right. You got to imagine early on, unless there's a really obvious angle, can't imagine we're going to see too much by way of ganks. It seems like the trend mostly for junglers, even when you're looking at early gankers like Sedge and Xin, it's you finish your first clear, you probably usually end up on opposite sides of the map, and you just recall unless there's a really good dive angle or there's a really good gank angle.
Was spotted out on the top path from Bio. Also, I believe Kisno was spotted out as he traversed over the Raptor pit. As you can see, stats down there from the two of them. Feel like the stats a little bit misrepresented for Kisno. He's been a massive part to Conviction here, and
Yeah.
has been really kind of fun to watch him grow. Again, we already talked about it a little bit ago, but this guy's had a heck of a growth in the last 2 years coming through Tier 3, and again, making all those heads turn on that LCK, or at least the Korea trip over there.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, it was Loki, currently plays for a C9, actually added him after a game and told him like, oh, hey, you're good, man. And it was just pretty funny.
Praises you can love.
Yeah, for Tier 1 players. That's how a lot of them end up having opinions on Tier 2 players. Solo queue.
The bait. Hoarder gonna flash. He is out of there. He is Mbessa, has a lot of mobility. They might go for the dive, though. His nose here. This is dangerous for Polestar. They will end up backing away. They did see Kisno coming around with that ward there.
Yeah.
So the play from Polestar, it looked good initially. The bait was good. Not able to get anything there, but hey, you'll take not losing
Hoarder.
anything as well.
Yeah, I mean, I will give credit there. Nice on Dr. Calculus to drop that ward and to just recognize from that earlier warding that, okay, Kisno might be here. We got to double check before we do something stupid. So they call it off. Nice show of restraint. And they're just going to be satisfied getting Hoarder's flash, which means, you know, in a couple of minutes, they could run it back.
Yeah, we should. Unfortunately, the timers are not up on the screen, but we will have Dragon coming up rather shortly, and then Grubs at 6 minutes as well. So should be able to see these kind of come through and be a little bit more of a focus, because both junglers literally just rinse and repeat, head out towards bot lane, path towards top, see if Grubs is going to be that priority, which it typically is. We often see Dragon kind of forsaken in that bot lane, but maybe a little bit of a trend difference here as we are going to get different redeploys from both sides.
Yeah, you're right. It's really been a big focus on first spawn of Grubs for the most part. We're seeing a lot of those lane swaps, usually around this time. The fact that they haven't does tell me that, yes, that is more of the focus on Dragon. That's why you see Tubbs trying to get some deep vision and trying to see if there's going to be an opportunity to trade, because you know you have double range bot lane. Waves are going to be stacked into your opposing bot lane's tower. It's going to be really easy for them to do things like start this Drake, and the fact that they're doing it so fast does make it harder for Bio to actually go for a trade. Grubs aren't up yet.
Yeah. Got the recurve bow start with the on-hit Varus here from Chrome. The priority had been gained, what we talked about earlier. And that'll be an early Dragon. And I love these setups from confident teams. And Bio having a good response here. But these kinds of situations in Tier 2 is like, you are putting yourself on a little bit of a timer, but if you can execute it, it actually ends up being the best of both worlds, because then you can also go contest over the grubs. Right now, Bio's trying to put a little bit of a hamper in that, but the timing looks good so far from Conviction.
Oh,
Uses him as the exit. Oh my god, he just took the Bio Express, full express ticket out of the top lane.
yeah, really nicely done there from Hoarder to find his escape. Oh,
He's in a little bit of trouble. The on-hit bear is coming alive here. The Recurve bow giving autos
Wow,
and
nice.
piercing right through his heart and right through Hub too. Flash
Oh,
out,
wow.
Chrome didn't even need it. A double kill from the 2024 CLOL champ.
and another win coming through here from Conviction on that bottom side. The only solace for Polestar is that it's looking like they are going to be able to get onto the grubs. I think Kizno, he smited one away, and then he walked out just to guarantee.
He's got Smite back.
Oh, he's got Smite back. Oh, he's
what
gonna
a
get
dirty
two.
devil. Oh
Yeah,
my
that's pretty
god.
brutal. I mean, bright side for Polestar, there is no grub get in at 4 Conviction. And the hope is that they're going to be able to get at least some of that second rotation. So
This
it's
is
not so
sick,
easy to hit
man.
turrets. And yeah.
Just watching Chrome, like all the focus on to Vidui. He's a Renata. He's so hard to take down, and the entire time, those blight stacks just cripple the big cow.
Yeah, that's a tough play to make work because it is on hit. Avaris, as you called out, he had a recurve bow. He has lethal tempo. Lethal tempo, excuse me. There's really just no world where you have enough damage to win that exchange. The only bright side is that you do get summoners out of Chrome and Manui. So Bio, who's hit level 6, still has his flash up and could look to go for some kind of play or dive bot side.
Yeah, we have seen a little bit of a difference in focus from both sides. Bio going for the top lane play. Actually doesn't pull the trigger on the ultimate there.
Hesitating.
And now he's lost almost half his health. Hoarder still low, has the minion wave with the cannon here to deal with, but I mean, they're buying so much time, and Hoarder might just outplay it. Finally, Glacial Prison comes in. The execution, oh, the turret not going to be just enough. So easily done, at least for the most part, but now Hub in trouble. Okay, he's just gone, and Feats of Warfare completed. Chrome is shining bright right now. And unfortunately, Tubbs, I think, is just going to get ran down by Kizno, waiting to use the charge until he got away.
Woo. So it took a lot.
Bot lane, man.
Yeah, catastrophe is a great word for it, Ledin, because I mentioned in the draft phase that Polestar need more threats than just Misfortune, and well, Silas sort of fits that regard. That's not really going to be enough to be able to deal with this Forest, who is now 3-0, has a Renata at his back as well to buff him up and keep him safe. I think Polestar are going to have a really difficult time in teamfights later on unless they all, I'm talking like LPL, 5 flashes onto the 80 carry style, take him down.
It is a 2,000 gold lead, sub 9 minutes for Conviction. Not only built off those 3 kills given to Chrome, who is not the person on this team you want to be giving resources to.
No.
It's also the CS differential in mid lane as well, about 20 CS there. We'll see a little bit of love given by Nui. The handshake's going to be there in just a little bit. Oh, the flash out from Adam. He will survive. Severing Bolt dashed out of a lot of things to dodge, but I think that's an approval from Adam getting out of there.
Yeah, he's just about to get his TP back, so at least he'll be able to join and collect this next wave. But, I mean, mid lane has been going really nicely for Darkwings. We credit him and how good he's been playing this past year and change, and it really just shows today. Yeah, it's a favorable matchup, but you usually don't expect to be up a little more than 30 CS.
Oh, see if he gets punished here. Does have Tubbs coming up too. The flash coming out and no response there. They will revisit that though. Way without a flash is very vulnerable.
Yes. Darkwings did get a plate though, so I imagine, you know, as mid laners think, he's going to be like, no, it's worth. I got the gold. So that's got to be a good feeling for him overall.
The Slew boys, they're it felt like in this split, like we've seen some really good pop-offs from Porter, which we're going to see right now, where he just almost kills Dr. Calculus outright. Now Kizno coming up to help him as well. Not going to go down and executed. The Croc is down, and that'll be a kill to Hoarder. But it was a lot about the kind of the Kizno Hoarder moments, like Hoarder having some really good pop-offs at the beginning of the split, and especially recently as well. But the consistent factor and carry potential in this team has been centered around Darkwings and Chrome, which I think is not only a cool growth for them through the multiple iterations we've seen, obviously Aaron just coming into the NACL last year for the first time, but Darkwings haven't been around, and it's cool to see them combine yet again to be a powerful force just like they were on Slough.
That's right, and they've been good, especially a great start to this game here where Chrome again is 3-0, Darkwings is 30 CS up almost, and you know, in favorable matchups you generally don't expect to go up that hard, so it really speaks to how Darkwings has been playing this lane and beating out Adam. And of course, so what else do we need to say about Chrome and Manui and how they're smashing this 2v2? So it doesn't give Polestar a lot of options in terms of team fighting. In fact, all Bio can do is smite away a Scuttle Crab and walk away, because there is no world where he gets to contest the dragon.
Actually just going to play it pretty respectfully. Not started up just yet. As the Scuttle Crab will see, it is Conviction taking their second dragon of the game. There's going to be a potential trade for Grubs. This time the timing isn't there for Conviction, so they will give away this spawn of Grubs to Polestar.
Yeah, but it's not a big deal because Kizno took away 2 of them earlier. So 4 Grubs, really nothing to sneeze at, really nothing to scoff at. And it's something that you're going to be happy with as Conviction. Halfway to a Dragon Soul that we now know is Chemtech. And of course, because Grubs are being taken, guess what? Your bot lane is vulnerable. And Hub and Tubs, they're in trouble.
Gotta start rub-a-dub-dubbing. I don't know what that means. Full top coming in. That's going to clear out the... Oh, he missed the
-1.
That feels a little bit bad. But it was full pressure from Conviction on bot side. That second dragon secured by them as well. Looks like we will have the Chemtech Soul as on the Rift. First items are up and above for everybody here. Hoarder not on his just yet. Going to be punished for it here as Dr. Calculus gets a kill under turret, his second of the game. And Bio and Dr. Calculus just have their hearts set on Hoarder and topside.
Yeah, I had this whole thing, Lennon, about how, wow, you know, props to Hoarder, playing this one really respectfully, realizing he's the play. And then he walks up to the turret. And, you know, sometimes we make mistakes. At least Darkwings is there. He's going to collect the whole wave this way. Who already started out this laning phase very strongly, is going to continue to get more and more fed. And he's going to continue to be a problem alongside Chrome on this Varus, who's already finished that Blade of the Rune King. You're seeing first items come across the board for Conviction, and they're in a really powerful spot already.
They are indeed. And see what they can do with that lead. Again, I came into today saying, you know, if they are going to win, I want it big clean. Maybe we're a little bit introspective on how they win over Polestar and how they want to dictate the early games here. And so far, they've been doing a good job. I mean, Eclipse has already completed there as well for Hoarder, so he'll have a little bit more breathing room in his side lane hustles. But for the foreseeable future here, nothing on the map, so it means Kizno's just going to take what's left on the map, which is all Bio's jungle.
Wow, are they actually going to... No, I don't think they'll die. I think Kizno's just going to walk away, but the fact that he's hanging out makes me wonder. I guess he's just covering to make sure there isn't some other play going on here. There's a lot of attention focused on this top side of the map, and you can see Tub and Bio showing up to try and support their top laner, but now Manui's got someone.
And now you get the little catch out there as well. Kizno gonna get the flash out. Hostile takeover utilized, and all of a sudden you lose everything. First turret also goes down during this whole thing to Hoarder. Conviction in trouble. 3-man knockout into the bullet time. That's the wombo combo you draft for Polestar, and they execute it beautifully. Darkwings goes down, and all of a sudden that gold lead is cut in half. Manui gonna get ran down by Bio. The flail's gonna hit Manui under turret. Is he gonna be able to buy enough time? Will not, and Bio gets the cleanup kill. That's a 4-for-1 in favor of Polestar.
Hell of a comeback, and we gotta give credit to Tubbs for finding not one but 2 big pulverizes to be able to set up everything we saw just there. Conviction, they were caught out. They were overextended, and Kizno was out there by himself. We'll see it again in this replay. Tubbs, really good recognition. Like, okay, get on this guy. Like, he's by himself. Flashes, commits, uses the ult to cleanse the fear, and everyone lived long enough so that Kizno couldn't get revived. And then you're going to see again, Tubb finds 3-man pulverize coming through here, and at this point, it was such an easy fight to go down, because if Chrome isn't able to do damage, if he's not able to auto-attack, and what good are his items?
It makes you think. What do you do with all those items? It's crazy.
Yeah,
we are almost on second items now. Speaking of items for majority members, does that change anything now? Does this fight, now that Polestar have a lead in the game, change the state of the map? Because their composition worked very well when ahead, and now they're making the decision to go on this top lane play that Conviction have overextended for.
Yeah, you can see it. Dr. Calculus has the pinch. Chrome has no summoner spells, by the way. I think he's dead.
I'm surprised Conviction is even on this side of the map. There's no outer turret. There's nothing. They're just going to lose their lead from bot lane just like that. And Rift Herald has just spawned Polestar. They're taking advantage of the lacking conviction, and I love it.
Yeah, it's great. And this is what we want to see from this team who needs a win so bad, Mazel, because currently winless in Challengers League. Being able to punish Conviction big time, not once, but twice, has gotten them a pretty noticeable lead considering where they were just a couple of minutes ago. And you said it. Chrome's lead basically gone now. He died twice, hasn't been farming, and Polestar have been collecting so much gold these last few minutes.
They have been, and now they find themselves about 1,000 gold up as well. And Bio having all that pressure, all that focus on topside early, maybe paying out for him in the long run. Because he didn't focus on bot lane. He did not really do anything else but try to focus on topside. And unfortunately, Caster curse.
Wow.
He's probably going to go down. Bullet time back on the other end of it, though, is huge. That's a shutdown going to Chrome. I think Conviction have woken up from their slumber. Hoarder going all in with that public execution. Big Ravenous coming through there as well. As the bolt will go a little bit wide. It's still Tubbs that pays with his life. Another severing bolt will go through, but Dragon should be secured by Conviction, and that'll be sole point for them.
Yeah, big turnaround there from Conviction to be able to win that fight. A lot of A-ramming and a lot of 5v5 going on so far this game. But you called it out. This is Soul Point. So it does mean that Conviction, they do have an opportunity to play for that Chemtech Soul. They also knock down a turret, which gets them back in the lead in terms of gold. And this is a comp where, if we talk about how they interact with each other, Conviction have a pretty good comp for keeping their opponents at bay and just outranging them. So it's just about dodging that bullet time and making sure your Varus is very safe and your Hui is very safe.
Yeah, and that's always a little bit of a tricky ask, but in these kinds of situations, you get to see exactly how it gets executed. Now we are on to items. Still pretty dead even game now, and about a 5-minute timer for Polestar to figure out how they want to fight that next dragon. For me, it's about now the Rift Herald as well. Are they going to try to save that for that fight? It's always a really good distractionary tool. But also could utilize that to get their items completed before that fight. Chrome is going to be the focus now. Has the flash, has the cleanse. Going to use that with the cleanse to get out of that engage. Still has his flash available. Polestar trying to take down an outer turret. Okay, they decide to pull the trigger on the Rift Herald early. Get that gold, get those second items ahead of this dragon fight. On to Nui. Does have the bailout, should be okay. The handshake back into it. Oh my god, that pop shot from Chrome! And now Tubbs gonna have to pop the Unbreakable, it just goes down to Kisno. Conviction now running down Hub. He'll be locked down too. And a maul for everybody on Polestar from Dark Wings as the severing bolt's gonna hit. The slowdown connects. The wind does become lightning and Polestar becomes dead. Bio's gonna be slowed down to hell and the Poro's fur cannot stave from the coldness of Conviction's heart as they take into the mid lane this tier 2 turret.
And you'd think those earlier fights where Pulse won never happened, Mazel, because that's 2 fights in a row that Polestar get dismantled. They they lose a tier 2 turret in the process as well, and this gold lead, it just continues to grow, and this is how this comp is supposed to work out. Those last fights where Pulse were winning, it's because Conviction were overstepped. They were over-aggressive, and when they're not, this is how it happens.
This is indeed how it goes down. A little bit of an overextension, a little bit different in how they want to approach the fights. The health bars for Hub just not in the place, but fortunately he'll regret that step up for sure. And just good capitalization from Conviction.
It is, and you can see how well they're able to run down the members of Polestar. Really nice W flash for Kisno. And then honestly, they just keep chasing them down, again, using that superior range. And to be able to make sure that as few people walk away from this one as possible.
Goals, I guess?
Yeah. If I'm playing, I would
League
love
of
that.
Legends goals? Like, I don't know.
I think so. This is definitely the goal for Conviction, and they're achieving it promptly. Right now, you can see Polestar trying to lay out as much vision as they can. I think that's a really big deal for them, because if they can force Conviction to walk into Fog, it gives Bio and Tubbs, even Dr. Calculus, this opportunity to get on Chrome. Because again, Chrome, Darkwings, you get on them, you take them out, you're actually able to close that distance. That's how you beat Conviction.
Hub was in a little bit of trouble there. They were trying to potentially burn his flash or barrier. Bio gonna secure his chicky nuggies. But everything is available for both sides now. Adam gonna connect with the Abscon Abduct onto Kizno. Kizno locked down as everything's being used on him. The hostile takeover coming across as well. Now the turn back into this choke point here. Dr. Calculus was looking for an angle, but sees Hoarder coming at his side. Will have to back away. So there'll be a couple ultimates burned on both sides. But the Atacon burning so quickly with this attack speed Varus. As Polestar coming over to try to contest it, they realize what's going down, but it's already fallen. Now they're just going to take the engage after Dominus had been popped, but you are not dominating anybody. Bio's going to try to use the blast cone to get away. Does get extra distance as Chrome stays behind to get the roses. Kizno's looking to block the exits here, but luckily Bio's got an escape ship, and the Chemtech Soul coming into a boon for Polestar to get their jungler out.
Yeah, and the Ruinous Otacon gets taken down before you can even snap your fingers. So that extra experience coming through from the Blood Roses is going to be a big deal. You're already seeing such a huge lead, particularly in the jungle. Kizno is up 3 levels on Bio. Again, it's a player that we've hyped up a lot, have been really excited about. Nice to see that he's able to perform in this match here so far in Game 1. He's 4-1-6 on the Zen. And you called it out just in time for this Chemtech Soul to come through.
Indeed. And that's going to be a little bit troubling. Polestar realized that, and they're trying to move out here to get this engage off. Big blast cone. Oh, God, it's chaos. Blast cone's all over the place. Oh, my God, he actually got Darkwings. He's getting low. He's going to flash over. He's right in the face of Adam, though. The shield is actually massive here, though. And Hoarder finds the kill to Adam. How is Darkwing still alive? He's going to potentially get... No! He's still there! Oh, my God. Isaac coming up big. Darkwings, if you know him. And that'll be 4 kills for nothing in favor of Conviction.
And Hub is just going to have to strut back to base as his whole team crumbles around him and Conviction pick up their prize in the Chemtech Soul. I think they have everything they need to start to put a ribbon on this Game 1 because, wow.
Wow, indeed. Although the cleanliness in the early game was not there, they are now at a 6,000 gold lead just about, and about almost 7 actually in the end. So it does end up favoring Conviction after all. Again, this story with this team has been trying to move up to that 6-win mark in the NACL to make it into playoffs. A 5-2 record gets you that much closer. But it's also an expected win over Polestar for this team. So really nice to see them kind of pick up the slack after maybe fumbling about a little bit in that early game.
Yeah, and for Polestar, it's been a really tough road for them so far, and it's only getting tougher, especially with this match if a loss comes through in the end. Because they don't have many chances left, Gazelle.
They do not. They do not. Hoarder not going to have many chances left either. So we're seeing a little bit of fun here. Okay. As Adam getting the play against Hoarder. Hoarder going to go for the public execution, and the Iron Wolf, it bites down hard, and Hoarder trying to take him down. Has the Bio. Big reset on the fight, but Hoarder still going. He's still pumping. I don't know if Bio's seen Arcane, but the Iron Wolf takes no slouches, and he's still alive. The thumbs up during it all, and now Hub coming over. Bring one, bring all. Hoarder will take them all, as he will not finally take Bio down. The shutdown goes over to Hub. But what a performance from one of our newest top laners in the league.
The fact that he goes 1 for 1 and wastes so much time of so many members from Polestar is really just the icing on that cake. Because he gets a kill, he wastes enough time that look what's happening here. They're going to be able to knock down another tier 2 turret. Conviction get well worth, they get their money's worth for trading out their top laner like that.
It's actually so insane. Oh, Chrome.
Teleport.
Okay, Dark Calculus gonna go all in. Bullet time into the choke point, but they're losing their front line as Chrome healing up so damn much. He's just sidestepping, space gliding all over them, and a pentakill for Mr. Chrome!
And what a way to put a cap on this game, Mazel, as Aaron pulls out the 5 in a row. No need for Baron, no need for Elder Dragon. Conviction are gonna take this home.
One of the hottest ADCs in Tier 2. The guy has been taking names and scratching them off his list time and time again. And he's here to prove a point this year. And he's here to prove a point with conviction, as he has been a major, major carry for them across every victory. And here they go to a 1-0 start over Polestar.
And I'll tell you what, him and Manui were major in this game as well, Mazel. Dismantling Hub and Tubbs in the laning phase, with, some jungle intervention, but a lot of it happened before Kizdo actually showed up, and they ran that lead all the way to the end. Again, there were some missteps. We were out of position a little bit from time to time as Conviction, but at the end of it, and this was the expected result.
This is, indeed, and it's kind of the expected carries, too. I think Kizdo had a lot going with Bio, and that matchup was a lot more contentious than I think maybe on paper it should have been, but it really was about Dark Wings and Chrome stepping up to the plate and knocking it out with a home run, because these two guys performing at this level is always super indicative of how Conviction can kind of find those easy wins, find those quick wins. And while this one maybe wasn't as quick as they wanted, this team is pushing themselves to make it to that playoff berth, and I love to see it. We'll see if Polestar can answer back in Game 2 after a short little break.
Actually, the friend that I met, my friend for 9 years, he was the one that got me to play. We originally started playing Minecraft when we were, I don't know, in middle school or something. And we had 2 other friends that played the game already. So it took him like 4 days to convince me to download it. Ever since I downloaded it, I couldn't stop playing. It just became my favorite game. Nade Shot from Optic in Black Ops 2. And then a little bit before that, I think he played. I didn't play competitively. I attempted through the ranking system in Black Ops 2, but I ended up being like bronze or silver. And then after that, it was over. In probably like an ARAM 5v5 with all my friends. It's probably like the most I have fun. And I don't really have too much fun playing anything else, really, if it's not with them. They genuinely are like my true best friends.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. We're here in week 6, day 2. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Beatdown, and a game number 1 that maybe had some bumps and bruises that Conviction weren't expecting, but still a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 for Conviction over Polestar.
Yeah, that's right. And like you said, just a stumble or two. And for the most part, it's just been a really dominating game coming through from Conviction. I mean, the bot lane 2v2 was really good. We got to give shout outs to Chrome and Manui for how they played out that lane and the advantages they were able to get.
Yeah, that's got to be on the highlight reel.
Yeah, of course. And honestly, just considering how the comps worked, you get a lead like this, it's pretty much impossible to lose.
It is, especially when you give the lead to somebody like Chrome. We saw him ripping through many of these team fights as well. I think Darkwings and Chrome, one of the things I love about them is they really know how to utilize their leads. And Polestar knew how to utilize their comp in certain moments, those wombo combos. I mean, they literally took a 2,000 gold deficit, turned it into a 1,000 gold advantage off of these plays that we're seeing start off with this replay. And I think that's really nice to see from Polestar. Yeah. But the riding of the ship came immediately after for Conviction when you start seeing them actually handle these fights like the team we expect them to be.
Right, and the problem really, again, it kind of came down to the draft and the lead that came through in the bot lane from Chrome and Manui. It's really hard to get on this Varus, and when he is so strong, your health bars are basically wet paper. So going into the second game, hoping for a slightly more at least equitable bot lane matchup there for Hub and Tubbs so that they're going to be having an easier time putting out damage in fights. And a comp that I think plays to Pulse's strengths and just something easy for them to execute front to back style, kind of like this one, but with less disadvantages.
They were heavily focused on the things that typically work for them, though. Conviction definitely did their research. And we're able to really take a couple comfort picks off the table like you would expect. Ezreal would be really nice to have in a matchup where a 2v2 is looking dire for Polestar. And I think it was bold. I liked the gauntlet drop of let's try to take an aggressive 2v2 and see if we can actually beat Chrome and Manui. It just didn't serve up that way. I think now you have to readjust focus and go for a lot more of a safer bot lane for Polestar.
Yeah, and it's going to be really interesting how draft shapes up, in my opinion, because Vi is still up and available, and I find that interesting because in a lot of our games so far this split, she's picked one way or another in game 1. So the fact that it was hovered, didn't actually go through, and it's still up and available. Talia is still up and available as well. I'm kind of looking to see which team ends up getting that kind of combination. I think that's something that Polestar would really benefit from. Just a really easy set play that pretty much always works as long as you're not too far behind.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important thing to think about is like on an even playing field, I think it makes a lot of a difference. You saw kind of that little moment in the mid game that they actually looked pretty proficient, but this is also a Polestar team who typically actually does find steady ground to stand on in early games. So a little bit of a different look this time around for them, but I got to keep giving props over on the side of Conviction. If you want to go ahead and give them props, go over to our socials and go ahead and repost the clips that are coming out. Go ahead and get all the info you ever need. They'll be there in the top left of your screen as well, all of our socials. But getting into this game number 2, Polestar, of course, are going to choose blue side. There's no doubt there. The question becomes now what they're going to try to change up in their draft priorities, and if Conviction are going to stick to a lot of the comfort bands they took away from Polestar.
Yeah, a few things that come to mind. I mean, Jace is still hasn't been played. Rumble's a big pick for Dr. Calculus, so maybe something they could lean towards if that's allowed to go through. But Polestar are definitely going to need something, because right now, Conviction's taking them to match point. They're facing down the barrel of their 6th loss in the split. Not a single match win to speak of yet. So this is really a difficult position for them to be in, because that pretty much, I haven't actually checked the map, but I think going 0-6 pretty much, if 6 wins, guarantees you playoffs.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, I feel like 6 losses has you out. Someone will do that map.
I'm going to say it's probably pretty close to that.
Yeah.
It's definitely a tough situation to be in for sure. But going into the second game, hopefully they can rinse off of that game number 1 and come into game number 2 fresh and ready to go. As we do see the Kalista ban towards Chrome, the Gwen as well that's going to join the ban table. It is the Yone and the Ezreal, so still folks of those comfort picks towards Polestar for Conviction.
But does mean that based on what Pulse ban now, the Jace or the Rumble is up and available, because usually, especially because they're banning Jace, that's fine, because good chance Skarner is going to be banned, which means first pick Rumble.
Or Rumble
Dr.
ban.
Calculus, or
Okay,
Rumble ban.
so
Oh, wow. So does
Skarner
that mean...
comes through.
Yeah. I mean, that's been a relatively big pick there for Bio, but maybe they want to angle for the Vitalia that we talked about, but I feel like
Maybe they're just saying
picks the
Kisno is
champion.
not going to play Skarner. He's not going to do it. Cross our
Yeah.
fingers. He's not going to do it. Talia does come through. I like it. It's a key piece to how Polestar move with their jungler in Bio. And I think Adam's going to have a lot of mobility of that mid lane to try to utilize. But on the other side, the answer is there. You're trying to lock him in. You're trying to keep that lane advantage to be the most powerful thing, and Darkwing's going to go with the Syndra.
Yeah, I like that answer. You don't see that one very often, considering how popular Talia is. But it is a good matchup for Syndra. You are outranged. You can keep her at bay with that Scatter of the Week, and of course it is great setup no matter what jungler Kisno ends up going for, and it's Pantheon.
I was over for the Kindred, man. I wanted the Kindred again. I wanted to get the casted.
I know it's a big one for
Kindred.
Kisno, but I want to paint a picture for you, Lennon. You're a mid laner. You're playing Talia.
Don't do it, man.
Your opponent is Syndra. Like, ooh, that's pretty tough. Now their jungler is also Pantheon, so anytime he shows up to your lane, just unplug your monitor. Like, there's no point.
Might as well, honestly, at that point. It is an interesting answer here. Bio, even with the Skarner open, he says, no, give me the sticks. I got to take this guy Kisno down.
That's
Going to go
fun.
with the Nefiri. The Shen is there. We've seen this combo before. It is lethal, and the Shen is absolutely giga busted right now. So got to see what the answer is going to be from Hoarder as well on the other side.
I like the Shen pick. I really like Shen on this patch so far. I believe only Quacker on Blue Otter, who's playing later today, runs this champion. But it's a great look, especially with the burst damage that Conviction are working with already at the moment. So being... Wait, what?
It's going to be top lane.
Really?
Dude,
Damn.
Hoarder's seen the Shy tech, bro.
I see.
He's seen the LPL tech. If he does, there's a lot of flexibility here. You could obviously still bring.
It could be Pantheon
support.
top. Yeah, that's
we
true.
could see many things, but there's been a rising trend in competitive of top lane answers, especially with the Nidalee. So I want to see if that is going to be the case. We'll be cooking for Conviction here for sure. But in the second phase of bans, we do get the Jhin ban towards Chrome. It has been something they've really leaned on to set up the other side of the map as well. And as the Corki Braum ban from Conviction on the red side comes through, some setup tools gone.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, especially the Corki. It's a good amount of range that would have been inconvenient for Conviction. Of course, Braum would soak up a lot of that damage, especially with Alistar being down. I'm trying to think of what other options there are for Pulse in terms of tanky members. I think at this point, you're trying to make a sort of death ball here to make it harder for this burst damage comp to take you down. I think Leona comes to mind, especially with Nautilus being taken out of the picture. And that's kind of what I'm expecting to see from Tubbs, just to get another beefy member out there.
Yeah, just have some kind of front line to enable Bio as much as possible. Distraction tools are really big. If Bio can kind of pick apart the fights, it's going to be really nice. The thing you're dealing with here is that flexibility, though. You got to think of like where things are going, how you're going to answer into those. The Nautilus making a little bit more clear, at least, of where the Pantheon is centered towards. But it is the lovers duo in the Xayah Rakan for Hub and Tubbs.
I mean, it's a good combo, and I understand the idea there, but Rakan, but I think Rakan is the opposite of safe this game, because there is a lot of CC and burst damage, and Rakan, notoriously very squishy as far as engaged supports go. So that may be a problem. Tubbs is going to have to be very careful, but you do have a good lane matchup, especially into Sivir there for Chrome. So you have a lot of 2v2 potential.
Do we still? It's been so many years. Is it still the 300 CS win mark? I feel like things have fluctuated so much.
For
I don't know if it's necessarily that.
That champ sucks. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Chrome tying his hand behind his back with this one. But we are going to get the Italy top. So Hoarder's been watching the LCK, LPL tech. He knows he's a knower.
He's a ball knower.
The biggest thing about this pick is you have to stay so active. You're not going to have CC to stop Shen getting his Stand United off. You have to be an advantage for Hoarder in the top side.
Yeah, that's actually why, even though I'm not a fan of double AP mid jungle, I would have hoped to see the Pantheon in the top lane, because I'm pretty sure that's actually a good matchup. And yeah, you have that potential to stop the Stand United when you are, you know, side laning against each other. But I mean, the potential is still there. There is a lot of CC on Conviction's side, but I actually like what Pulse are working with this time a lot more.
Well, both junglers set up for a lot of aggression, a lot of fighting, and a lot of win conditions. As we get into game number 2, Conviction looked convincing at the tail end of game number 1. Polestar gave them a little bit of a run for their money, but maybe game 2 is just what they need to try to bring us the distance with our first series. Conviction so close to locking themselves in to the playoff berth here in the first split of NACL 2025. We get into game number 2 between Polestar and Conviction.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and conversely, Polestar, if they lose, they'll be kissing pretty much any chance of
I think
avoiding the
07,
promotion
yeah.
relegation tournament. Yeah. 07 really just, you're out. It's tough. So this is a big deal for them, even though we talk about improvements and the hope that even if they lose today, they improve so that they can re-qualify for Split 2. Obviously, being able to get a win here is 10 times better than that.
It absolutely would be. Absolutely.
Maybe
would be.
100
I
times.
think maybe even 1,000. Maybe even a
Maybe.
million. Who
Yeah.
knows? Oh my
Infinity. I don't know.
God. Infinity. The stakes get ever higher. If you know, you know.
Yeah.
Good old classic NACL content.
Good times. Good times.
But it is going to be opposite side starts for both junglers here. I'm very much keeping a spotlight on both of them. First, the Nefiri definitely wants to find advantages. Pantheon wants to stay as active as possible on the map once you get those couple levels in as well. I do still expect that kind of standard clear like you had said earlier in game number 1, where it is just going to be a full side clear for both. But on that second path is where you really expect action to unfold.
Yeah, again, unless there's really obvious angles for either one, especially bio, because you're playing Nefiri, you want to farm, you want to chill.
Oh, no.
But on the other side...
That's level 2. Oh, he didn't kill the minion. They didn't kill him. Somebody killed the minion.
Wait, what?
As
Yeah.
you go through, now the level 1 fight is going to be there. He wants to try to get level 2 off this second wave here now as they're going to try to go through. And they want to try to get the push here going as well. They did get heavy health trades, both sides popping a couple summoner spells each. They will still have some flashes available, though, especially for Chrome and Hub. Trying to get this advantage in the bot lane. They're going to have constant push with the Sivir Nautilus.
Yeah, and I had a whole thing about how Zyra Khan, you know, really strong 2v2. This is a better angle for Hub and Tub, but that level 1 was a little unfortunate, Lennon. Not a great start, but it's still possible to find big 2v2 kills. Tubbs, worth noting too, still has heal, so that could be a big thing if there was going to be some 2v2 to happen here. But right now, health trades not in their favor. Chrome making good use out of that ricochet to chip Hub and Tubbs down.
It just also feels like when you face off against a Sivir, it like once you give lane advantage, I don't feel like you ever get it back. Because once she hits level 3, she just absolute perma clears. You can't do anything. Tubbs has been, or at least stopped his own back. His though, just gonna walk up, keep him here. Wave is crashing. Tubbs is not long for this world as he calls out to Hub. I'm so sorry. The knockdown coming through. The kill back. Maybe it's enough. Kisno will not survive. First blood goes over, but Tubbs stands triumphantly as he falls, getting the trade.
I mean, I will say, I still favor Conviction in that one.
Oh, they got Darkwing. Cat of the Week will be there to flash out the burn. Is it going to be enough? The Darkened Daggers were not back up, and it's so close in mid lane.
Wow, so it ends up being flash
Darkened Daggers, Darkened Daggers, flash. He misses. Oh, he can't get the second activation either.
Oh, but he's holding the wave.
Not able to get it.
Yeah, but he is holding that wave, which does mean it should be going back towards Adam. So that is something Darkwings may be able to lose out a little bit. We do find out that Darkwings, he lived with 45 HP. So a really close call there. And I wanted to talk about earlier too. We're gonna watch the first blood. I think this is still pretty huge for Conviction, just because a kill on Rakan doesn't really mean as much as a kill on Pantheon. And of course, because of how low spawn timers are this early in the game, Kisno can already spend his gold, get back on the map. So because of that mid lane gank from Bio, he is actually ahead on tempo.
Not gonna lie, I would need to look at that back again. I wonder if he could have saved himself if he used the shield at the right time.
Or like flashed, yeah.
Maybe that too. Maybe it wasn't. But it is a little bit of invade clear coming through from Bio. I like to see this. You cannot stay down if early game's not going your way. And Bio hasn't been put down yet, but was maybe hovering around this top side. We'll end up clearing out those Krugs to try to stay level with Kizno, who has been very aggressive in his past. But Dragon is coming up. About a minute until the Grubs come up as well. We've already seen Polestar adjust their bot lane to their top lane, get away from that matchup, and set up for this first objective for them.
Oh, actually,
Italy does not like this matchup, by the
way. Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel like most champs don't like 2v1s in particular. But I wanted to ask, since you're, you know, more of an LPL knower than me, what exactly is the build for this shot? Oh, hold on.
Okay, the flash out there as well. You might get a little bit of movement here. The biggest thing is just trying to keep up the, I think it's Trinity Force to start. But you're very skirmish heavy, so you just, he wanted to get that engaged there. Manui hits the minion. That's a little unfortunate. Now he's gonna die up with the all-in. It's gonna be him getting the kill as well. But now Chrome chasing him down. Lethal tempo activated. He wins this fight here if he gets his ricochet back up. It will be a little bit of a dodge out of the blade, but Hub and Chrome going at it in the top lane this time.
Yeah, the nice thing though is that the Ignite, or the nice thing for Pulsar is that the Ignite means Manui secured the kill. So Hub actually comes out ahead just a little bit, evens out the CS differential that's going on in that bottom lane, and it makes space for Bio to just go ahead and get started on these Grubs because we saw a kill in the mid lane. Remember that example? Remember that scenario I painted for you in draft? And how hard it is to beat Talia here? Yeah. Yeah, that's all. Just wanted to make sure you remembered.
Yeah. Well, just keep that in the side mind for a little while. It is going to be the Bio steal of the Grubby Tubbies, so they will get all three in the first place. Dragon will be secured by Conviction. So a little bit akin to what we saw in the first game, although the timer was way different. A little bit more preemptive from Conviction on the Dragon take here. Now we might look at a bit of an aggressive stance from Bio, who's wrapping around towards the top side to try to steal away more of Kizno's jungle. Kizno going to have a hard time and a long time soloing that Dragon. Should just go for those opposite side steals. So we'll see if things end up boiling down. But this means that we can talk more about the data leap point because I talked about the Trinity Force. But it's literally just taking advantage of all the bruiser items across the table as 2v2 kicks off, so I can't talk about it. It's going to actually turn into a 4v2. Blade Caller going to see Manui down, not expecting that beautiful hit of the feathers. And Manui's going to fall. That means all four in topside might look to take some more of these plates here.
Yeah, and they're going to deny Chrome access to this wave. I think Bio should be pressuring him to allow his bot lane to get plates, but instead, we're going to see, I was going to bring this up because I see the Stand United is on cooldown. I think it was used, it was used here, but unfortunately died way too fast. And because it's rank 1 of that Shen ultimate, it's going to take a while to come back too.
Yeah, and that's also 2 kills to Kizno now in this game, which feels really good for the Pantheon, even though the tunneler on the other side has been completed. Once the back comes through Kizno, he will be happy. Bio in mid lane a little bit. Really waiting for a setup from the seismic shove of Adam. But now we are getting the resets coming out from Conviction, so maybe readjusting the lane states. We saw some pings potentially from bot lane redeploying up towards bot lane. Adam's gonna get a little saving from Tubbs here. Not too bad. As things calm down a little bit. So now we're gonna go back and talk about the item builds. So you go with the bruiser builds, obviously, like the Shojins, the Sundered Sky. He even had the setup where he would go with the Sundered Sky second to get the healing off that and keep the trade going super heavily. So I do expect that to be the case here for Hoarder as well. Again, a knower of the Nidalee build, but I love to see these kinds of builds from the greatest players in the world kind of trickle down into the tier 2 scenes across the table. And it's nice to see Hoarder, who has been breaking the mold for rookie top laner, coming in with that.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see and the willingness to try things like this. And, you know, another small thing, too, is that even though he's not going AP, so the heal on the E won't do very much actual healing, the attack speed that he can offer Chrome on the Sivir is very useful. Another bit of utility that he brings to this composition.
Speed. And we'll see if that ends up panning out. He is pretty high up in CS over his counterpart. Much the same in mid lane as well. Here's
Oh,
that combo
goodbye.
you talked about. Didn't even need him really, as the damage came through from the Grand Starfall, but the kill comes clean for Darkwings. And I think you were right. I think it's a little tough for Adam.
Yeah, especially with the semi-global coming through here. Adam tried to ult out. Fortunately, it goes on cooldown with this corpse still under that mid-tier 1 turret. Hey, credit to Polestar. They've been pretty active in this early game, and the deficit is nothing near what it was in those early minutes of game 1. So they still have things to work with here. Hub, he's got his first item ahead of Chrome. The Xayah does spike harder earlier than Chrome, but of course the Sivir has like 3 items. That's the real peak for this champion, and something that Conviction I think is going to be trying to play for. So Polestar, they have a lot of power coming online now, and I just want to see them use it. Try and secure neutral objectives, try and make plays so that they can get a lead.
And you got to keep going as this comp, right? It doesn't get easier necessarily. You do have some scaling options for yourself, but you definitely want to keep the Nefiri up and running. Keep the dog fed, as everybody should. As Grubs have spawned, Polestar are first in position, but trying to clear out some of this extra warding. A heavy push going to come through from Chrome in mid lane, and then he can move. TP available from Hoarder, Stand United available there from Dark Calculus. They look to be seeding. Manui just goes in. Now he's gonna have to flash out immediately. A little bit of miscommunication coming from the leader of Conviction, and now the scat of the week coming back. Chrome gets locked out. Reset from Bio. He's looking for more. The flash comes out there. Dark Calculus locking Darkwings down. Darkwings gonna fall too. That's 3 kills going the way of Polestar. They will lose out on some turrets in bot side, but you take those, baby.
Oh, we take those every day of the week, Mazel, because not only do they come out in kills, they're still able to hit that mid-tier 1 turret, and they're going to get Grubageddon. That's all 6 Grubs into the back pocket of Polestar. Bio about to get the smite, so he should be able to secure it, but actually, I guess we'll see. No, I guess not.
Not Grubageddon today. Not allowed. Okay, we're sticking fisticuffs here, but
My eyes are closed. I'm not looking.
The thumbs up there, you know.
Yeah, I was telling Eric yesterday. You know, there's a bit of difference between the thumbs up emoji and the happy bee emoji. You know, there's the happy bee of genuine happiness, the happy bee of crushing despair, and pretty much the same for the thumbs up. And I think we know who was who.
I think we do too. Scat of the week not be able to be used just yet, but the CC lockdown is there. See if Dark Calculus can get out. Weaver's Wall being used in top side to catch out a Hoarder. Hoarder gonna have to burn his flash. Still gets the seismic shove. We have the fight going on bot side too, as Dr. Calculus gonna look to go down, but they need to reset on the items, or the at least reset on the abilities. If Fanui sets him down with his own kill. Hoarder did make it out on that top side play. And Pulse are going to take a turret here as it trades across the map.
Yeah, small bright side is that 5 Grubs is still a lot to work with, so I like that they're trying to overload and see if they can knock down all 5 plates there on that top turret. Should be able to do so on the next wave. But the only other thing, they lose that second dragon in the process of all this, and we do know now that it is an Ocean Soul that these teams are playing for. So it needs to be a response from Polestar so they don't give away the soul as easily as they did in game 1.
So Hoarder making it out of that play. That was like a 1v3. That's actually wild. Primal Surge is nutty.
Plus, Adam doesn't have an item yet, so went for the Merc Treads Rush, which you have to, so not much damage yet.
And that's what I want to talk about next, is those item completions, because Hub is far and above, I feel like, everybody else. I mean, he's already got his first item and a BF sword now as well. And he's stepping up to the play here in game number 2. I've really appreciated kind of the level up from game 1 to game 2, even if things looked a little bit dicey in that early game. They didn't give over kills, and that was the biggest difference from game number 1. And now he's really set up for success. I think second item for Xayah is going to be really huge.
That's right. The Infinity Edge is going to be a really big spike here for Hub, and something that I'm hoping that they're going to play for. Because again, they have some power now, power coming online soon, and a really good 5v5 because of Dr. Calculus's ultimate, which is back online, by the way. So I'm expecting to see them try and fight things out again sometime soon.
Adam.
Speaking of Adam,
I don't think he respected that Cougar's game
unless
as he dies to the evisceration of the claws. You got to put some respect on that Cougar.
Ooh, that's Lennon. That's bad.
Dude,
It's not
bruiser
good.
items are insane, man. Like,
They are. They are. But the bad part is, one, dying when you didn't need to take that fight, and Dr. Calculus wastes the ult as well.
Yep.
Feels bad. I think without that ultimate, obviously your 5v5 is a lot worse. I know it sounds insane.
Interesting.
Yeah, right?
Well, more so, it's usually the Titanic Hydra that comes out for, at least when we've seen
Oh.
Quacker go for it as well in some of the other
Yeah.
competitive builds, but the Redemption first. Going for more team play here for Dr. Calculus. See if it ends up paying out for him. Still has a lot of damage. You see, he doesn't even have a damage item, but he's already half health Darkwing. Now under turret, the double CC chain lands. Manui gonna get tanked down and taken out as the quickness can be rebuffed by Darkwing. So with an overextended play by Conviction that Polestar answered to.
Yeah, and on the other side, again, you're going to see Order just constantly split push because Polestar wants these death balls. They want to go for these grouped up plays so they can secure kills. But when you're willing to sacrifice this much in the process, you got to hope you come up big time when you make plays like that.
You indeed, as Hub feeling himself here against Chrome as he chases him out, lets him get the back off. But we'll end up getting mid lane prio because of it. And still about a 60 CS lead developed for Hoarder in the side lane, who honestly has been one of the brightest new spots in the NACL here in terms of top lane, not only with the way he plays the top lane meta, but also his mindset coming into the development and things along those lines. Been really refreshing to hear, and how he kind of approaches this with such great, I guess, enthusiasm is the word I look for.
Yeah. He's been really good, especially for a player who, considering what we've seen in the past when he's playing in Tier 3 on teams like Team Ambition, I didn't have the highest hopes for him. But since week 1, he's really been stepping up so far in the split on many different kinds of champions, and it's always refreshing to see. So it's one of those things where, hey man, love being wrong. So
he also might have just stolen my heart with the fact that he's going
the Nidalee build.
the shy Nidalee build.
He's in LPL nowhere. That's how you get to Mazel.
Apparently. So we do have our timers coming up. We have another dragon, and much akin to game number 1, another soul point on the table for Conviction. This time an Ocean Soul, as they are beating down the turrets here. Hoarder unanswerable in the side lane, as Conviction ahead of that dragon spawning are going to do the Rift Herald too.
Yeah, I mean, between the kill and all the CS Hoarder has been sitting on, he's able to hit that second item very quickly. It is that Thundered Sky, as you called out, that the Shy is working with here. So he has a big problem in terms of split pushing. No one on Polestar can 1v1 him. And
oh my god. That was insane.
No one on Polestar can 1v1 Hoarder. So he is going to be a real threat in the side lane. He could honestly just kind of split push to win, and as long as Polestar don't get too much out of the fights that they go for, it's fine.
Oh no, Bio reset that one. They might actually get vision on it. They still have the Grand Starfall from Kisno, but Kisno wants to go for the Dragon right now. But because of that reset and because of the vision they had on the Rift Herald, they know they can get a free soul point, which just gives them so much power of control on the Rift. Finally, Bio will take out that ward. So information already gained by Conviction.
Well, Polestar, you're officially on the clock. 5 minutes until that next dragon comes through, and if you don't find some kind of advantage or find a way to take that Drake, you're going to go down 0-2 in this series, because Ocean Soul is going to be a really difficult thing for you to deal with.
Will be very, very difficult. And Adam going to take down a side lane turret here. Speaking of next items, I know I was talking about Shojin. Should be Shojin into Hullbreaker here for Hoarder. To go really into that side lane pressure. And again, it's just about being annoying. Like, you are so untargetable. You can run away so easily. It's so difficult to tag you, and you have such all-in pressure with all these bruiser items. He is definitely going to be hard to handle. I think they're doing a good job of playing away from him. It's just going to be a matter of time if they can kind of survive.
It's going to be really tough, too, because this build that you're talking about, it's just a lot of health. Because Hub doesn't really have any access to percent health unless he goes something like Blade of the Ruined King. A lot of that pressure is going to be on Adam to finish the Leandries and try to chip away at this health bar that Hoarder is playing for.
Now Adam, maybe he's going to respect it this time.
Yeah, I hope so.
We'll play it a little bit more smoothly. First Herald got used. All he got was the outer tower in mid lane and sacrificed afterwards, so at least they got something out of it. The stun still comes through, but the buffer is there. Hoarder well-timed. Now the rest of Conviction coming down this way. They can catch out Dr. Calculus and Adam in transition. They do have some vision there that Pulse will realize is there. Take that one out. But let's look at map states here. We got 2 items coming up for majority members on either side beatdown. How do we feel about the state of team fights for both of them?
Conviction are up a good bit of gold, but a lot of that I'm imagining is on Hoarder. So I think Polestar still have a pretty good chance because Chrome, the Sivir, isn't really quite there. And oh, hold on.
Darkwings is completely caught. Gonna flash out there as it's trying to get away. The Scout of the Week not gonna hit through, but Tubbs can't get the lockdown onto him. As Grand Starfall is coming through, I'm really happy that Polestar pulled away when they did. Atacon gonna do a chunk on them as they leave. Some vision clear by Conviction and a counterplay there on bot side.
Yeah, those are some pretty big resources blown on both sides. It feels good to get the splash out of the Syndra, but you drop 3 ultimates to make that play happen, Mazel, and they don't get anything for it. And look at this, Hoarder's been pushing that wave, so now someone has to answer, which is gonna give that first, yeah, that was insane. It's gonna give that first touch on the Atacon here for Conviction because they're really not in a position to be challenged.
Man, I've just like, this is awesome for Conviction. I think it's always interesting when you have the chance to practice stuff like this on stage, and obviously it's remote, but on stage as in an official NACL game. And the fact that they were willing to kind of go for this, but more so give resources like this, or give such a game state focus like this to one of the newest faces in the scene in Hoarder, at least in the NACL level, and a guy that's definitely earned a lot of the respect needed here as we move forward.
And right now, you can see the game plan from Conviction is pretty simple. It's have Hoarder be annoying on side, like you mentioned. Play the split game, because no one can 1v1 him. He takes down towers so very quickly. And the more time Polestar use or waste trying to look for fights, trying to look for angles, the more Hoarder is going to take in terms of structures, soon to be inhibitors as well.
Now Bio going to be pressed out of his jungle a little bit. Did end up getting his Raptors spawn there. Have a little bit of time until this next dragon comes through as well. It will be Soul for Conviction, so Polestar definitely need to focus up and get in position. Maybe that position is right, standing over Manui's dead body. As the grand entrance gonna hit, but they wanted to dodge out of the Scout of the Week in that choke point. Here comes Adam, gonna get engaged on by Manui. Manui waiting to flash until the seismic shove came through. That was big brain right there. As Tubbs going for another quickness play. Gets the immediate taunt. The charm's coming through. Manui trying to fight his way out. Kizdo is just gonna try to escape here as well. The reset has come through for Bio. If Bio is being unleashed, he goes untargetable during the Scout of the Week. And Kizdo is now gonna bite the dust. The shutdown goes to Dark Calculus. And Polestar showing some teeth.
And the timing is really good. They can answer Hoarder in the side lane. They can take the Otacon and go for the Dragon right after. This is the exact angle.
Mid lane.
Oh, you're right.
We got a little catch out. Hub already gonna have to pop the goes for the play. Hub, my dude, goes for the play on the Chrome and will die for it, but that's massive.
That is pretty good. They go AD for AD. Now, though, I think the problem is going to be when you're securing this Drake. Kizno is going to be alive before the Dragon spawns. He still has the Grand Starfall to play for. This is going to be really touch and go for Pulse.
Adam chunked out by Hoarder there and Darkwings in the combo. They're still going to focus on the Atacon, but Adam's going low. Hoarder goes in, misses initially, and now it's a Cougar versus Dogfight as a big dredge line comes through from Manui, and Darkwings eliminates Dr. Calculus. Look at him. He's just untouchable, man. He's just unkillable. He's a Cougar, and you're running away from him. How many times do you have to be told you cannot turn your back to a vicious Cougar?
Again, look at Hoarder. He's level 16. He's at 3 items. He's so strong. So even though we're seeing these signs of life from Polestar, and it looked like it was a good fight, Hoarder makes it so that Conviction still get their Dragon Soul. And at the end of it, for all that work, Polestar are still at a severe disadvantage in gold, in buffs. And now, at Conviction, they have what they need.
They absolutely do. They're going to take a look back at that mid lane play. Hub actually getting the outplay here. The spell shield not used in time by Chrome, and the step up into the Blade Caller flash auto. Really good stuff.
Yeah, what's good? End up getting owned by Hoarder then. But
let's
it was
be
a nice
honest,
play.
Hoarder's coming for everybody in this match.
Yeah, nobody's safe.
Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if he starts doing damage to his own teammates. Like the dude is like flame horizoning Dr. Calculus. Dr. Calculus definitely caught up a little bit there for sure, but the guy is on a tear right now.
No, he is. It's been a really good game for him so far. And a bit of a different look. One that I really didn't expect going into the second game. But it is nice to see this bit of draft diversity for Conviction. Bodes well for them when we talk about playoffs. Because remember, they win this game, they're locked in.
Trying to see if they can get this fight over onto Hoarder.
Oh my
He's tanking
God.
up an entire team. He might finally go
Oh,
down.
they got
That's a
him.
big shutdown. He's not down just yet. Finally falls. It will go straight into Bio's pocket. So they do get a lot of gold there as well. And Kizno also fell. Everything going the way of Polestar in this mid lane right now. The team is strong together. The composition strong together. And they're able to single out a couple weak links.
Yeah, I really think it's just the Baron angle, like right now for Polestar. They need to take this because there is no Hoarder, there is no Kizno, and their Xayah is at 3 items, so they should be able to take this one pretty quickly.
Seismic shove, gonna connect. Darkwing's not expecting it. Is gonna get caught out here. Now knocked up, he stepped back up. Great entrance is not enough to take him down. Now Chrome is gonna be engaged on next. Bio trying to get another kill there onto Darkwings, but can't do it. Flash is burned. Baron can't be started now though, so they do delay that.
Yeah, time effectively wasted there by Conviction. I like the trap that Polestar went for. Honestly, with the game, where it's at and where it's going, I really would have liked them to just try and go for the Baron again. Being able to get that gold into your pocket, the ability to knock down a lot of outer towers still remaining, could have actually been enough for you to equalize gold going into the Elder Dragon that's only a few minutes away.
Interesting. The Serpent's Fang. I mean, I guess primarily for the Shen.
Yeah, exactly.
But still interesting. I still feel like Shojin's is so good for the fighting aspect of things for the Nidalee, but maybe going for a little bit more team fight aspect here. I like the cooking. He will go back to his place in side lane. Baron is still on the table for either side. Dragon Soul had been secured by Conviction. In about 3 minutes will be an Elder fight for Polestar that they have to be at. See what the prio is going to be looking like until that point. Ultis abound for both sides.
And we're seeing a ping top side. Either the play is on Hoarder or Dr. Calculus, or Hoarder is just signifying that he wants to push in this top wave. Right now, Polestar, even though they're down a good bit of gold, their team fight, it is still very strong, especially with Dr. Calculus about to hit rank 3 on the ultimate. The quest is just about Adam. Adam, you're scaring me. Whew.
Hey.
Whew.
You good? Good? Oh.
I'm okay.
I'm a little scared for Tubbs now, too. Seismic shove hits onto Manui. He's pretty tanky, but he's losing his health heavily. Primal Surge is going to get him back up. They do have the Ocean Soul as well. They'll be able to at least regen in this fight. The Redemption's going to be used by Dr. Calculus. Interesting little interaction there. As it's actually the Baron start by Conviction. They say, let's just go for it.
I ain't sure. Oh, whoa.
Oh, the flash for Doctor. I think he missed it, but he gets in the end into the fight, and now here comes Adam to separate the sides of Conviction. Tubbs not going to go down. Manui is left out to his own devices here as starting to fall. Oh, Conviction with that flank by Kizno with the grand starfall. He's going to flash over the wall. Chrome stepping up in as well, and Adam will fall in the end to the vicious cougar claws of Hoarder as they're going straight for the throat. They're going straight for the base. And Hoarder TPs into top lane to make it so.
It really looked like Polestar had it there for a second, but Conviction are just too strong. They're just too good. And just like that, Lennon, in 2 sub-30-minute games, Conviction will take down Polestar, and they will lock their spot in NACL playoffs.
I love to see it from Conviction as trying to get a 2-0 was on the papers here today for them. They do so in a very fun fashion with the Nidalee for Hoarder. And that makes teams coming up against Conviction in the future a little bit more wary of what they're going to have to deal with, as they will rise to 5-2 on the season with a 2-0 victory over Polestar.
Yeah, I will say, looking forward there for Conviction is a good win, but maybe some minor concerns with some of these, unnecessary fights, these moments of getting caught out, but these are things to review. These are things to work on at the end of the day. It is a much-needed win, and with that secured, their next match, if I'm remembering correctly, is against CCG, and that actually gives them the opportunity to take 4th place away from them.
Should be LG first, then CCG.
It should be LG first.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
so
they
first
will
you have
still
to run into a
tough,
wall.
Tough parts.
And then you can take 4th place,
But
maybe.
honestly, isn't that
CCG.
just setting us up for perfection in a tiebreaker right there? Like, if they lose to LG, then it's going to be absolutely wild.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It's going to be absolutely wild. But also, they keep their streak of 2-0s. I mean, not streak, I guess. They've only had one series go the distance against Blue Otter, it was. But besides that, it's all been 2-0s in positive and negative. But Conviction will put themselves solidly, for now, in 4th place with that one. After this break, we will get an interview, so we'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone, to NACL as we round out our first best of 3 of the day. A convincing 2-0 Conviction victory over Polestar. And with an Italy top straight out of my heart for the LPL and straight out of Hoarder, doing some good research in top lane matchups. And that's something teams are going to have to definitely be worrisome of moving forward. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a way to go. It's just the same on paper as we wrote it up, I guess.
Yeah, really not much else to say. I will give some credit over to Polestar. I think we saw a lot more better looks, a lot more good looks than we have in series past, and that kind of constant growth is going to be really important for them. Because now they go to 07. We haven't checked the numbers, but can pretty confidently say that they will be below our red line and having to requalify for Split 2, even though they still have remaining matches. So with that in mind, It's just going to be about growth so that they can defeat the qualifier teams that are going to try and take their spot in the NACL.
Yeah, and you always have to keep a mind on that as well. And now that we get done with this series, the fact of the matter is that there's 2 series left for these teams. And specifically, you know, for Polestar, it's just trying to figure out what works. I don't think there's any getting out of the promo. Mathematically, it's still possible to tie up and see what the tiebreakers lead into. But you got to start thinking ahead of what you're going to be doing for that promo relegation, what's going to work for you guys. I do like that they went for a more aggressive look in this game, number 2. Did not work out for them, though. And on the other side, for Conviction, start prepping up for these next 2 matches. Is this going to be a confidence moment where you can take these successive 3 wins into a banger week 7 where you have to play 2 games or 2 series in 1 week against LG and CCG?
I mean, those are really tough matchups, so we're gonna have to see how that ends up panning out. But again, we got to give props to Conviction for the good performances we've seen from them all split long. And you mentioned it, we're going to be interviewing Kisno soon, just to get some insight into what's been going on over on that camp, especially this late in the split. I
think he's been somebody that everybody's had their eyes on as well in terms of his growth and especially the way he kind of just leads the charge for Conviction in a lot of ways. I mean, you might get the spotlight over to Chrome, Dark Wings, even Hoarder occasionally, but the engine wouldn't run without Manui and Kisdo, and we know them being kind of the leaders in the team and kind of how the direction looks for the team. So it's nice to see kind of that amount of pressure, that kind of stress put on these shoulders, and still see them come out successful.
Yeah, it's been a really good look so far, and I'm excited because now I think I miscalled it because they aren't at 6 wins quite yet, but I've been saying these last couple weeks that it's not a matter of if Conviction is it okay. Well, I mean,
at least top 6. I'm not super sure. It's getting really close, but we'll see.
We'll do the math after. It's just a matter of what seed they end up getting in. So it is nice to see that they're still able to pick up these wins, and I'm interested to see what they'll look like come playoffs.
Exactly that. I do believe we have our interview ready to go, and we'll go ahead and bring him over as well. A guy that I know that we've been really looking forward to talk to. Kisno, my man, coming off of a dominant 2-0. Hello. You have a cute animal in the background too. Okay, I'm gonna go with the distraction first. Welcome, Kisno. What's the name of the dog?
Tan. It's like a Korean name.
I love it. Okay, that's awesome. Anyways, I'm going to get to the real questions. 2-0, you're going into a final week of play next week where you have to play 2 series, and you're facing off against some big names. If you don't know, it is going to be LG and CCG, but a lot of stakes on the spots in playoffs. Is that weighing on your mind at all? Are you guys getting prepped for that? Is there anything you want to say going into those matchups as well?
No, I think we're just trying to get back into it. We didn't really have any scrim practice this week for a match. Because we were...
Porter did that with no scrim.
Yeah. We were all kind of busy, so we couldn't scrim that much. So we're just hoping to bring it all back for next week and prepare.
Do you guys think you'll be able to get practice going into next week?
Yeah. We're trying to figure out everyone's schedule right now and actually get some scrim practice.
All right, my next question was gonna be about, you guys looked a little shaky, but I guess we can kind of forgive it if you guys haven't been able to practice much. But then what I want to ask you is that you guys, this is week 6. You guys have played a lot of matches so far this split. I'm really curious. We talked a few weeks ago about what your experience is like with Conviction. Can you expand on that a little bit more for the audience now? Like, what's it been like, especially this late in the split, playing with these guys?
I think it's been pretty good. When I first joined our team, I didn't really have that high expectations. But later on in the split, it seemed like everyone was actually improving a lot, and we worked in our team play. So yeah, I mean, it's far beyond my expectation, or like my expectations of the team. Like, I'm actually really proud of how we're performing right now.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, then I want to look a little bit more introspectively then into you. I know maybe the expectations going into this play for the team itself wasn't very high, but for you, do you feel like you've reached some of the expectations you set for yourself at the beginning of the split? Is there something specific that you've really worked on that you feel proud of in yourself?
I think this split, I've been working more towards macro, because I feel like before, like, I didn't I mean, I said that I was always working on macro, but like I think I'm like actually slowly starting to figure it out now. So yeah, I'm happy about that.
I wanted to ask too. I'm kind of curious about team dynamics for this team. Who's kind of taking that leadership role? I imagine you know, as a jungler, do a lot of that, but I also want to know like who else is contributing to these comms.
Okay, I think Darkwing's answered this question last week, and he got some backlash from our teammates. So
Wait, why?
because they thought, like, my teammates thought he was just rage baiting because he said like the main shot callers were like me, Minui, and him, and then everyone else was like, "What the hell?" Like,
He's just lying.
you guys don't talk at all. What do you mean?
Wow.
Oh man.
So then,
all
bro,
right.
set the record straight. What's
Yeah,
the
set
truth,
it
kids
straight.
know?
The truth is like we all shot call. You know, it's a
Okay. Team effort.
game. Yeah, team effort. You know, we all have our own inputs, and then we just decide as a whole like on what we should do.
All right, then I'm just gonna ask a quick personal question here. Is Hoarder shot calling on the Nidalee? Like, what went into the Nidalee pick? Is he cooking? Is he watching the Shy? Is that where it's coming? Like, what is going on?
Okay, I think last time when we were facing Blue Otter, they picked Shen, and at the time, I don't think our team really knew how to face against it. Like, we were always like pressured about the Shen ult, so we didn't really make plays. So coming into this game, we were like, okay, we shouldn't be too scared of the Shen ult. We should at least try to blow it. And if it does go through, then like our top is gonna have such a huge advantage. So yeah, I mean, I think we figured out how to play against it.
Okay. Sorry, I just want to ask one more question. I appreciate you going through that a little bit. Give some shout outs here. Anybody you want to talk about?
Shout out my team. You know, they always like try to make the best of what we can do, even if we can't all make it to scrims or have any practice. And shout out Friends as well. And shout out Shimmer to the Shimmy crew.
The Shimmer crew. Appreciate you, kids.
Okay.
Though I'm sure we'll get to talk to you more often in the future. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alrighty, we're gonna take it back from you, and we're gonna go ahead and delve out our MVP as well. And I do believe it's one of those shot calls because it's all of them.
Yeah,
all speaking.
exactly.
It's gonna be Darkwings taking the MVP after that one. And a pretty dominant performance from mid lane. Again, we talked a lot about it in the first game as well. Has been a more consistent piece to the team, but also the fact that he was willing to go for the Syndra into this matchup and put pressure on the 1v1 was really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it comes from that experience. He's got a really nice champion pool. And yeah, the Syndra is an especially nice pick because Talia's so popular, yet we don't see this response come through very often. So I like that willingness to play that answer and make this Talia's life hell, especially with Pantheon in the jungle. Again, very interactive. I'm sure Adam had a great time.
We literally got it. It's like tried and true, perfect setup in that mid lane with that Grand Starfall into the Scat of the Week combo. Like, that was picture perfect.
Yeah, no, it was pretty good. So shout out to Darkwings. He had a great performance. Both games, of course, but especially looking nice on the Syndra.
Still can't get over it. It is a good answer into the Shen, and maybe we'll see it more often because Shen is still nuts. Still maybe looking back to it, but Conviction taking that 2-0 over Polestar as expected. Now we move into our second series of the day with one that maybe does have some expectations flipped on their heads here as we're getting into Near Airport versus Blue Otter. I think there's two very different stories going to battle here. When you look at the different setups, it's Blue Otter needing every win they can get to stave themselves away from that promo relegation. And now is the time to do it against Near Airport, who are switching out their bot lane. Big stories on both sides, and I think the big switch is important to highlight as Sushi will be subbing in for Double Lift, and Kelpo will be subbing in for Biofrost, as both of the original players did have prior obligations and sponsorships to attend to. So the time is nigh, Blue Otter! It's time! As Levitate Rovex been a huge part to the team. And I think it's going to be really important for, on the side of Near Airport, the other three members to really pick up the slack.
Yeah, and it's going to be really important, too, for Near Airport are still a top team. You look at the rest of the board here, and there's still some great talent. I think Pobelter has been great. TF Blade has been great for this team. And Doublelift did mention in the video that he posted on the subject that Sushi and Kelpo, they've also been scrimming with the team. So there's that bit of experience playing
Sushi
together.
said they went 5-0 in their scrims.
Exactly. And
Crazy.
Sushi is a player, I think that if you've been really following the scene, especially in Tier 3, he is a name that you would know. He's been on a couple teams. Has shown actually a lot of potential. So I really appreciate that some of these younger players are being given a shot in this situation. I mean, Kelpo, he's straight out of solo queue, man.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit as so for Sushi, but a little bit more stepped foot into Tier 3 as well. But having just started OQs last year, at the end of last year as well.
Yeah.
But I know going through that interview I'm just going to say cute. I don't know. It was really nice to see Doublelift take a little bit more of a mentorship role. Kind of like let these guys have a moment to speak and give themselves an opportunity to show themselves off, but also knowing that, you know, they need a little bit of guidance in that way. And even saying in that interview that he's been looking to kind of take somebody under his wing a little bit and try to get that knowledge onto the next generation, which I still think is really cool. And you got to strike when the iron is hot. I'm a firm believer of that. And these two are going to have to do so here this week as a little bit of a stop off with Near Airport. On the other side, though, Blue Otter, it is dire straight beatdown. It is absolutely dire. This team that stole so many hearts last year is faltering. They're still on that cusp. They're in that 2-win pack. But the problem is they had to face against Near Airport. They still have to face against Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And then they finish the season against AMI, which is a little bit easier finish, but they need every win they can get.
Yeah, it's tough because while we're pretty confident that Polestar is going to be one of the teams for sure who's going to have to re-qualify from the promotion tournament, that second spot, there are a lot of teams that it could end up being. Supernova, depending on how these next 2 weeks go. Blue Water are also one of these teams alongside Winthrop. So it's hard to imagine that they'll be able to take down one of the big three here in Near Airport, but I mean, we kind of set it up. We have two new players subbing in for Doublelift and Biofrost, and this is kind of that moment here for Blue Water. While the expectation is that they get the win over AMI that allows them to keep their spot, if they're able to get this win here, Lennon, that would be great.
It would be really cool. Speaking of strike when the iron is hot, like it's hot right now because they're swapping out their primary conditions in bot side.
Yep.
Rovex, definitely a little bit more of that veterancy coming in, but even so, still coming into NACL, a little bit of a newer phase. Is going to be kind of the captain of the ship in that bot side. Him and Levitate have had some really good combinations, but you can see here, very engage-centric for him, even though we do know him to play some kind of wacky picks.
He definitely does. And it's going to be an interesting matchup here. I mean, if we talk about our predictions, it's going to be a lot like Series 1, I'm pretty sure, if we're looking at the casting crew. And yeah, wow, there you go. Even with this change, there is still a lot of excellent talent on the side of Near Airport. And of course, Sushi is actually a good player. So you got to imagine he's going to fit this team pretty nicely.
Also really likes to play heavy-centric 2v2 fights. Very aggressive.
Also Vayne.
The memory, as you're saying, the memory that Doublelift had of Sushi, because it feels like it was a situation where, yes, they knew of these players, but they kind of just went through solo queue. We're looking for players they really wanted to give a little bit of a leg up to. And he was like, I remember we placed like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and you played Vayne against my Jin. I overstepped once, and you killed me over and over again. It's about that killer instinct. And apparently Sushi's got it. We'll see if he can do it on the big stage here in NACL, as NA are going to be on that blue side, banning away the Samikin Zoe, as is tradition. It will also be the Soraka ban towards Kelpo, who said in his interview, I will at least play Soraka once every best of 3 that I get. Unfortunately, not in game 1.
Yeah, Finn Uncle Phil will simply not allow it. He just wants to deny the comfort picks, and it makes sense, especially when you're looking at a player whose main experience is in solo queue. No 5s, no competitive experience to be spoken of for Kelpo, so removing that comfort in legitimate strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw in the last series.
Yeah.
It worked out beautifully for Conviction. So the Jax is going to be the van towards TF Blade. Also the Rise coming through here towards Pobelters from the mid lane setup. Also maybe. It is the Aurora and the Gwyn banned by Near Airport. So we'll get into first picks. I still think there's a ton on the map here and a ton available to them. We'll see which one it's going to be. And Spica says, I will be the one to carry. Nefiri picked up.
Yeah, he takes it anytime it's up. so it makes a lot of sense to see that one come through. But the instant response there from the other side of Blue Water tells me there is that little bit of expectation. They want to go farmer for farmer, and you do also get that bit of range and scaling there with the Corki.
Do indeed. A couple answers going to need to come through for near airport as well. See if they go for something a little bit more comfort or if they try to lean on the meta. Again, these guys are no slouches. Some of the very best in a solo queue. So see what they can do, what damage they can do here in NACL at least. It will be the Varus locked in for Sushi. So a lot of variability in terms of the poke versus lethal tempo. And we'll see which one he wants.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if it is going to be the Azir for Pobelter. I think we can kind of all agree that he's the best performing player on the team so far.
Absolutely.
And he has had some incredible moments on the Azir. So whether a Corki goes mid or it's something else played in the mid lane and Corki goes bot, you got to imagine Pobelter's going to be really comfortable and looking to be a big playmaker.
Yeah, and he's going to need to be. I still think, even though we talked about the bot lane, I think it's really important. There's like an undercurrent here that mid lane, he's incredibly important. Samikin did have a come up in their last series, but he has been on a little bit of a downtrend. And the fact you're going against the kind of best performing member on side of near airport, you gotta be able to step up there. So a good matchup can do a lot. The Mbessa is going to be locked in right now, though, for Quacker on the top side for Blue Water. And into the second phase of bans we go.
Yeah, and I'm glad you bring that up because we talked about this before going live with this matchup, that this is even though this is an opportunity for Blue Water to get a much needed win because of the substitutions, at the end of the day, especially when you're looking at farm jungler versus farm jungler, the laners on Blue Water, they need to step it up if they want to be able to get some advantage they can turn into a win. Yeah, I am looking at Samikin especially, who I think has faltered a little bit considering our expectations. Quacker less so, but I think there's just I think everyone on Blue Water really needs to step up if they want to get this win against this team today.
Yeah, exactly. And I giggled because of the Warwick fan. Towards TF Play. You love to see the double dog duo, man. That's what I want to see. Come on.
Oh,
then
true.
Uncle Phil, can't believe you didn't let me do that. It is going to be full ADC focus, though, on the other side of things for near airport, taking away some of the safer but also all-in options in the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa. The MF was still open. I'm not a big fan of the MF, I'm not going to lie. But we'll see if it's going to be the lock-in here, because it does pair up well with Lilia.
Yeah, that's really the angle there. I really like the sleep into bullet time combo. And I'm wondering if it's going to be an engage angle there for Rovex. I really think it should be, because the Mbessa right now is the only dive champion, but you need someone to create space. You need someone to make moves. I'm imagining they're going to be looking at Alistar, especially with the Nautilus being taken there by Kelpo. Leona is fine too, just whatever tanky champion that can CC, create space for your carries, and that can dive in with the Mbessa.
Any kind of lockdown, any kind of follow through, anything to set up the MF as well. The Leona will be that. That's a lot of CC being able to be chained on to speak up potentially here. But let's talk about the setup. I mean, Jace going in for TF Blade. That has been a premier pick if it's let through. Yeah. And they're going to have a lot of potency between their solo lanes here for near airport.
They're going to have a lot of range and poke too. And to Blue Water's credit, they'll have some as well with Corki, with Lilia as well, because Giza can fish with that Swirl Seed to get some damage down, to get some poke down. But right now, just kind of looking at what we've gotten so far, I think near airport, they have a lot of early game power that I'm kind of wondering to see if Blue Water can weather that storm so they can get to the late game.
Well, we're getting into game one of our second best of three of the day. Blue Water, if it's not today, it's never against near airport. It is the swap out of the bot lane that maybe Blue Water can take advantage of. Near airport looking to lock themselves in that 6-win category in NACL, joining the likes of Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, and Luminosity Gaming already in the playoffs. We'll see if they can do so today. I love the opportunity, and we have big eyes on Sushi and Kelpo coming in for Double Lift and Biofrost.
Yeah, we certainly do. Sushi, player who's had a little bit of experience now in the Tier 3 scene, and Kelpo straight from solo queue. Again, they have practiced with the team a little bit. Sushi, of course, bragging about their 5-0 scrim day. You got to imagine there is that bit of synergy going through here. And Blue Water, team who really needs any win that they can get. They have mostly nothing but hard matches throughout the rest of the split, which is this week and next week. So anything that they can squeeze out, even a game win, if it's not a series win, it would help them in the case of tiebreaker scenarios.
Absolutely would. See how that all pans out early on, as we do get the opposite side starts for both junglers. Will be spotted out going over there, though. Spica will be by Music's ward. And I think maybe we put a lot of focus on bot lane, put a lot of focus on mid lane, but the fact that Spica kind of dropped the gauntlet in this one, and Music answered with this Lilia that has been so powerful, you'll love to see it. And Music has been performing a lot better for Blue Water in recent weeks.
Yeah, and I'm really curious too, because I think Music in general has been a really key part of Blue Water's success, both last split and this split. He's been a kind of centerpiece for the team, especially when it comes to the early game. But he plays these scaling champions really well too. So this game, especially because Music and Spica are looking to farm again, the laners of Blue Water, I'm looking at them to step up. At the very least, to try and go even, just so that they can play for this late game that I think their comp really likes.
So far, getting a little bit of prio in mid and bot for the side of Blue Water. Definitely not in top side. TF Blade's going to have the advantage there so far early. Definitely going to get better as time goes on for Quacker. Like just full clear potentials for both sides. But does this mean that we potentially get aggressive trades to set up this top lane gank for near airport and for Spica, and kind of the opposite for the bot lane?
Really, what it is for me is about whether or not we're going to see an attempted swap coming through here. Because, I mean, both Lilia and Naafiri, they take grubs really quickly and really effectively. But, you know, with TF Blade having this advantage that we see topside, unless there's a swap, I don't see a world where Blue Water are going to be able to actually contest for it. So my eyes are on Levitate and Rovex, how they're going to be able to respond to this debuting bot lane in Sushi and Kelpo. Can they create a situation to swap?
When that timer comes up, we've actually seen less swaps as of late in NACL for sure. Been a little bit in LPL, it's still getting a lot more.
Yeah.
But it's been interesting to see which teams kind of prefer that setup, even in the last series.
Yeah.
Where we were seeing Conviction kind of trend towards the Dragon early prio to get the timer setting there. Spica gonna potentially go for the dive. Will be spotted out if he does want to go for it. Could also just look for the back Quacker, taking early preemptive trades here to back TF Blade off. Nothing else gonna come of it. Spica gonna path over to see if maybe he can catch somebody going. Samikin will not catch him going over. I think Music will be in time though. Spica's gonna have to stop his back. Not gonna do it. And that little quarter, oh, that's cheeky. Able to get away because he couldn't see him. Had the vision on him, makes it on his back, but it will be this super clear for Music.
That's right. So Spica is gonna come back with that pickaxe. So he's going to have that little bit of AD to play with. But you got to imagine it is just going to be both junglers doing that bit of early clearing so far. And otherwise, I mean, things are going to be kind of slow in this early game.
Straight at the lane and bot lane.
Spica, I mean, if Kelpo can go for a flash charge line, maybe, but he's going to decide against it.
Dragon going to be coming up here in about 20 seconds. Grubs in about a minute and 20 here as well. And I do like the lean that we're seeing in this mid lane, kind of going back to this conversation between Pobelter and Samikin. I think Samikin, I guess at this point I would say was the face of Blue Water last year. He's a very communicative guy. He obviously is posting on socials a lot, but he's also got a really good mindset into development. And I know facing off against Pobelter definitely means a lot to him in a lot of ways, but it's also been a situation where he's been meaning a lot more to Blue Water in when he's not performing. You see just a kind of void on the team, and when he is performing, they smash games.
Yeah, and I mean, on top of what Samikin had told me in previous weeks about the team kind of trying to rebuild how they play the game, and this is also a team where they're doing a bit of juggling, Lizelle. You got 3 players who are in college. I believe it's Rovex who's also working full-time on top of playing here in this league. We know Music plays in CLOL as well. So there is that element of being stretched too while trying to compete in this league.
As we do look at it, Music going to take the setup on the Dragon. Might be able to get up to the top side to contest the final grub, but it looks like it's just going to be the trade of the first 3 grubs with the swap from the bot lane of near airport towards top.
Yeah, so it is going to end up being the lane swap, it looks like, but it is going to be Dragon for Grubs, as you say. So being able to get started on that Dragon Soul, I think is a fine opening here for the side of Blue Otter. And because of how late Quacker ended up backing, it's fine too that you don't actually go for this objective. The quest is just going to be, can Blue Otter get a setup for the next spawn of Grubs? You don't want to give away that Grubageddon, especially when you have really strong side laners like Jason your game.
Oh, little scoop and boop on a Rovex now as well. Kelpo not able to get the engage there. Spica goes for the Darkened Daggers. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. Music will not be able to hit. Level 6s are available. Dredgeline flashed out of by Music. And Near Airport using some of their strength from this swap. And honestly feels like they haven't skipped a beat.
No, really nice catch there from Pobelter to get some flashes out. Now Kelpo. Uh-oh.
Oh,
he got him.
Sammy can lock down first blood for the big POB.
What is that angle for the body? But that's brutal.
Face plant, bro.
Yeah, Sammy can not respecting Kelpo on the Nautilus, doesn't flash the Dredge line. I think that's the mistake here. Because, I mean, you saw it happening. Yeah. And faceplant.
That's an airplane for you.
Yeah.
And a dog. Combined.
dog.
You should never let a dog drive an airplane. That's what I guess we're learning today.
But what about dog planes?
Dog planes. A plane just for dogs?
Yes.
Sounds like a wonderful world. Beatdown. Sounds like a win.
And we don't live in it, I fear.
Now we are going to be getting to these setups now that we still have the lane swap in effect for both sides. As Levitate does have his level 6, Sushi going to be very close to his. The lockdown that can come out of Near Airport.
Yeah.
New and improved bot lane is there. I'm talking about it. Here you go. Levitate disrespecting a little bit of the angle, and Sushi can't get him, but Kelpo can. As the new duo comes in, Sushi's going to have to burn his flash. Now Music trying to go for him. Is not going to hit that swirl seed, but they turn on to Kelpo. Kelpo going to flash. He has the Spider-Man fling if he can get out of there. Piercing arrow coming back. Now Spica's here to fight as well. Blue Otter maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew, literally, as the hot dog has come in. Music trying to fight his way through here. That's going to be a flash for Spica as he goes to sleep. The big POV is back. It's the recurring nightmare of Blue Otter, and Sushi stays alive.
How about the new player to the team? He's living with 40 HP and he is dodging everything. Spica, yeah,
all right.
We're gonna have to talk about that one later. That's a VOD review angle. That was, I mean, at least now Blue Otter probably happy that they get something back out of that 2 kills for their misfortune. But really, it's a good recognition here to of that level 6 timer that you highlighted, Giselle. So it was really easy to take Levitate out of the picture. The problem just kind of ended up being that Near Airport kited really well. Again, Sushi playing the range really nicely, dodging the swirl seats. That was the really crucial part, and he's still able to put down damage while his team shows up.
And it's just a pincer from Pobelter. He's on a dare already, man. We're like 7 minutes in the game, 8 minutes in the game. Like, it's actually wild how much impact he's had out of this mid lane on this Azir, keeping Cryo there and moving over. I think production said he had like 20 HP, which is absolutely insane. Unfortunately, though, as we come out of this very slow-mo replay to buy even more time, we do have a pause. So we will be getting back to that here rather shortly, but I don't even know. Okay, it looks like we're actually going back to game here as well. The unfortunate part is the fact that Levitate just gets 2 kills back on the misfortune, and
really
that
didn't need to happen.
That Bloodthirster is going to come back so quickly, or going to come through so quickly, that now even that lead that Sushi had is going to be difficult to manage.
Yeah, so again, it really didn't need to happen, biting off more than they can chew, particularly Spica. So it does mean that at least this misfortune is kind of in the game, able to keep pace with Sushi. And yeah, we'll have that BT relatively fast, as you said. And looking across the board, not any real advantages elsewhere. You have like a small CS lead for TF Blade, a small CS lead for Levitate. But otherwise, the only real noticeable lead there is for Pobelter in the mid lane. 2 kills, already making some big plays on the Azir, and it's only going to keep happening.
Try to play a little bit aggressive here as they've moved Sushi to mid lane now. Dragon number 2 could be coming up on the table for Blue Otter if they do want to go ahead and grab that one as the next spawn of Grubs have popped up near airport, already in position here as Blue Auto redeploying out towards this side. Ultimate's back up for nearly everybody, except for Rovex, who needs to hit level 6, and there he goes.
And it doesn't get easier.
Too
So
late,
has
though,
access
I
to that ultimate. Maybe. There's still 2 grubs left. I mean, they can get in there.
They just go straight in on the Kelpo. They want to try to catch Sushi. He will dodge out of the solar flare. Now double piercing arrow back. Pobelter getting a little low. That will be the smite from Music to get the 1 grub. There's that TP you're talking about. TFLA coming on the flank. Going with the hammer smash. And Pobelter looking for the big combo, but right into the bullet time. They all have to spread. Levitate separating the entire team as Samikin looking for Pobelter. Looking for the revenge. 1 more auto. Spica's trying to save him. The dodge out. Pobelter. It will fall. The shutdown goes to Samikin. And now Quacker's in the fight. Quacker's looking for his own stake in this game, but Spica will turn him into a nice juicy steak as he bites down, and Spica gets his first kill of the game.
And Blue Otter are ripped to shreds. I mean, the teleport from Quacker, it just took too long. So that numbers advantage, it gave near airport for those 5 grubs. It gave them several kills in the process. And look at that. TF Blade is going to make good use of them and collect several plates to top it all off. Yeah, teleport's coming through now, but the damage is done, and this gold lead goes up that much further.
About 2,000 gold now developed by Near Airport as we crest over to our first items of the game. I'm going to expect that TFLA can get his on the way back, though, but it will be the, obviously, on-hit variation for Sushi, but the Blade of the Rune King is a big first item spike for him.
Yeah.
We also have that Leandries for Pobelter. First item's going to be a little bit lagging behind for Blue Otter, but they're close.
Right, and it's really kind of the difference of that fight that we just saw here. Yeah, it looks like Music should be able to spend and get his second, or rather his first item coming through, excuse me. But there's no angle for Blue Otter to actually collect another dragon like they did earlier on, because look at River. It's a lot of blue wards. Those recalls give Near Airport the perfect opportunity to just go ahead and secure that objective for themselves and now get some dragon stacking of their own.
Indeed, and that delays the would have been a little bit early stacking objective for Blue Otter. A little bit unfortunate there, but I gotta say it's been really nice to see how consistent Kelpo and Sushi have been in this one. I mean, now speaking of, they're gonna get caught a little bit, but using all of that aggression to redirect it right back at Blue Otter. And they've been a very nice piece to this kind of edition of Near Airport. I know it's only a 1 stop, but feels like, again, the team hasn't skipped a beat.
And it's really cool, too, to see, again, that opportunity where you could have given this to a lot of players, Lennon. But the fact that they ended up going to players like Sushi and Kelpo with little to no experience in comp, and neither of them have experience in NACL. Is a really cool thing. Get some eyes on these younger players who are performing very admirably at the moment, and it would be great too, because this could turn into future opportunities for them, especially if they keep playing like this.
Definitely taking a massive trade on a Samikin.
Goodbye, Samikin. It's been a pleasure.
Now Spica coming over, gonna unleash the hounds, and Samikin will fall. Spica gets the kill, and the turret's also gonna fall. So that lead that we were talking about that was floating around 2,000, about to burst wide open like a dam.
Yeah, you know, all I think about when I watch Neferi ult onto a target like that is, you ever play COD Zombies?
Yes.
Remember the dog rounds when that voice will always say, "Fetch me their souls"? Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's what plays in your head every time.
Yeah, fetch me their souls.
Man, I just realized what if NA played Porky and that Warwick? Like, they'd be the triple dog comp.
Yeah, oh my god.
Can we put more dogs in here? Are there any other dog skins of champions that would actually go in bot lane?
Dog skins? I have no idea. I'm like drawing a blank.
Well, we'll research that. That'll be...
Nasus!
That can't go in bot lane.
Yeah, it's Nasus support. What if they play Callista?
All right, we'll cook on this. We'll get our scientists right on it, I promise.
Yeah.
Near Airport, because we have scientists here.
We'll get the lab going.
The lab is on way. It is just a little bit of a stalemate on the map, though, as we see Pobelter trying to keep that side lane pressure as best as possible. He will be hard to deal with in that side lane. Levitate getting caught a little bit. The CC chain from hell, and Levitate is dragged right down to it as Near Airport capitalize on the mid lane. Dude.
Man, I mean, so far, you take these nameplates off, I feel like this is just Near Airport. From any given week, they are dismantling Blue Otter brick by brick. and it feels like they just sacrifice nothing as well. Look at this big wave TF Blade is going to collect after showing up to contribute to that play in the mid lane. And look, they're not done.
The flash coming out from Samikin, but he will still be able to follow you as Spica goes on a killing spree. Now Music's in a lot of trouble. Didn't actually get the powder there on the Spica. The public execution coming down, and TF Blade has gotten here with the TP now. Will back Quacker off. Music might look for him. There's a kill there. Pobelter in the end. As the setup is there, and that's going to be a big pick because now Blue Otter can continue to kind of push forward. As Spica might be caught out now as well. They're going to try to make it rain and maybe throw down the bullet time when the slow comes down. Nothing is going to hit, though. TF Blade coming around the corner, going to miss the shot cloud. My God. As we finally get something to hit, it's the Dreadfly. Kelpo, though, maybe wishing it was a two-way ticket instead of a one-way one, as TF Blade now fighting through with the help of Sushi.
He's clicking.
It's TF Blade's edition plus Sushi making a wonderful remix of Near Airport. And here we go. Levitate is going to get locked out. Going to flash out of the piercing arrow there now, too. Quacker getting into the fight himself, going to take down TF Blade. And now Sushi ran down by Blue Otter. This is insane. It's literally 19 kills in 17 minutes and chaos on the Rift.
We got a little too excited there on Near Airport. You give away a really big shutdown, and you give a kill over to the Corki, which is something you really don't want to do. Near Airport still ahead, still in a really strong position, and they still have the space to secure this Rift Herald, but it is kind of tough because now Samikin is in the area. He's kind of strong, but Pobelter.
A little bit of trouble now. Gonna use the dash with the shifting sands, but he didn't get over the wall, so now he might end up having to get away. He has the Emperor's Divide coming up, but it's not soon enough, and they will get the kill over to Samikin of all people, which is great to hear for him, as he'll be getting closer and closer to his second item. A dragon is coming up for both sides. In about 20 seconds would be second dragon for both of them. Ooh, Kelpo missed. Chain Disruption used, so they're going to lock down Rovex. Sushi using this on-hit Varus, but Kelpo just getting slowly and surely taken down by Quacker, who goes on a killing spree now. And onto the bot lane they go. They want to punish TF Blade too. Not even stopping over for the Dragon just yet, as the turret might just go down. The stop from Samikin, huge.
Wow.
As TF Blade now trying to find the angle to get back to safety, get back to home. It's right there, the light in the cabin as he's trying to get there. Maybe the cabin isn't safe. It's the slow, the burn, it's enough. And he goes down right at home as in mid lane, Sushi and Spica are between these turrets, or in this turret, as they take down Rovex. They're gonna charge into the mid lane as they get a lot of damage done. That'll be a second turret completed and more gold to extenuate this NA lead.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is a nice response from NA. Even though Blue Otter make this commitment, they do get a lot of kills in the. They do get a kill in the process and a turret. NA get 2 turrets and a kill, so they secure a lot more gold, and they come out on top in the end. The only real saving grace is that Blue Otter do get their second Drake, but they are still in that bit of a deficit right now.
They are indeed. And they'll continue to have to work through that, as they will secure the second dragon for themselves. It's pretty nice. Gives you a little bit more strategic implementation in the next set of series.
I gotta know, what
literally doesn't have a health bar. 2 health on the bottom health for the turret. 2 HP. We'll see.
Even our director can't believe it.
TF Blade's gonna go take a picture now of the turret, because it's about to fall down. As unfortunately for them, the 2 health is not going to be enough. Yeah. Bye-bye, turret. You were strong when we knew you. It's gone.
They go so fast, Millennium.
They go so fast, man. It's always the good ones.
Yeah, it really is. AKA Near Airport, the good ones, who are still a few thousand gold ahead of Blue Otter. Blue Otter, they're halfway to a Dragon Soul. They still have scaling elements and ways to sort of play this game out. You still have a Lilia, who's going to be really strong at 2 items. 2 items and onward is great for Samikin. You just have to avoid a lot of the playmaking tools Near Airport are working with. And the easiest examples are Kelpo and Pobelter. This Nautilus, really easy ways to get into these fights. This Azir, Pobelter's been so good at playmaking all split long on this champion. So these are 2 really big players that you have to be wary of for Blue Otter. And if you can avoid them, you can win fights.
Yeah. And it's all about keeping that kind of perspective. Also, the perspective on the split. Near Airport trying to join the trio that they've been a part of all split long with Luminosity Gaming, Dark Zero, Dragonsteel locked for playoffs. And trying to see where they can end up here for themselves over Blue Otter, who are desperately looking for wins. Trying to strike when the iron is hot on a swap out of the bot lane for Near Airport as we get ready for the Atacon. Okay, well, Spica just got shut down by Samikin for almost no reason, which means Blue Otter will absolutely punish. Public execution comes onto Kelpo, and the togetherness, the power of friendship is on the side of Blue Otter this time. As they're taking down this Atacon, they'll take a hefty chunk out of that lead that Near Airport developed.
Yeah, watch TF play though. He's taking the time to try and knock down this tier 3 turret in the process to be able to secure more gold. But I don't think he's going to have time to take that inhibitor. It's still going to be a turret and walk away. So this Otacon actually does feel really nice because the thing with the Blood Roses and Ruinous Otacon, they are better if you're behind, and Blue Otter are behind. So that experience is going to come in big time. Helps Rovex tick over to level 10. And that is a pretty solid win there for Blue Otter.
Man, I'm just so happy we get a banger. Like the first series, I love you, Conviction. It was very one-sided.
Yeah.
This one, we literally are over a kill a minute. It has been absolute insanity. And now we're getting to where fights are going to happen more often as we're 2 items across the board.
Right, and we're getting closer to more objectives being on the map as well. It's going to be Soul Point for Blue Otter if they secure this next dragon in 2 minutes. Of course, there's Baron on the horizon. But again, to watch this one, and Spica feeling himself a little bit too much. Near Airport really trying to take care of that ward in the tri-brush and hold on to it. But it's a good ult coming through from the Lilia. You recognize, oh, this guy is so insanely out of position. We must kill him. And it turns into an Otacon.
And we know Music and Rovex to be the primary shot callers for this team, and it's nice to see Music have a little bit of that setup with the lilting lullaby in this one, but it's all about the combinations, because if you're not together, this comp looks real rough. If you're together, it looks real damn good.
Yeah.
And so we have to see them kind of play together, which is what they built their respect off of last year, right? This was like the 5 friendships coming together and really making it happen and having that really stunning 2024. Now coming into 2025, trying to live up to those expectations. Still backs against the wall, still about 1,000 gold down. A dragon in a minute would be Soul Point for them, or tying up the second dragon for Near Airport.
And right now, Pobelter, he's gonna try and get the push out on this top wave. It looks like he'll probably play for his teleport. I think that's why you're seeing Near Airport trying to set up as much as they can to get themselves an opening. For this Azir to TP through, but instead Pobelter clears one wave. He's just gonna walk it down so he can hold on to those summoner spells. But yeah, if you're NA, you don't want to let this dragon go very easily. I think that's why you're seeing a recalls canceled. You're seeing a lot of focus on trying to get control over that mid lane area so you can keep your vision.
And that's 3 items for TF Blade as well in the side lane. Gonna have that Serpent's Fang. Deal with some of the shields coming through from the Bloodthirster. And it. As we'll get to 5-on-5. It's gonna be there. Solar Flare already used as well. Rovex not having that tool is big. Now Near Airport definitely feeling a little bit favored without that lockdown. It's definitely a short cooldown, but I don't know if it's short enough coming through. As the dragon is started up by Music and Levitate, they are pincered a little bit. Quacker gonna look for his own angle on the other side. He spotted out moving forward. That will be the engage from Kelpo onto Sandy. Oh my god, Rovex just gets obliterated. He burned Flash 2. He dies in a solo bolo to TF Blade. Quacker is in the back line, going ham. Is it going to be enough? He finds the exit. The bullet time over. Pobelter flashing over the wall. Now the engage from the rest of Near Airport. And it's TF Blade down smashing all over Blue Otter as they're gonna get the takedown. Levitate cannot run away from his fate. The last kill given over to TF Blade, and that's a full ace coming through for Near Airport.
A big fight coming through from one of our top 3 teams here at Near Airport. Blue Otter, signs of life, back and forth, but this fight is what is breaking it wide open. Now this gold lead has ballooned up to 5,000, and with Baron coming up on the map and so much gold being earned, you got to imagine Near Airport, they're going to have an easy time securing the big purple worm.
And I'm just going to say, this is the first time we've seen TF Blade pick the Jace in this split. Don't give it to him again. That's all I'm going to say. This guy is a monster. Yeah. He's already on 4 items. Doesn't even need boots because he's just swinging his hammer around. And I guess it was an early pick for a reason. Blue Water going to come back to bite them there. A little bit tough in that situation because now he's really unanswerable. I mean, he is so ridiculously strong.
He is. I think he'll 1v1 anybody on the map. Maybe even 1v2
He 1v1
in the right
Rovex in the team fight.
He sure did. And now you can see this kind of position that Blue Water are in. They have some wards in the Baron pit, but they're already negated by the pink. So no vision, no real way to check. They have no blue wards to work with too. So with these waves in the position they're in, Near Airport really could try and threaten the Baron, set up a trap, and just go for a team fight win, because there's really no way Blue Water can find out what's going on from long range until those wards come back.
And that is the difficulty. The lack of vision is going to be harder and harder to deal with. And now Pole Belter on his 2.5 item.
Just go for it.
They can just burn this down so quickly. They also have the attack speed carry of the Varus. Music, maybe it's the time. Maybe he's going to be singing Sweet Sweet Nothing. Music with the lilting lullaby, but can't even get in the pit.
Oh my God.
He goes hand in hand with his namesake, but can't get an angle there himself. Near Airport will just take the quick backs, get out with all 5. Okay, no, they're not. They're going for engages. They say TF Blade says, I want fight. Music pops the lilting lullaby because they think he's by himself. They're going to go all in here. As Quacker goes under turret, they just get scooped into the turret. Blue Water have put themselves to the grinding stone, and NA's hand is rough with that one as they take him down. It'll be the reset for Spica, getting the distance close on the Levitate. The flash from Kelpo going a little bit wide there. Everybody now transitioning to these lanes, trying to get this push going as Pole Belter looking for the shifting sands over the wall. The bullet time from Levitate is actually so big, and Kelpo misses another dredge line, so he'll fall. Pole Belter goes down 2. Now Spica and Sushi are the only ones left with the Baron buff.
So it ends up being 3 for 3. Blue Water managed to get some back in the back half of that fight, but still, it is really nicely played for the most part for Near Airport, being able to rush that Baron, being able to turn that into multiple kills and waves pushed in, and now they still have several Baron buffs to work with, particularly TF Blades, which is really important because he can still split push. He can still affect the lane all by himself.
See if they can get as much push as possible. There's another dragon at about the time the Baron buff falls. He does not have Baron buff anymore. I think he died in that beginning fight. I think it's only Spica and Sushi that have it left.
Oh yeah, actually I think you're right. Yeah,
we'll see if they can utilize that, because soul point's pretty big. I feel like at this point we are going hyper scaling for both sides. We're going to be getting 4th, 5th items, maybe even full builds as we get into it now. And I think this next dragon is important, but I don't think it needs to be a situation where either throw their game off of it. So who do you think is favored going into this next dragon setup?
100% Near Airport. I mean, they're 6K up. TF Blade is almost on his last item. He might get caught out now, but honestly, I think he's just going to be able to walk away. And the fact that he's pulling so many people away to this top side to get a play on him. Look what's happening elsewhere. Pole Belter is pushing bot lane unencumbered. Mid lane is happening unencumbered. Oh yeah.
He's going to go down. This is actually really big.
Look
as
at mid and bot.
Music gets hit as well. It'll be a nice little stack of gold given over, but Inhib is going to finally fall. They didn't want to take it so early, but now they'll take it easily. And that bot lane turret also looking a little bit worse for wear here as Pika walks over to combine with Pole Belter. The dragon is spawning about 10 seconds, and Near Airport will have Prio over it. Blue Water right behind them.
Yeah, and considering how strong Near Airport are, even being down TF Blade is not so bad if they find the right engage. That's why you see them fishing.
Oh, God. Everything's going wide. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Kelpo and Rovex. It's all just zoning. We're all zoning ults,
exactly.
It is Near Airport. Gonna go ahead and take this dragon, though. So after all that, Blue Water will not be able to contest. They will have to contest the next one.
Yeah.
And that'll be one more dragon until Cloud Soul for Near Airport.
Yeah, I mean, good decision. You go into that fight, TF Blade TP's in, and you get ace. You lose the game. So they have to bide their time, see what they can. What gold they can build up, what items they can complete into that next dragon, as you said, because Soul going through will be a nightmare scenario for Blue Otter. But it's tough because, you know, we talk about scaling elements and things Blue Otter want to play for. It's hard when you're down this far, and it's hard when Near Airport are playing as good as they are, despite some missteps.
Little missteps. But
You know, we trip sometimes.
in the end, a dub is a dub. And Spica just running at Rovex now. Gonna get the TP out coming through from Samikin. Maybe they want to continue to fight this one as Pobelter also gonna TP, but he's a little bit caught on his own. At least that last wave coming in on top side should mean Near Airport can push onto this tier 2 tower and take this one down. Blue Water have to refocus to try to defend this one. They still do have the bullet time from Levitate if they really want to clear that next wave coming through. But Near Airport are just going to try to push their buttons and see what works.
Okay, holding 4 people up here is still valuable because Quacker has to hit that super wave in the mid lane. There's a big wave bot lane that they're just going to sacrifice. So NA are taking resources away.
Oh, Kelpo getting the engage now.
Oh,
He re-engages
Thea.
onto Rovex. Bullet time gonna be stopped.
Pobelter
with the big slam dunk gets immediately posterized himself by Blue Otter as it's Spica looking for the untargetable. Oh, the shock blast from TF Blade as he comes through, takes down the big combo and takes down Music of all people. Kind of the last frontliner here for Blue Otter. We'll see if the reset is going to be enough to save this inhib turret. But Spica is working on the mid lane wave. Super minions are there. Kelpo goes for the engage in top, but he'll just pay with it for his life. He's pay for it with his life as Quacker trying to get the fight onto Spica now, but the turret is going to fall. The last bastion is that bot lane turret to save the inhibs from going down. That's lasting damage from Near Airport.
It is, and more gold that they pick up in the meantime. Not only that, the gold you deny because Blue Water sent so many bodies to try and defend that top tier 2 as long as possible also counts for something. And right now, Near Airport still in a really strong position as we see with fight after fight after fight. So Blue Water, they need to find something for this next dragon. They can't let this one go. The soul will be the death of them, and it's difficult because the only real angle I can see is if they get to an objective first. But if I look at their map state, I can't fathom how that is possible myself.
It is truly wild. We'll see who gets the better of the wilds here. It is just game 1 of the best of 3, and we're literally over a kill a minute. This
That's
is
true.
my kind of League of Legends here in tier 2.
You're right at home.
Right at home. I love to see it. Baron, still a threat, though, for Near Airport to start up, especially now that Pobelter's getting even further along in his build. The same for Sushi. The double attack speed carry is really difficult to time on how quickly you need to respond to the Baron takes. Blue Otter fishing it out, gonna go for Pobelter. Solar Flare going a little bit wide there. Now this has left Quacker by himself on bot side. No TP from Samikin, and they're gonna try to capitalize on it. Under turret, Spica can't end up getting him. Goes untargetable from the second turret shot, but they'll try to take this inhib turret. And I said it was the last bastion, but that thing didn't stand for very long, as all inhibs are open but not taken down.
Yeah, and that's the problem, because in order for Blue Water to defend anything, it requires a big numbers play for them, but you leave yourself vulnerable elsewhere. Players like Near Airport Mazel, they're not going to let that slide, and they've done a great job at punishing it all game, and it's earned them this Baron. Picked up very easily with basically no contest, and now with a minute left till Drake, as long as they get this recall off, in fact, I actually like this, they're going to clear out this mid wave to make sure Blue Water can't even get the tier 1 in trade, because they have time. They'll still be here in time for the dragon to spawn.
And I know TF Blade maybe doesn't get as much of the spotlight as all of his teammates here, but this dude's been popping off this split so far.
Yeah.
On a team full of other superstars, kind of the only one that was not necessarily an unknown factor by any means, but definitely in terms of competitive history, the most unknown factor. He's just absolutely smashing these matchups. His bullet time coming through. That's the combo from Blue Water, and it didn't really get much. They try to get Kelpo. They do in the end, but it is a trade of supports, and now Quacker also joins that death table. And Spica now looking for Music, trying to catch him there as mid lane is the push. Sushi and Pobelter try to take this down with the side of TF Blade right there. They have the grubs. He's trying to stop him. He stopped one, can't get the other one, but now he can just chase down
he got the
as he's just gonna go down. The dog finds the meal. That'll be a killing spree for Spica, and the bot lane inhib is the next part to this setup for near airport at least, and try to at least get all 3 inhib spotted with double super minions now.
Yeah, you don't want to risk going for that end there just because of the wave clear that Samikin and Music have. But the damage is done. You said it. All 3 inhibs are down. They're going to secure their Dragon Soul as well. A lot of move speed coming through from the individual Drakes out of combat. And just move speed you get from casting your ultimate. Also going to be super valuable in this upcoming fight. And with the Baron buff still in their hands too. I mean, Blue Water, they're in a really difficult position where it just doesn't feel like any fights work out for them.
I still have to give so much praise to this new bot lane, even though like I feel like definitely in some ways like it hasn't been as much about them, even though we have a 6-2 Sushi. We gotta make it about them because this is their opportunity. This is their series with Near Airport. These guys, Sushi, more well known in tier 3 for sure, but him and Kelpo coming in off the solo queue ladder, and again, we've said it multiple times, just feels like Near Airport have not skipped a beat with their new additions.
Yeah, I mean, I really wouldn't be, again, nameplates off, I wouldn't know that you have a swap there in the bot lane. I think especially Sushi has played his first game here at NACL superbly, and it's really nice to see a young player like him get that shot and perform really nicely. And now NA, they're going to use that to get their first win here against Blue Water.
And this team getting so close to locking themselves in to that playoff berth with the other 2 that we've called the 3-headed Hydra here of NACL in Dark Zero Dragonsteel and Luminosity Gaming. This series win would lock them in just right there with them at 6-1. And looking to do so over Blue Water, who's desperate for those wins. Sushi engaged on. Bullet time coming out. Maybe it's enough. Blue Water, they put up a little bit of a defense. Then they got Pobelter on the side doing serious work here. Speak of TF Blade. These are all the carries. These are all the gold sinks. And now you're in a lot of trouble for Blue Water as you're getting picked apart at the seams. The reset for Speaka. And Pobelter says, get me out of here, bro. As Quacker is the last one trying to go in for the fight. Levitate's going to flash as well now, too. Pobelter getting low. Maybe Mbessa enough, but the sidestep is there. And Speaka helps get a double kill.
Yeah, but all he needs to do is guide these minions in. His health is really low, though. I think Levitate, if he has the angle, he can just kill him.
Go in.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
No, okay, there you go.
He dodged out.
Levitate will hold on for now for his team, but look at all these minions.
Supers.
He's trying, but Robex is here too.
There's so many.
They're even using the solar flare. Like, they are just barely holding on. But at this point, I mean, one wrong move, TF Blade's just going to TP in the base and end the game. Pobelter could even do it too when his is back up. So now, the only bright spot is that, remember, this is the new season. Nexus turrets do respawn. It only takes 3 minutes as opposed to an inhibitor's 5. So that could be a bit of breathing room if Blue Water can stall that long.
Half health on the Nexus. Still have a chance. And here,
here they come.
Snuff that out.
Yeah. Well,
all
it was fun to hope.
Yeah, all they need to do is all in if they want to. The minions are going to stream again. Pobelter. Oh, he used the Lilting Lullaby on the Pobelter. Not to be able to follow it up there. Okay, maybe they do. Public execution. Pobelter gets out alive. The shield coming through. Bullet time in. And now TF Blade is in there like swimwear on a Samikin. A double kill for Sushi. And he is popping off. Buddy, a triple. Oh, no. Can we just re-help the Nexus? I want to see a Sushi
go back.
Sushi popping off in the end. And a great temporary addition to Near Airport. You'll love to see it. And a really impeccable performance. Unfortunately, the rules say we can't give the health back to the Nexus, so I don't know what to say there.
I know. Even for something as cool as pentakills, unfortunately, like that's just, we don't write the rules. That's how it goes. But a great debut from Sushi and Kelpo, and of course another dominant game coming through from Near Airport. And whilst the rest of Blue Water, they had some moments where they were able to hold the line a little bit. I think for the most part they were outclassed and dismantled.
Yeah, absolutely. And it feels really bad for Blue Water. You're like, if you need a win in the last 3 series, you still have to face Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Obviously, changes abound for both of the teams that they have to face off against, but you need every win you can to try to get yourself above that 2-win mark and keep out of the big clump. But Near Airport looking to lock themselves into playoffs with another win here if they can get it on the other side of this break.
The main thing that makes us different is just that, like, if you go on Twitch, it's pretty much guaranteed that one of us is going to be live. So yeah, we're all streamers and kind of like known players, and it's unique that like we're trying to strike the balance between being, you know, in a competitive environment, but also like focusing on streaming and making content. So yeah, I mean, for me, there's like pretty much no doubt that we can win NACL. It's more of a question of like if we can sort of like strike the balance between making it entertaining and juggling two things at once, kind of like connecting with the fans while competing. I think you can just expect us to be trying really hard to be the best team. I mean, it's not fun to watch a team lose, and it's really fun to watch a team win, especially one that you care about. So yeah, I mean, the main expectation is obviously that we win every single match. I'm pretty confident that's going to happen. If we do end up like stumbling and losing and, you know, sort of like needing to work on certain things, I think it's pretty fair to expect us to fix that promptly. And it's also pretty cool that we'll be streaming everything, so everyone will have access to all of our discussions, our strategies, our drafts, etc. And that is something that is like pretty new, because I think you can kind of like follow a team's journey through playing something in solo queue to putting it in practice in scrims to then doing that on stage. So that is something that I'm looking forward to doing.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL here as we are in week 6, day 2. Getting farther along on the schedule here, and we look at Near Airport taking a very convincing win in game number 1 over Blue Water in this best of 3. The new additions of Sushi and Kelpo come in clutch here, as also TF Blade having a monster performance on the Jace. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and we'll see if Blue Water can kind of dust themselves off and get into this series.
It is going to be tough because for Blue Water, this was definitely not a favorable match for them, but in this position they're in for the remainder of the split, I mean, they're part of that 2-win clump that we've been talking about so far these last 2 days, and they need any win that they can get, even if it's a game win and less of a match win, just to, one, make sure that they keep their spot in the league, but also fight for that 6th place seed, because that's the only one that's really up in the air right now, that final spot to make it to playoffs.
And when they just came off a really dominant series against Supernova, and when we got to talk to Levitate, you know, he's still, I mean, even though they realize things haven't lived up to the expectations here, still having hope and praise for the team and the kind of growth steps that they've taken forward. And I think this is the time to really enact those. And unfortunately, in game number 1, not necessarily going their way. Maybe trying to set themselves up better in draft, but it definitely was a couple mistakes leading to them just getting trounced in a ton of these team fights in that side lane matchup, not being answerable on either occasion, either into the Jace or even the Azir.
Right, and we mentioned that the laners for Blue Water really did need to step up to be able to find the win here. And in game 1, unfortunately, that wasn't quite the case. Still, the same expectation if they want to get a win going into game 2. You definitely have your work cut out for you when you talk about the laners that Near Airport are working with. But that is what it is. That's what it's going to take.
Going to take something. And Belter, even though you had some, how's that called, zealous engages. The guy was masterfully commanding the mid lane and definitely had the better of Sammykin in that matchup. And I put it on my list. I literally have it in all caps. Sammykin has to show up against POB, because if not, then you get moments like this where they have full control of the map through priority in mid lane in the early game and utilize it very well. Yeah,
and we've got to give another shout out to Sushi. Again, debut in the NACL, subbing this week for Double Lift. Really stepped it up and honestly really played great for his first game, the NACL split. It's a really nice thing to see when young players get chances like this and they really perform.
It is indeed. And on the Varus as well, on hit Varus, having some really good moments. This is what he got caught in the rough a little bit.
You know, it happens.
Picked up. But the entire game was a good presence from Sushi in specific as well. Really nice to see a guy like this get the opportunity. I know I'm going to bring it up again, but Double Lift was talking about, you know, kind of wanting to take some of the newer talent under his wing, at least find somebody kind of mentor, and talked a little bit about what he liked in Sushi. And it was the killer instinct. It was the go-in probability that he really likes to work with and mess around with. So you love to see that pulled off in this game number 1 for his first game in NACL.
Yeah, and it's a nice thing to see in new players in general, especially in the AD carry role, being aggressive and not being afraid to walk forward, to get to go aggro and to make successful plays. So it's a really nice thing to see, and even if this is the only game this split we see from Sushi and Kelpo on Near Airport, I think this game tells me you got to keep your eyes out going forward, especially when we're talking about qualifiers where the signups have opened, or maybe some roster moves going into split 2. Who knows?
Speaking of, go sign up.
Yeah.
It's going to be wild. You got to be here in summer. Summer is when the LTA spot is on the line. Got to be here. Got to be here. Make sure if you want to catch up on any of the action that you maybe missed today or any future action, go check out the socials. They'll be in the top left of your screen. And go give some love to our socials. Well, but this means that we're going to game 2 of this best of 3. And funnily enough, Blue Water have chosen red side this time around, so we'll see that differentiation, not necessarily going for the blue side, but see what they want to get with that. The counter pick, the kind of 1-2 punch after the first pick goes through. A lot of meta choices may be available.
Yeah, it's not very common these last couple of patches for a team to select red side People usually do go blue. But yeah, it could be for counter picks there to give Sammykin an option maybe to get a favorable matchup into a pole belter, or it could be for, yeah, maybe they want to 1-2 something really powerful and consistent like the Vi Talia, because those champs haven't been picked, so they're still available this series too.
Powerful picks there to come through.
Yeah.
The one thing is, near airport, they still got to ban out the Zoe, so they lose one of their bans.
True.
Always got to be there.
Respect. Yeah.
I do wonder if we get some more cooking from near airport, if they want to set Sushi and Kelpo up for success here. If the Soraka comes through, are they going to let it through? So, near airport on the blue side again, ban out the Zoe and the Gwen. Right now on the red side for Blue Otter, banning away the Jax and the Rise. Exact same bans as the last game. The Aurora also going to join for near airport.
Yep.
Has
And
to be
as you
Soraka.
say, yeah, you got to imagine it will be, again, not really giving the rookie and Kelpo a chance to play as one of his
That means we have to go to 3
champions.
games, right? Because Kelpo said in every series that he plays, he's going to play Soraka. Have to go to 3. Pathetic.
Yeah, but it might just
That
be
interview was
yeah.
really funny, by the way. If you go check it out.
was.
It's on the
On
Near
Double Lift
Airport,
channel, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It is the first pick of the Vi, locked in.
And there you go. That at least denies one potential 1-2 combination there from Blue Water. I mean, Music could lock out the Xin. You could still pick Xin and Talia. I think that combo is still fine. But they need something consistent that they can play for, just to be able to find some of these successful plays in that mid game. Because it felt like in game 1, not very many plays worked, and the only ones that did were people like Spica, or occasionally Pobelter, stepping a little too far forward.
This is going to be the Talia Zinzao combo, so something really stalwart for Blue Otter to build around as well. I really like the Zinzao for Music, gives him that onus to himself, but also the setup between him and the mid-jungle duo. The Ezreal right now is the lock-in for near airport to give that to Sushi and see if they want to give him a little bit of safety.
Yeah, and I like the hover. Pobelter, only mid laner in the league who's willing to play it. If you like
Twice.
this champ, come on. Come on.
Debated, bro.
I know.
This is too true of a combo. It's literally Vi Ari every
Okay.
time. Every time.
Okay.
Every time.
It's not as fun.
Hey, look at a win. This is playoffs, baby. This
You can win.
is getting locked
Yeah.
into playoffs.
You're
Come
right.
on.
You're right. We got to be serious.
We
gotta.
definitely have to be serious when we subbed out our bot lane for sure.
Yeah, true.
No, it is a really good opportunity for Sushi and Kelpo, and I really like that he's getting his Ezreal. I know this is something he plays a lot in solo queue as well, but
Yeah.
getting to see Kelpo, what he's going to grab on the other side of this and to kind of pair up with the Ezreal is going to be really fun. The Kaisa as an answer is awesome for Levitate. Might be one of the best Kaisas we have. Also been super comfort for him as of late. So now we're looking at those supportal setups, the Braum band to start us off.
Yeah, and I'm wondering too if something like the Alistar is going to get looked at, just because you got to imagine if it's up, that's what Blue Water are going to be picking there on 4. Especially, you're looking at Vi Ari, not the most amount of damage per se. Ezreal too. I think you want to deny that potentially really tanky option.
I like the Poppy band as well, taking away some of the flexibility there potentially. And the Karma band to take away that double poke comp in the bot lane.
Fair enough. I mean, you got to imagine that something Kelpo, it's more of like a, oh, he plays it in solo queue, a kind of angle. I think it would have been a tough sell for me so far with what's working in the draft, but hey, to each their own. And now it's the moment of truth. Alistar? We letting Alistar through?
The Shen band.
You know, fair enough. This is Quacker we're talking about.
This is Quacker we're talking about. Respect given out there. He's played it 3 times. He's been a monster on it every time. Usually it goes with some different combos like the Nefiri, stuff like that. But we'll see what that supportal glue is going to be for Blue Otter as well. They want to try to go for something a little bit more lane dominant, but I expect them to go with something a little bit tanky to try to shore up this front line that they have. They will still have their top laner to grab, so they're going to go with the Rakan now.
I think this is a fine answer too, just because the quickness is a really good way for you to be able to lock down some of these more slippery members that NA are drafting at the moment there. So it can set up for a big grand entrance, and it is another way for you to get the plasma there for the Kaisa. So it can kind of commit to, it can be part of that all-in commitment that they're looking for.
Now they have counter pick with top lane. TF Blade definitely had a good time in game 1. I'm just going to say that outright. His Jace, legendary. And it was Blue Water kind of letting that one through. This time around, not available. We'll see what TF Blade wants to go with. It could be a little bit tanky status as Scion does come through, and now Quacker will have his answer.
Yeah, the TF Blade Scion is really good. So I like seeing this pick come through. It does mean this comp, not the most amount of damage per se, but you do have a lot of CC. You still have a lot of frontline to work with here, and you do have more dive. Like a lot of these champions, really good at just going forward and trying to CC these shorter range members of Blue Water, which is why, it is that R5 Olaf for Quacker. Actually think this is a really good Olaf game. So much CC, not a lot of damage. So actually Quacker has the opportunity to literally drag Blue Water to a game 3.
I like it. We got a little comfort for both him and for Levitate on the Kaisa. Some setup for Blue Water. The composition is looking a lot more executable this time around for game number 2. But I will also say, near airport, they've been no slouches. Even with Sushi and Kelpo, they still have a very strong comp, and especially their team fight ability is going to be really nice.
And level 6 is going to be really good too. When you have this Vi-Ari combination, people like Talia, Kaisa, it's going to be really easy to just immediately CC them and knock them out of these fights. So Levitate, he's going to have to be careful, especially because he doesn't have the most amount of range. And as long as he doesn't get caught out though, I really like Blue Water's comp, and especially how it plays in the late game. Quacker's going to be a monster. He's going to be a problem. And as long as Kaisa's allowed to auto this game too, Levitate is going to be able to do work.
Yeah, if they can get a lead in that 2v2 in bot lane, that opens up so many avenues for them moving forward. Have to look at Spica though versus Music. I think Spica definitely got the better of them as well, and as some other matchups did for near airport. But it's now two very skirmish heavy junglers, a lot of facilitation on the side of Spica to get that setup with Pobelter. And that mid jungle could be a spot where near airport push enough to where Levitate can't have as much of an impact on this Kaisa as time goes on. So a lot of fluctuation going into this game number 2. And game number 1, it delivered. It was over a kill a minute. It was wild, wacky, and wonderful. And I want to see Blue Water put up just as much of a fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be exciting too. Again, the Olaf is huge this game. It's a very big comfort pit for Quacker. As long as we've seen him in this league, he's pulling this out whenever it suits him, and I think it's probably never suited him more than it has in this game. I'm sure the guys on NA on the other side too, they see Olaf, they're like, oh no. So that's pretty difficult.
Well, we had a little bit of a tech pause, but we're getting into game 2 now. So as we go into it, it is now near airport on match point in this best of 3 to get themselves into the playoffs and join that 6-1 rung in the top of the tier with Luminosity Gaming and Dark Zero Dragonsteel. Even that being said, Double Lift and Biofrost, they're gone. They had prior commitments, so they brought in Sushi and Kelpo, who in game number 1 had some miraculous moments. See if they can continue that into game number 2 against Levitate's Kaisa.
And Quacker's Olaf, let's be clear, he is going to be the star of this game, especially going the Flash Ghost. It is purely about team fight combat. No map play, no nothing, no teleport. So Quacker, he has the ability to do a lot of work this game. And I mean, there really isn't a better time to go for it here. We're in this situation where Blue Water, if they lose, they're going to go down to 2-5. They need a win so very badly, just so that they can still have a fighting chance to go for a 6th place to take that final playoff spot.
You no longer want to be a part of the pack. That's all I'm going to say. Quacker is actually looking for the undertow there to get the catch through. Sammy, the Pobelter's going to have to back here, but Minions, he can't because Minions have already made it to lane. He's going to have to pop that potion early. Now Samikin's going to try to take Prio in the lane because of the health differentiation. I like this setup from Blue Water.
Yeah, Pobelter, he sacrifices a lot of health, but he does get the ward down. That does mean near airport overall will be able to get some of that information. And it does suck. You do lose out on Prio, but I think for the most part, Pole Belter is going to be okay. I can't imagine Ari getting solo killed by Talia as long as you dodge the rocks from the queue. I mean, Pole Belter will get a recall timer. So really, my eyes are just on these junglers. Both really aggressive early just to see what they're going to be able to accomplish. And whether or not they want to try and get some damage on this Olaf on the top side for near airport. Something we see often when there is an Olaf in the game. You gank him a lot pre-level 6 to just take advantage and try and put him as far behind as you can.
Absolutely the case. And now, nice little can, the bot lane. They're going to be prio gained by bot lane for Blue Otter. That's chunk there right now, but as time goes on, Sushi and Kelpo will feel a lot more comfortable in that 2v2 for sure. In those level 3s. Look at this though. Music deciding to stop off. He will be spotted though. This is trouble for him because they can move first over. I don't think he knows he's been spotted, so he just goes for the fight. But Speak Up, he's a little bit worse. I'm surprised that the airport didn't move over fast enough from Kelpo and Sushi, but now they actually get the defense coming through. It's going to be Samikin moving over as well. The play from Blue will end up getting the invade to be successful for Music.
Yeah, this should be fine too, because Spica smited to secure the Krugs. Music still has his up, so you got to imagine it's just going to be easy to secure that red buff. And honestly, Spica's just posturing for kind of nothing. What are we doing, guys?
The horsey it wanted to go, and apparently Kelpo was not ready for it. First blood goes to Levitate's Kaisa, and that'll be a big pickup for Blue Otter.
Yeah, that's a head scratcher. I think as soon as you lose that red buff, you just walk away and go somewhere else. The fact that we overcommit only gives gold into one of the most prominent members of Blue Otter this game in that Kaisa.
Fortunate.
Yeah.
The double flash.
I love the recognition too for Music. He sees the flash, he's like, no. No. I know this is a kill.
And that's going to be leading out to a decent early advantage. I said the one thing you don't want is skip his 2v2 kills in bot lane.
Yeah.
And now Levitate will have a little bit of an advantage in CS, but also in that first kill. Samikin getting a little bit low on mana here, but we will go back to clearing until we get that first spawn of objectives. Dragging it in a little bit more than 30 seconds, and the grubs in about a minute and 30.
Yeah, and I'm really curious what Blue Otter are going to prioritize. I honestly think they kind of have that pick of the litter just because you have a kind of lead here and a stronger matchup for Cracker. Uh-oh, hold on.
Oh,
I jinxed it.
Took the bait there. It's a flash play, and Spica sits him down. No Ragnarok for you today, bud. You're not close enough.
The pre-6 gank, that's what I wanted to see for the Olaf. And even worse, too, for Quacker, blows both his summoner spells. He still dies anyway.
Well, one side of the comfort matchup is working for Blue Otter. The other side, not so much. But we'll see if maybe adding some swords to his axes will make Olaf do a little bit better. Pobel, yeah, some blades on his axes. That's what we need. CC chaining going to come through for the two sides on bot side. Full reset coming out from Blue Otter's mid-jungle duo. Those objectives looming large. We did see early prio on the dragon. Some changing of the prios there. And see, as we don't have real lane swaps coming in unless Levitate and Rovex are doing so on this back.
I don't think so, just given that Quacker, he walked straight up towards that top side. He's just ticked over to level 6 as well, so now he has that Ragnarok. The fact that he's backing again, though, does make me kind of wonder what his angle is. I guess because he got that wave in, he feels he has time to get some boots on. And Blue Water, they're going to go ahead and secure this first dragon. They have bot lane. Pretty strong matchup going for them. Mid is going well, too, because of that level 1, so it's pretty easy going there for Music.
And now Spica will reset onto the top side. He's pinging on the grubs to get it started up. We'll get the push in from PF Blade and move over. Mid lane gonna be a little bit harder to do so, but Music, he might be able to make it to contest at least one of them. We'll see Rovex coming to join him out on the map as well as the bot laners. Okay, he's not gonna go towards top side. He's just gonna go clear. Thought maybe Rovex might be looking for something, and for now, could just be the trade of the first tier objective.
Yeah, I kind of wondered if They were going to take advantage of Music being close to level 6. But yeah, they're going to sack the grubs for the Drake. I think it's a fine trade. And both junglers actually should be approaching the level 6 mark really soon. And we're going to see those combinations come through as a result, especially for Spica and Pobelter. Really important combo here, the Vi and Ahri. And now that it should be up and available, yeah, it is. So it does mean that they can start making these joint plays and start securing kills.
2v2 starting to get a little bit out of hand in bot lane. I'm just going to say beat down. Numbers, they're a little bit different.
Oh my god, wait, yeah,
going
what?
into this top side here, trying to face off against the 2v2. We said how important the mid-jungle duo would be.
Yeah.
And now, it's a full chase on the Music. Music finds himself in between 3 members. Here comes Samikin. It's not going to be nearly enough, and there's the kill. As Music goes down, Pobelter now finds the reset on his Spirit Rush, but look at the axes going to town. It was not nearly enough, and Pobelter is just reigning supreme over Blue Water. Can't get the flash out there as he's not going to go down just yet. Can't kill Samikin, but my god, this guy is cooking today.
Yeah, I mean, Pobelter, it's 2-0 now on the Ahri. A lot of flashes traded, but overall, pretty positive for Near Airport. Being able to get the grubs and also get value out of that Vi Ahri combo right out the gate. Exactly what we kind of expect to see there from this duo.
Take a look at that initial play. Music just, I guess, not realizing Pobelter and Spica were right there as he wished for the Krug.
I mean, it was a really nice move from Pobelter and Spica to go for the cover so that he can take away the Krugs and kind of anticipate that they might be able to catch Music moving up to that top side. So that earns them a lot of alone time with Music before people can join, and it gets them those kills. Where now, look at Pobelter. He's already got that first item coming through. Is going to also include the fact that now he's got a lot of ultimate haste to work with too. That means those Spirit Rushes, they're going to be coming up often.
Malignance early. This early is nuts for the cooldown factors. As Kelpa might spot out Music doing that. They will ping it out. That's the map state right now. It's still going to be a pausing of the moment until those next objectives spawn. A little bit of movement into those invades, but it's been pretty returned every single time. Speaking of getting that red buff last time. Things kind of petering out there, but yeah, it is truly this bot lane that is getting a little bit worrisome, and you wonder how long can Near Airport let this fester? How long can they let Levitate's Kai'Sa get out in front of them?
Yeah, I will say they do have a way to deal with it. You kind of alluded to it in the draft. I mean, the Vi Ahri, if you could get on top of this Kai'Sa onto Levitate and take them out of the picture right away, that gold lead isn't really going to matter very much. And if you look at TF Blade, he's already got Frozen Heart, really valuable this game. And he's just going to continue getting tankier and tankier. He's really not worried about building much MR for a while, so he can just stack a lot of armor and make it really hard for Quacker, Levitate, Music to deal with him.
Ooh, the all-in. I don't think TF Blade can get out of this. I think he maybe thought he
got him.
But Quacker gets the solo bolo on a TF Blade.
There you go. I mean, that's what we expected when we saw the Olaf come through from Quacker. Even with the Frozen Heart, he's still able to rip TF Blade to shreds. So that's a kill. He's going to be a split push problem as well in side lane. And I'm curious how Blue Water are going to utilize that, especially because Quacker doesn't actually have teleport.
Yeah, he's going to have to walk all the way. Frozen Heart coming through for TF Blade as first item. We also have Sun and Sky completed for Spica. The first item is definitely coming up for both sides of things. Does that change the dynamic on the map, especially with these next objectives coming up very shortly? Yeah, no, the shield is too OP, bro.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's right. It was a shield. Okay, that's why. But I'm just surprised the flick missed. It looked like he had it. That's the sad part. But it is what it is. At Near Airport, gonna use these changed up lane assignments to get a head start on these grubs. Problem is, Spica's kind of on his own.
Tried to start it up there. Doesn't end up getting the one. Music gonna step in and try to deny the grub again.
Yeah.
Dragon is spawning, so I think Near Airport would just back away now as well and get ready for that potential setup, because Blue Water could go up 2 dragons now.
The thing is, they kind of still can. There's an angle right now because Sushi and Kelpo got a wave in. But ultimately, because Quacker is on that bottom side and he has the ultimate to play with. Oh, hold on.
Oh, the seismic shove missing, Samikin.
Wow.
Okay, Pobelter getting out of there, just trying to make sure the cooldown is not going to come back up for Samikin. Almost a 1v1 going the way of Pobelter up there, but really well played by Samikin to make sure it doesn't. And Dragon did not preemptively get started up, and we'll get the reset from Rovex here as music is on Vision.
Yeah, wants to farm it out, wants to clear out some of his camps, but that does leave that opening here for near airport, especially because Spica had that first item before Music did. They know he's going for the recall. I'm curious if we're actually going to see Spica try and go over that wall to potentially secure that dragon, unless they're afraid of Quacker. See, I like the idea of Blue Water moving Quacker to the side of the map, wherever the objective they want is, because Quacker, now that he's finished that Ravenous Hydra, like in fights, he should be able to do a lot of work.
Good indeed. Got the pentakill skin too, so you know he's making some music, and music is his jungler. So it all works out. The power friendship for Blue Water is
the
all
synergy
is alive again. As they will just concede this dragon for near airport as music. Gonna pull it out. Get the setup from both the pryos he had in mid and bot. Take that second dragon objective for Blue Water. A much more consistent game, while a much slower game in game number 2. Blue Water using their macro well so far.
Yeah, and I really like this cover from Rovex towards that bot side, recognizing that a Samikin very well could have been the play, so you limit the response options from near airport. You get the dragon for free, essentially, and you just go back to farming it up. Really feels good as Blue Water, especially when you're sporting these really late-game nightmare monsters like Kaisa, like Olaf.
Really scary in team fights, and I guess that's the next breaking open point for both these teams, because we are probably going to start getting 5v5s, even though I really like the side laning pressure from both these teams. The trend from last game was they really like to fight. So I do wonder, it's a lot. I mean, both teams have decent team fighting tools, but it's about timings and executions. A little bit easier to execute, I feel like, for near airport.
I would agree with you. I think it's really simple. It's really straightforward. The only concern I have for them is just the fact that you can reposition as Kaisa. Levitate is supporting the cleanse, so there's a bit of that outplay potential. And of course, most of all, the Olaf, again, I still think has a lot of value this game, and I think can really break the game open. You can really just run down the carries of near airport, and none of the CC they have can really stop you. As long as Quacker plays out these fights nicely, and same with Levitate, I actually really like Blue Water's chances this game.
They can bring us to 3, a team that desperately needs series wins.
Yeah.
Many as they can get as we get down to the wire here. Both teams having 3 series left. Been a tough tussle for Blue Water throughout a lot of this one, but a nice spree at the end. You know, the positivity is there. Talk to the players. They realize that the work is in progress, but it is starting to work. And what a time to show up against the new additions of Sushi and Kelpo, who are subbing in just for this week for near airport.
And now, the Blue Water, you can see them trying to get the setup on the top side of the map for the Rift Herald that's going to be spawning very soon. There's a bit of posturing here for near airport, who have been mostly quiet these last couple of minutes. And you got to imagine, unless Spica and Pobelter are near each other, there isn't a whole lot that they want to be fishing for right now.
I like that Levitate stepping up a little bit here, maybe threatening an in. Did just get the Saris completed there for Samikin in the side lane. They're looking for a gank on bot. The shield is up though. I think he's going to have a harder time to take him down. Maybe it's going to be enough. Seismic Shove is used. The wave is cleared. Samikin out in transition maybe as he steps up. Wombo combo from Spica on his lonesome. Now he's all by himself though. It's unstoppable onslaught. Wham bam. Thank you ma'am. Gonna take him down, but in mid lane, Blue Water taking the fight on the Sushi with Levitate coming in with his own killer instinct. as Kelpo forced to retreat under turret. That'll be another kill to Levitate.
Yeah, but it's going to be a bit more Blue Otter favored because of the Rift Herald that they're dropping immediately here. TP's going to stop this turret from going down, it looks like. Does TP get canceled, actually?
He made it. He's there.
Oh, he's there. You're right.
Yeah. And we'll see now the turret getting a little low, but here comes the engage for Pika. Rovex is the target potentially, but no, Levitated. They get the combo in there as well, and now Pobelter with the resets. Spirit rushing all over the place. Big POB needs to run away because that man's got axes and he is swinging as he's running straight on, and the charm's not going to be enough. Now Sabikin running over as well. Pobelter gets another reset and makes it out towards this top side, but he's going to be hard pressed to get out of this situation, and he's just going to have to sacrifice his life as music takes him down.
Now, so it ends up being a pretty good fight there on both sides. A 2 for 2 at the end of it. I actually think it was 2 for 3. So Blue Otter being able to find a pretty nice fight for them there. Quacker able to do so much. He's got a bounty on his head now at 4, 2, and 1. And this Olaf, I mean, you see the example. He's so difficult to deal with. If you can avoid him and let the Ragnarok expire, maybe. But that last fight near airport, they got split up. And that's exactly the blueprint of a good fight that Blue Otter are working with.
Are on second items now for near airport, getting closer and closer for Blue Otter as well. Another dragon coming up in 10 seconds. Another Cloud Soul on the rip. Levitate spotted out. Levitate needs to be careful. No, he's going to get caught. This is the saving grace for Blue Otter. And he goes down. Now Quacker will be the only one that has that carry potential in this fight. They'll have to give it up because of that. And that'll stop the dragon stacking for Blue Otter.
That's right, no soul point because Levitate is caught out of position, and a really nice play there for near airport. It didn't even cost them really their big ultimates there for Spica or Pobelter. So if they find an angle, they can still look for it after the fact too. But I think for the moment, they're happy with denying the Dragon Soul point and are just gonna look to walk away from this one. Even though Blaztia played, take some chip damage.
Pobelter is such a Chad. This
Yeah.
guy, like, not only does he have like a really fun mindset, a big part to North American League of Legends history, but God, man, it's been multiple games where he's just having a great one. As now he's gonna get chased under turret. He's gonna make it out with his Spirit Rush. The cooldown's not super long, so they will be all right on that one. They're gonna move back over to the Vision setup around the Baron pit now as well.
Yeah, that's right. Still a few minutes from Baron. Right now we're looking at... Oh, hold on.
They missed the charge, but Rovex might just die anyway. Sushi is the engaged target now. Samikin joining the fight. Kelpo caught out by himself, as now it is near airport recentering their fight around the south side. Pobelter going to use the blast code to get music caught out potentially, but he's the one caught as Quacker goes on a rampage with that undertow, and now TF Blade forced out. The turret very low. Sushi, oh! It was so close to taking down Rovex there.
Yeah.
The Atacon is spawning Blue Otter, a little bit lost for what they want to go for exactly at the moment. They'll go for the mid lane push, and Music goes for the fight. He actually gets the 3-talent strike on TF Play, but he is getting tankier and tankier now that he has the unending despair as well.
Yeah. I mean, this is, again, another great angle there from Blue Otter. Near airport's comp, again, it doesn't really do a lot of damage. So you're really hard-pressed to try and burst somebody down like Quacker, like Music. Unless your target is Levitate or Samikin, the combo from near airport isn't going to work as effectively. And the cost is a big one. They lose members, Quacker gets a turret, and they have control over this top side. They're not going to start Otacon yet, but they can anytime now, and that's the big thing, especially with Levitate hitting his second item.
He is going to be a very hard part to deal with, unless you can catch him out, unless you can get that CC chain that we talked about over and over again. There will be Black Cleaver completed for Spica now on the side of near airport, as well as Music. Side of Blue Otter. Still waiting for second item for Samikin. Two-shot barrage comes across. Still about 3 minutes for that next dragon, but this is a much more contested series than maybe if you were just looking at near airport on paper would have. Blue Otter really realizing that their season is coming down to the wire and they need to start performing. They have started performing, and I'm glad that we get 2 iterations of the game. That bloodbath that was game number 1 with over a kill a minute, and now the more calculated macro decision making coming through.
And that's right. It's a really nice angle here for Blue Water, even though some comfort was denied to them in the form of Shen. Quacker substituted with
Oh, they find him. I just said they might get the combo. They don't kill him. They do. No!
They got him.
Sushi! Sushi snipes him as the solo queue prodigy comes in big.
And that's the way. That's Near Airport's key to victory. If you're able to snipe Levitate, that's a great look for you.
I try to get Quacker's Ragnarok there. He won't be baited so easily.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, their siege is not very good, even with the 4 grubs. Won't be able to do much more with that, but still, the picks are coming through a little bit, even though Blue Water have a hefty 2,000 gold advantage.
Still, it shows you the margin for error on Near Airport's comp and how razor thin it is, because they barely got Levitate. And that is the best case scenario, and they're still not able to convert it into very much other than going back to farming. So that's basically what they need to do every single time going forward if they want to hope to win this game, because the longer it goes, the better Kai'Sa gets, the better Olaf gets.
And that is not something you want to go against. He's also got his 3rd item, the experimental hex plate.
Oh, true.
It's going to be really tough to deal with. He's also got a CS advantage in. A lot of gold in that man's pockets. Near Airport. Kind of position around this bot side. We have about 45 seconds for the Dragon to spawn. Again, another attempt at soul point for Blue Water. They're bringing everybody down here. TF played his top side, doesn't have TP. They might just go commit onto the Atacon, though. Kelpo can't get caught out. I think they realize they can get him. He's going to flash out, juking out of Rovex. Will not have his flash. We'll have Hex Flash coming up, though.
Yeah, that's tough, though. Kelpo losing the flash. It's a pretty big engage combo with the Flash Magnet Storm now no longer available. And I like what we're seeing from NA. Again, just taking advantage of the fact that you have more TPs to work with, you have more movement to work with. Even if TF Play doesn't have TP, he has Scion ult, but instead, they want a 3-man, the Otacon, and even the TP is coming through. They want to guarantee the secure for this.
They don't
it's
know.
not Dragon Soul, so it's fine.
Okay, now they'll know,
Now
but it's way too late, and that's the Voracious one, so that's the GAs. And the Dragon Soul point will be secured by Blue Water, but now you're looking at Near Airport, what they can do with this, and how they can get this game back to an even state.
Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, you do really want this Dragon Soul point there for Blue Water, but because Near Airport got one earlier, they were okay to trade the Drake for Otacon. Now, as you say, they have GAs to work with. They did get some buffs as well from taking it down. So now, as long as Pobelter can walk away and doesn't get engaged on, this is not the worst position to be in there for Near Airport. And their goal is the same, though. Can you take down Kai'Sa? Can you take down Talia?
Gonna be difficult. They have the tools to do so. And we will be getting almost to that 3rd item precipice for Ezreal, but the 2nd item itself, very strong.
Yeah.
And Sushi has been a little bit on the back foot for a lot of this game, especially with how bot lane went, but Ezreal is starting to come into his own here with the build, with the time, and I think that's what Near Airport are really playing towards. Their timers are starting to get better and better, and as we talk about it, they go all in. Oh god, Spica. As he gets stopped there, Levitate goes golden, maybe saving Spica, honestly, but the GAs meant that Near Airport could absolutely follow through. Here goes the sub.
Whoa, okay.
TFA just throws himself
Here
into
comes
the
Quacker.
bodies of Blue Water. Quacker goes straight for the back line.
Oh my
Finds
god,
him,
he's so
goes
fast!
golden as he's going for TF Play now too. The shield's coming through, but Quacker will find him now. Sushi has been untouched this entire time, but it does not matter. You've already had 2 GAs pop from the side of NA.
Yeah, and again, it just shows you how difficult it is for NA to play these team fights. Even though it looked close, even though they chunked a lot of members. Spica. Woo. Yeah, close call there. But ultimately, this is, again, just how a lot of these fights are going to look like, barring some exceptional outplays from the side of Near Airport. They have mostly evened out this gold lead, but the way these comps interact, it's so hard for them to play. Now they have less GAs to work with, too.
I do indeed. I think those GAs probably going to be falling off here shortly anyways. So not going to find too much with that one. We'll see if it comes back to bite them with the Dragon Soul coming up in about 3 minutes as well. And these team fights have definitely gotten a little bit more sporadic. I think we returned to what we said earlier, and it's like it really is about execution in a lot of these situations and like timers on engages. But are we feeling more confident in Sushi now that he's getting to a point where he can kind of match Levitate?
Yeah, especially once you get to that third item too, to be able to get some of that armor penetration going. I think that will help him be able to put more damage onto players like Music, Quacker, and things like that, but it's still hard. Not known for the burst damage. As long as the fights can go long enough, maybe he can do something, but once Levitate gets access to that Zhonya's Hourglass, he's going to have that stasis that he can use over and over again. And it's going to make it harder for NA to go for that win con that we've been describing, taking Levitate out of the picture. So before he builds it, they got to try and see if they can turn, if they can secure him for a play, get something that will allow them to take Baron.
Belter's in trouble. He
Gone.
gets 100 to 0'd, and now Blue Water. They look so in control of this game. TF Blade's gonna try to ult his way out. The flash goes into the dive. The double flash from Rovex and Samikin. And we're going to 3 beatdown. I'm just feeling it now. As in near airport, they're still scaling, but it seems like Blue Water's world.
I think it's more than a feeling, Mazel, because these fights are too difficult. And now Blue Water, they can turn this one into a Baron. Oh, even Quacker, he still has his ult available from that last fight. He didn't have to use it.
When you are able to draft 2 comfort picks for a team that has found so much success on them in their longevity, you have to expect and respect Blue Water, as their Quacker Olaf and the Levitate Kaisa are just finding so much across the map. And now it is that Baron taken by Music, and a life of Sushi taken by Quacker. Belter.
Oh, unless?
Goes in, gets the reset, maybe. No, it's a 2v4
no.
now. And Speaker dies too.
Belter is going to be able to Spirit Rush over the wall, but this game is just slipping further and further from near airport's fingers. And this desperation to keep forcing some of these plays is because they recognize that their time is running out and that their window is closing. And again, it's just how difficult it is to play into this Blue Water comp. Especially because now Levitate, he's completed Zhonya's. Samikin is going to be completing his very soon too. So your 2 targets that you want to get on more than anything else will have ways to protect themselves and buy time. Time you don't have because long fights are bad for you as near airport.
They are indeed. Oh, they found the flank. That's the lockdown. Levitate going golden. Charm missing, though. That's tough. The double knockup from Rovex going to stop them in their tracks. Now Kelpo is dead.
Bye, Kelpo.
And that might just be a sign of the time, if you will.
Yeah, you can say that.
The shield will go down in the end. Another charm going a little bit wide by Belter, still trying to find it. And from a situation where near airport felt so good in the early games, everything has fallen apart now time and time again in this game number 2. And Blue Water are picking up that helping of near airport fumbling the bag a little bit. And I love to see it because this Blue Water team, it has so much enthusiasm for their growth. And we'll see them utilize that against near airport here. We set the time, it's now, and Quacker's time is godlike as he's finding 2.
They don't die.
Looking for 3. He does not get it. It's Samikin that ends up finding that kill. There's actually a lot of damage from the zombie there, but near airport backs against the wall. Their new additions of Sushi and Kelpo, the only ones on the map. Blue Water circling like sharks as they go back and look for their soul.
Yeah, Blue Water, I mean, they have outscaled. This is it. Like, there's really just no way near airport can actually play out these fights, barring some catastrophic error from the side of Blue Water. At this point, near airport going to try and farm whatever they can, but Dragon Soul is going over. I think it's only going to really take one good fight like this to make the difference. Even now, Quacker, he can do whatever he wants.
He's literally just walking at him, bro. This is incredible. Hey, Kelpo, Sushi, is this kind of like one of your solo queue games? Is what Quacker is saying from the other side as a 10-2 Olaf, full build, almost 1 item lacking. And he's going to town now.
Yeah, and that Overlord Blood Mill certainly helps too. TF Blade, I mean, they're fishing. They need something.
Hey, they got the charm. TF Blade, slowly but surely, just going to go down.
Yep, not even slowly.
And, yeah, not even slowly. The push is going to be there. It feels like near airport just been throwing themselves at Blue Water.
Yeah.
Giving them a ton of momentum here. Spica's rage pushing in the side lane right now. As we get Blue Otter going full in onto the underside of the turret to take down Sushi.
Yeah.
Quacker goes legendaries. He's 11-2. And you got to respect some of these picks that come through from Blue Otter. It's what made them infamous in their last split here in 2024. It's what's getting them a win against Near Airport here.
Yeah, and they got to just guide this next wave in, and it's looking like they may have the angle that they want, but they are taking their time, actually. They want to spend their gold. Honestly, I think they're in a position where they could just end the game now, but Quacker flashed. He doesn't have ult, so I guess they're just making absolutely certain that they're going to close this. But they have it, Nizelle. They got everything they need, and it's a big deal, too, because Blue Water, they needed this win, and to get them a chance here by going to game 3 to secure their 3rd win of the split is so important.
It is indeed. Every win matters, especially when you still have to face Dark Zero Dragon Steel.
Yeah.
And you got to find as many wins to get you separated from that 2-win streak. But honestly, at this point, the 1-win column, seeing Polestar only have 2 series left, you can get away from that condition where you could potentially even get into that bottom 2 slots. As we look at it now, it's the push from Blue Water into topside, the final remaining strong side of the map for Near Airport, and quickly going to be taken away from that.
Yeah, but it's also a tank, so it doesn't even feel like that strong. He's just a big meatball that they are happy to consume. Right now, you can see the position the map is in here. You have supers coming in mid and bottom because the inhibitors are down, and Blue Water, and they just need one good fight. They could really just send it.
See if they decide they want to. Off the back of stunning performances from Quacker and Levitate, here they go. Samikin setting up for the final turret to go down. Looking to spawn in those double super minions as well. That'll be lasting damage to Near Airport's base as they turn back for the potential Baron spawning in 40 seconds. Or just a reset of their own map.
I mean, I gotta say, I don't like that Blue Water aren't just trying to fight. They're so much stronger, and their comp is just better at this stage of the game. So I'm not really liking them kind of dancing around this final fight, trying to get poked out. Now they're sending it. That's good.
Sushi gonna flash out. There you go. Rovex gets the quickness pop. Pobelter looking for backline access, but they turn onto him immediately. He's not gonna get any resets. He's gonna be ran out of town there. As Blue Water making mincemeat out of Near Airport in this second game. And they now will push for your end that you wanted as Ragnarok and Quacker and a killer instinct from Levitate. It's looking damn good when they get their right picks, and the execution was there. Full dominance, 12,000 gold up by Blue Water. As Sushi will get locked down, the GA comes through for music, and we're going to game 3.
How about that, Lennon? Blue Otter stick it to Near Airport, and they take us to a 3rd game. Match point for either team, and Blue Otter, they give themselves a chance.
They do indeed give themselves a fighting chance here. That if the time is going to be it, it's got to be now. When Double Lift and Bio are out of the roster, take advantage of these solo queue players, and this time around, they did. Sushi and Kelpo having a little bit of a rough time of it in game number 2. Look for them to dust themselves off and get ready for game number 3. Also, I just got to say, Blue Water chose red side, and it paid off for them. It's kind of
huge. Again, it was that counter pick that we were alluding to at the start of draft. It was for Quacker, and he used it beautifully. Again, the Olaf, I'm sure Near Airport are kicking themselves for that one, and if they do win the series, I'm definitely going to ask them about it.
Absolutely so. Really nice to see Blue Water kind of pick themselves up. I especially think, even though it was a little bit of a lesser showboating performance from Samikin, he had a lot of key movements from the mid lane, and you really like to see the bot lane popping off. Levitate looking good as ever here, especially off their last series win too. That's going to be it for game number 2. We're going to send it off to a little break. Get ready for the final game of the day here on day number 2 of week 6. We'll see you there.
I believe my favorite season was season 10 because that's the first season I hit Challenger, and that's where I decided I wanted to go pro in the LoL history. I gotta say my twin brother, General Sniper. I think he's up there for sure. He's the best and the best looking and the best player, in my opinion.
Good question. I'm not sure I have a favorite season. I really like the release of the new map, but like 2 seasons ago when they remade the walls and all, like I thought that was really nice, and I wish they'd do that more in the future. Like I think they're planning to, but I think that was really refreshing to have the map change like that. I really enjoyed it.
It's hard for me not to pick the ones where I had the most success as a player. So I would probably say season 8 and 9. That was like peak League of Legends for me, but it could even go, as far back as like season 2. Pretty much any season where I think like 80 carries are really fun. That's gonna be my favorite. So season 8 and 9, I think it was a pretty fun time to play to carry.
Oh, it was the Damon versus EDG finals. I don't know which season it was, Worlds final, and I think I liked the season a lot. I mean, because I think it was season 10, season 9. I don't even know, but you could play different styles of champs on jungle. You could play the carry champs and tank junglers.
For the most fun, it was for sure like season 8 or 9, because during that time there were a couple builds and champs that I really liked. For example, like Man Immune Kaisa with the old Nashor's Tooth and Rageblade was so good and so broken. I also liked playing a lot of Kassadin and Vladimir, because those champs, when you get to the certain points back then, it was like you can't lose, So like there was a period in my time in season 9 where I was like a Vlad Kassadin 2-trick, just playing the mid lane and just trying to win every game through late game.
Welcome back, everyone, to NACL. as we crest over into the last game of the day, we have to reminisce on the Blue Otter comeback in game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Beatdown, and what a game. They got their comfort, and they looked damn good.
Yeah, what a comeback it was. Choosing red side when teams typically don't really do that these last couple of patches, but they used it to set up the Olaf on the R5, something I think Near Airport simply weren't expecting, and that was a big part of what allowed them to secure this win. Even though the early fights were looking good, overall, Levitate's Kaisa, Quacker's Olaf, Blue Otter outscaled, and it got to a point where there was literally no way for Near Airport to actually play out the game.
Indeed, and as we see, it was really just a combination of efforts from top to bot. A couple moments from Near Airport for sure. Still though, I think the moment to step up, obviously for Sushi and Kelpo to come in, was against Levitate and Rovex. I think Rovex and Levitate got the better of it in this game number 2 for sure. But now it makes me think that this matchup gets a little bit more tight going into game 3.
Yeah, it is going to be really interesting, especially for Kelpo, because when you talk about players who have less experience in pro play, and I mean in his case none, it is interesting to see what's actually going to come out there on stage that he's comfortable with in this game 3 scenario, because it is fearless, of course. There's several champions out of the picture already. Several more are going to be banned. So I'm really interested in what this bot lane is going to put out and whether or not they can mimic the success we saw from game 1.
Yeah, because they looked really good at game number 1.
They owned game 1. Oh my god.
Across the board, but also specifically Sushi and Kelpo actually looked really good. But that means, going into game 3, for me, it's been really centered on draft. I think on plain state, yes, Near Airport's composition looks good. When you get in the brass tacks, things like there is no answer for Quacker, right?
Nope.
And I just think you have to give yourself answers in these kinds of situations.
Yeah, you do. Again, I think it was unexpected there for Near Airport, and we'll see. At least it's not available anymore, so we're going to have to see how Blue Water are going to try and draft their way out of Game 3, because now they are going to be on red side again because Near Airport have chosen blue side. But what is this draft going to look like? Will Quacker be able to get something like the Shen that was denied from him, but he's done so well on before? Are we going to see things like the Hui from Samikin? Because while I will give Blue Water credit for winning that second game and drafting really smartly, I'm still favoring Near Airport going into this third game unless they pull out something similar.
Okay, I like it. Well, it all depends. It also is like a seriously important series for Near Airport, even if two crucial pieces are gone. It's trying to set up for getting into the playoffs, locking in alongside LG and alongside Dark Zero Dragonsteel. And this team, it's found a lot of success off of Pobelter. I even think he's tried his damnedest in that game on the Ari, but I'm very curious what we're going to get for this jungle matchup in specific. I speak words. Specific going into game number 3, because it has been a bit of an undercurrent in how the map is dictated. I think Music has had some really good answers to Spica's pathing.
Yeah, I think so, especially in that second game there on the Zen. We know historically for this roster, he is so important to their success because he's able to find these really good early game paths and find these early game leads.
Indeed. If you want to catch any of that action or missed any of it, go check out our social medias at the top left of your screen. Be able to check all those out and see anything that you missed. So give some love to our socials as well. Had some bangers today. That first game of the series going over a kill a minute. Absolute wild. But now in this game 3, it's a lot on the line for Blue Otter in terms of trying to find wins. The fact that they're this close, the fact that they're getting all the way to 3 games against Near Airport. Came in those primary words where if it's not today, it might never be against Near Airport. And now they have the chance to do so.
Yeah, and they took that chance in game 2. Now they've tied up the series here, where now it's match point for both of our teams. And it's tough because Blue Water's schedule going forward is pretty difficult. Their most winnable match remaining is AMI, and I believe they play Dark Zero Dragonsteel later, which is a touch less winnable, I will say. So with that in mind, Blue Water, I mean, even game wins like what they got in game 2 is really important, but a series win would be such a difference maker, both in them remaining in the league, in split 2, but also that opportunity to get 6th place, because remember, that last playoff spot, it's up for grabs.
Still is. Still have a bunch of series for all teams to play. It's going to be fun getting down to the wire here at the very end. Get into it. 3 red side games for Blue Otter here.
Yeah.
As we'll see them stay on the same sides for game number 3. Again, Zoe banned away towards Samikin. It's going to be the Jax this time for but more than likely, I'm going to say it's going to be similar bans to the other two that we had.
Probably. I don't foresee really much changing in that regard, but you know, I'm excited to be wrong. We'll see. What the first pick is going to be is what I'm most interested in. You got to imagine, near airport, interestingly enough, I think 2 games in a row their second ban was Gwen, but now I'm wondering if they're going to go another route. Maybe early ban the Shen from Quacker and force Blue Otter to ban the Gwen, because that's like insta-lose if you let that go through.
You cannot let the Gwen through. I will give you that much.
Oh,
the
okay.
Shen
Nice.
is the ban.
Good.
So
That's
now
really
you're
smart.
forcing Blue Otter to go ahead and ban that Gwen.
Yeah, and Blue Otter, I'm looking at you. I'm waiting.
You're looking.
There's only one answer.
Looking respectfully, nicely.
I'm looking disrespectfully.
Disrespectfully.
All right, well, GG guys.
They wanted to make sure they made Kelpo alive. That's
Bro,
what they did.
it's really never that serious though. Like truly, I don't know how this is happening. No way that Tristana hover is real. Oh wow. Okay,
It
so
is
they
real, my friend.
actually abandoned the Gwen. Am I insane? I'm looking at the fearless bans. Was the Gwen played and I didn't notice? No? Okay, well, congrats
You're
Blue
good,
Water.
bro.
You get a Quacker, you get a great champion. I'm very
But
happy.
maybe they have
for
an
you, sir.
answer.
Sure, maybe. Is there? Ambessa's gone. Jax has been banned by them.
Maybe we get the Nidalee again.
Oh, that'd be interesting. I feel like that's not
The
as
Way?
good an answer.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
The Way is one of the lock-ins right now with the
Am I insane?
Diego, so Gwen is still bumbling along.
What patch are we on? What? Am I
Nah,
having a
it's still
stroke?
Good. It's still good. It's still good. We'll see exactly what the focus is for near airport here, as they already have that flexibility with the Tristana. More than likely, just gonna go ahead and grab the Gwen. At some point, they still have 2 picks to go. Solo lanes can be the focus to finish out this first phase. They will go with the Victor. This also has been something Cobelter has been really leaning on to. Gives him a ton of power out of the mid lane. But there's already a lot of scaling on the side of near airport.
There is. So honestly, you do run the risk at this point if they grab something like the Gwen to have a really slow game early on. But I mean, the champ's OP, so if you get through first 15-20 minutes, you're laughing almost no matter what. So the fact that it got to B3 is insane. Why are we picking a tank into? You know what? It's not locked in. It's not locked in. It's not locked in. We'll talk about what is locked in. Diego for music. Been a pretty big pick for him. We talk about Samikin on the way as well. It's definitely one of his more comfortable champions, especially last split when Blue Water had a really great run, going from 1-5 to making it to playoffs.
Which is such a fun story. If you weren't around for it, this team garnered a ton of attention and a ton of respect for what they were able to do in 2024. And I know a lot of the players have been really hard on themselves because this is the same squad, right? And so they've been really hard on themselves with the way this split has gone so far, but I know they have an improvement mindset, which is always important to keep. That Alistar is the final pick in the first phase for Blue Otter, going into the Lulu ban, so maybe feeling a little bit worried about that 2v2.
Yeah, I think the Lulu is a really strong pairing there for the Tristana. I know they've run that in near airport before with double lift and Biofrost, so you just want to deny that really strong combination, especially because you're playing this burst composition with the Viego. Because Viego, an important thing with when you're playing a champion like that or any reset champion, what's your time to kill? You want to make it as slow as possible, so removing obstacles is very important.
Yeah, very important. The Braum ban, though, taking away the concussive blow stacking from the side of near airport. It's going to be the Xayah ban towards Levitate, so not letting them get that kind of duo, first and foremost, the Lovers duo, but also taking away some of the safety from Levitate himself.
Yeah, and I'm really curious, too, what this fourth pick is going to be. I mean, you could pick top lane, unless this really ends up being a Gwen jungle, or you could just go for a 80 carry there for Levitate, because you know what that is on that bottom side. Wow,
The
so
Smolder, let's go.
Shogo did play it. I think last week on Supernova, they did not win, but I guess Blue Water liked it enough that they said, all right, let's try it.
Going a little bit of counter scaling here as well.
Yeah, I think because
feel like
they
we're
want
in
to
for
go
a long
late.
one.
We are.
We're in
I
for
think
a long
because NA have shown they really want to go late, that they're like, okay, we can go late.
The Pantheon does end up having a lot to say in the early games and trying to stop the scaling, stop the stacking of music in particular. I really look towards their paths early to see what they want to do. But the Pantheon is going to be a central point of the engage
What's
for
the
near
support
airport.
going to be? This point, Karma? I mean, it's not great. I don't know, I'm not a fan. I'm trying to think, like, it needs to be something with Engage, because you really just don't have any at this point. You're really putting a lot of pressure there onto Spica to start off these fights. And this comp, while having a good amount of scaling on its side lane, near airport, they don't have a lot of proactivity early. So much is going to be on Kelpo and Spica's shoulders. Because, you know, fighters do pair really nicely with the Karma, and that's kind of really the only benefit I see.
Wonder what they want to watch. Last pick, counter pick, the Udyr. He's bringing out a classic again. It worked out for them last time.
Wow.
He's got his Udyr. What can he do?
That's exciting. That one is really fun. I mean, I like this answer because Gwen has received a good amount of nerfs. A lot of them targeted to her lane phase because her lane is not supposed to be good. She's supposed to be a scaling champion. But Udyr, early levels, very disturbing, very disgusting. So you have a pretty good advantage there. Yeah, I don't like it. And I just didn't realize how relieved and how happy I've been because I haven't seen Udyr or thought about him in a long time. But until now that he's back.
Now you got to think about him.
Now I got to think about him, man. Whatever.
I love it, though, because this is also, I mean, we talked about all the picks that made Blue Water famous last year. Like the Quacker, obviously on the Olaf, the Darius for him as well, but the Udyr was something special a lot of the time for him. He even kept playing it after it kind of fell off the meta itself.
That's true. That's true.
And it's nice to see him go with something like this because I think what Blue Water leaned on the most last game that did benefit them is that comfort, is that togetherness. It's what made this team such a bright star in NACL, and now against maybe one of the brightest stars that we have in recent history of NACL in Near Airport. Coming in with two new players for the solo queue ladder, Sushi and Kelpo. It's going to be fireworks for game number 3, the deciding game between these two teams.
Yeah, and I gotta say, while I see the angles and how late game looks good for Near Airport's comp, but early on, it is kind of tough. So I actually think Blue Water have a good chance of winning this game. The fact is, you have stronger lanes, I think, especially on this top side of the map. And as long as you can get enough damage to get Music his first kill, you are going to win pretty much every early fight. And as long as you can keep that up until Levitate hits the magic Smolder number, Blue Water will probably win the game.
Can I get a 225 in the chat? Because that's what we're going for.
Is that a thing?
The number? No, I don't know.
Well, it can be.
We
chat,
started.
You heard him. Yeah. 225 in the chat. What do we think?
That's what we're waiting on. That's what we're waiting on. See if Levitate can do it against Sushi. And the Tristana always looking for those little all-in moments. And again, we look back to that interview displaying and kind of talking about Sushi and Kelpo. And that's what Double Lift loves so much about this young carry. A guy that's just dipped his toes into Tier 3 and now getting a once-off shot with Near Airport here in NACL.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, overall, it has been a good series for Sushi and Kelpo, and it's nice to see them perform during this debut. And now this is another chance for them to be able to do exactly that, especially with this Tristana and this Karma combo. Double range, so the lane will be nice, but the real power is going to be later, because we talk about burst damage on Blue Water's side, and we talk about trying to get Music kills for resets. Karma does make that harder, especially if we see those Mantra E's come through later on.
Very true. And that's why I love to see these kind of 2v2s leaning out to the poke side of things. And Levitate's going to be hard-pressed to find as many stacks in the early game, trying to delay that as much as possible. Taking a look at the jungle path, though, will be opposite sides, mirrored side starts for both of them. So maybe a little bit of top lane focus for Music, maybe a little bot lane focus for Speak Up, but also potential for the mega clears.
Yeah, very interested to see the direction Music wants to take this early game. He definitely has some lanes to play through, particularly on this top side. Being able to punish this Gwen early, if they're able to either get a dive or just find successful ganks, I think would go a long way to slowing down this hyper-scaling champion.
Two here though. That's actually going to kick off to anything. Still getting a lot of scaling vibes,
Oh my
at
God.
least from the bot side. But this is the important factor. This is the matchup. Oh my God, Gwyd got through. What could possibly happen? Gwyd is insane. Cracker thinks he has the answer with the Udyr. You talked about the laning phase, maybe leaning out towards Cracker, but he will also just be an absolute menace in the late game and very hard to handle.
Oh, here we go.
That top lane focus. The flash, the stun, Music coming in for his own here, going point blank, waiting for the flash. TF Blade gets
Wow,
baited.
perfect.
First blood to Music.
Really nicely done by Music to hold that Spectral Maw, wait for TF Blade's flash to ensure that they secure the kill. So it only costs one flash, and that wave is going away from TF Blade. So it's a really good opener here for Blue Water on the top side.
That's what you love to see, and Music will be very happy with that because now he can be a little bit more aggressive in his pass towards Spica if they do want to interact. He also was able to get that Scuttle Crab towards top, so it will be that split from both of them. Dragon is coming up in about 40 seconds now as well. We'll take a look back to that first blood. Quacker setting it up for Music to knock it down.
Yeah, really nice use of the flash to make sure you get the stun on that ram stance. And it's just, again, really good patience there from Music. Plays this Viego champion a lot, knows the ins and outs, and knows to hold his stun.
Was one of the big picks that in his entrance into the league, finding a lot of success with, and like, oh man, this guy's just hard carrying in a ton of the games
And
that you
Volley
find
Bear.
him on. And the Volley Bear.
Good times.
Good times. But now he's got the Hearthbound Axe. Will be able to be a little bit more preemptive in his damage here too.
Uh-oh.
Quacker getting the the setup on a TF Blade. Okay, well TF Blade just gave up his life. No mana, TF Blade is just gonna give another kill over to Music, and yeah, Viego's gonna be strong. Beat down,
Yep.
I think.
2-0. It's a pretty great start on a champion like Viego. And I like this topside focus again. It's a really great answer. TF Blade expecting Music to be on the other side of the map, or not too close that Music can that he can't punish him for going for the proxy. But Music actually skips his Raptors, which Spica takes to go for that kill. So another good play.
Good place to set up Blue Otter in this comeback of a series. Really nice to see them kind of come together over this. They can at least wiggle this one out as grubs are coming up. It's already started by Spica. There is not going to be a contest from Blue Otter. See if they want to go ahead and take this dragon as a bit of recompense. Get this objective stacking going for them.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I like the idea of dragon focus here for Blue Otter early. And because Quacker is pretty strong here in this topside matchup because of the farm and the assist that he's been able to get from helping Music, I mean, it means that he'll be strong enough to fight for that second spawn of grubs. And oh
Wait, what?
my God.
Okay, well, he makes it out alive that time.
Barely.
Barely. But he is alive. Dragon
Yeah.
goes their way. We got the trade of those objectives both ways. Yeah, the Gwyd, maybe Blue Otter found the answer. Maybe it's so funny. Then Uncle Phil, he's such a good drafter. He's such a good coach. Honestly, he's been a big bright spot for Blue Otter as an organization here, but also for this league team and how they've grown. But he's also a guy that loves to play with the mental, loves to play with the kind of chess pieces that draft has. It's so funny, in a game 3 in a fearless system, like letting through Gwyd feels like an absolute no-no across the competitive space, but
Yeah.
they're making it work so far, and I love to see that kind of stuff come through. We are going to get the all-in from Sushi. He's going to get the reset on the rocket jump now, and Rovex needs to be very careful. Going to flash out of it. Some more stacks going the way of Levitate, but he's also going to take a heavy trade.
Oh, the root!
Connects. He's going to have to flash out too.
Oh wow, really nice tether there from Kelpo. You get the flash and goes from Levitate. Finally some pressure on this Smolder Alistar lane. I mean, this really should be a difficult lane for them to play out. So I really like that we're seeing that punish come through. I kind of just wish we saw a dive or something follow it. That's why we're seeing Sammy can kind of move down, hang out. Music is also in the area. I think all things considered though, unless that's punished on in these next couple of minutes, it's not a big deal. Levitate's keeping up in farm. He's got a call that he's stacking too. This early game is still going really nicely there for Blue Otter. I think near airport, probably want to be a little more active. They scale nicely, but the problem is, when you're just hanging back and waiting to scale and your opponent is making plays, getting ahead, your scaling matters less.
And both teams will not be slouches when it comes to scaling. Even Blue Otter have a lot going for them. We already talked about the Smolder, whose literally built-in conditions is to scale. But it's really about how they utilize that. And I love that because that's been a trend across both games now. Like, both teams have options. Both teams have good win conditions. But it's all going to come down to the hands diffs. And so far, Blue Otter have a little bit of momentum building for them off that second game comeback series. As now we're getting into this one. Rovex might get locked down in the end. Barely gets out of the chain. He's going to go in to fight onto Kelpo. But that should be it for the time being. Both teams very willing to kind of take this one slow, like we said from the draft.
Yeah, that's right. And right now, not a whole lot really to fight for. My eyes are set on that next spawn of grubs. Just because letting that grub again and go is going to feel really bad for Blue Otter. And I can't imagine they're going to do nothing about that one. I don't really foresee them going for a lane swap, especially with how good Quacker is at this current state of the game. So I'm kind of expecting him to maybe finish that item on this recall. And if he's able to finish that Leandries, Blue Otter really just set their sights on trying to secure that second spawn of grubs. Oh no, not Leandries. It's the Rod of Ages, newly buffed.
Yeah, tanking. And also that Phoenix stance is going to be even more deadly.
Yeah.
He's going to have a lot of AoE there, but as he builds, he'll be tankier and tankier. We have the next spawn of grubs coming up. Another dragon, about a minute and 40. Spiraling Despair is going to be used with the Severing Bolt. Call him Harry Potter. Sam can... I gotta laugh at a beatdown. Let's go.
I just didn't expect it.
every time Severing Bolt gets used, I don't know.
No,
For
fair.
Literally no reason, but you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, the forehead. I got you.
Yeah. Thank you. The grubs, I think, is the most important setup for Blue Otter right now, though, because I do feel like, yes, you have this advantage. You already have Trinity Force completed for music. And to try to get this re-adaptation where you moved half your map over here, they've got to try to get this staff of the full grub again, at least from near airport.
Yeah, I will say now, Blue Otter, they do go for the swap. I think this will be easier for them to secure just because level 6, a lot more impactful for Rovex versus Kelpo. Because I mean, you already have the mantra as Karma. So it should be a pretty easy secure, and I like that they're doing it fast enough that they have time to reset. Barely, maybe they'll just walk down and try and contest that next dragon. So they can still play for a Drake stacking angle if they want to. You're already seeing the teleport from Quacker too.
He's down there to put the pressure on how much damage he did. Now Roa's not even stacked yet. We are going to get first items coming through for everybody though, as Sundered Sky is there for Spica. Feel a little bit more confident on the engages now for the Pantheon, but Dragon is now spawning, and they already have a ton of bodies down here for near airport, so the contest will not be there, and will tie up in the Dragon scale.
Yeah, they're gonna let that one go, and I think just go back to regular lane assignments as everybody is backing at the same time. I mean, it's Blue Otter. You're not too broken up about not having a fast Dragon Soul because you scale really nicely in your own right. Getting that first Dragon just allows you to hang back and trade those Drakes for other parts of the map here. So it's been a really slow early game. Only action we've seen were the two ganks topside for Quacker. And I have a feeling that's a lot of the action we're going to see for many minutes more, Lennon.
Thought about it for a second.
Unless.
You know? Okay.
Unless.
More
teleport?
action. CP, DF Blade wants to get music. speed up from the TP is not going to be enough. They will end up taking the blue buff here, though.
I
A
mean,
little bit of something. And near airport starting to drum up a little bit of attention. I love it. Rovex trying to get the stop.
yeah.
Is not able to do so. But near airport starting to drum up a little bit more consistency across the board.
A little, but a teleport just for a blue buff, really not worth it. And especially when you consider the dragon was already there, as it gives Quackruff this opportunity to knock down several plates and continue stacking gold. So that's a resource out of the way, and it keeps us in this sort of very relaxed, slow game state for the most part. I think that was the most exciting thing that's happened in 5 minutes.
You know what? It's exciting just because you're here, Beatdown.
Oh, stop.
Got him.
Oh, stop.
As I do really want to see if this Smolder is going to be enough for this one. I know the lead is still very dead even with the 2 kills going the way of Blue Otter. But I'm always hesitant about the Smolder. I mean, there's a reason why it got super nerfed and then kind of taken completely out of the meta.
Yeah.
But I feel like in a situation where you don't have those early game win conditions for near airport, like this is the best case scenario for Levitate to really thrive on it.
Yeah, and Smolder did get a couple small buffs a little while ago, so not as nerfed into the ground as when he fell out of favor. Levitate, yeah, I agree. This is definitely a solid angle for the pick. And you're just raiding again, 225 stacks. We're still a little while away from that, but otherwise, I think the game has just been going as planned here for Blue Otter. The near airport. Also trying to keep the game low and slow.
And an interesting opportunity, obviously, presented for near airport, who are at the top of the table, and with a win here, lock in that spot alongside Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, and Luminosity Gaming in the playoffs.
Whoa.
But giving an opportunity here to TF Blade to try to outplay this 2v2 coming through. It is Kelpo and Sushi's edition. And really throw a wrench into things here in this week number 6 and giving these guys an opportunity from solo queue to really have some bright moments on their record. And it's been fun to watch them kind of grow just within this series, even if they have been scrimming with the teams. It's been really cool to see their stage performances in the fluctuations you kind of expect from 2 very new players from the solo queue ladder.
Yeah, it has been really good so far. Now Sushi is on this champion, the Tristana, where you do have a lot of late game carry potential. And even though Blue Otter, they have a lot of scaling tools. Near airport have them too. It's just hard for them to interact with Blue Otter's composition. I think that's my greatest concern going into the late game. But if they make it work, it's going to be because of Sushi and how he positions himself on this pick.
Definitely getting a little bit of love up here from Spica. Wants to come over and take this fight. Quacker gonna get CC'd and taken down. Big shutdown too over to Spica, and they're gonna take the turret right off that.
Yeah, and it's gonna be first prick as well, so a really nice influx of gold off a nice gank from Spica. First one this game, you're able to kind of win back a lot of what Music has been able to take early on. So nicely done. It's just in time for the Rift Herald too.
Waiting for his perfect moment.
Yeah.
As now they're actually surrounding TF Blade in the side lane right now. They have Music just bolting down the wave. TP coming in as well. They're going to commit full that to it as well. And the flash coming out, not going to be nearly enough. TF Blade maybe out of there. Mom, not enough.
Are you kidding me?
TF Blade. That's why you draft Gwen, because she is immune.
That's right. TF Blade, after a big commitment, manages to walk away with his life intact. So you still get the Rift Herald as Blue Otter, but you deny them from getting a little more. And let's speak of. No, surely not.
Nah. They will get the bot lane turret though, as well with Cobelter. The engage Spica tried to step up. It is going to be everything used onto him. The shield might not be enough here as he's going to be burned down to a crisp. And another stack for Levitate.
Yeah, I was going to say, I like that they waited to give them the stack. Now Music.
Oh, the spear.
Do we have...
Okay.
Oh.
Using the Heartbreaker to get away from him there. Did have a nice cheeky little moment with the Pantheon Soul. And now it's about holding off until these resets come through for Blue Otter, but they're feeling really confident now, even if the lead is just a little bit below.
Yeah, and I think we just got word that Smolder is What did I hear for stacks? 40 to 142. There we go. So still a little while away, but you know, as you go longer in the game, it becomes easier to get stacks off of the queue as it continues to evolve. So you got to imagine in like 5-6 minutes, Levitate is going to hit that magic number. We'll say though, they left Pobelter alone for a while. A good amount of minions were lost in the response. And I think, are we going to lose Quacker?
I mean, I'm just going to say, the question is still going to be there all game long until Blue Otter put Near Airport into the dirt in this series. Was it worth letting Gwen through? And
Very
even
true.
at 0-2, Gwen will become an unstoppable monster. There's a reason why I think across the league last week when we did a graphic, she had like 85% ban presence.
Yeah.
And she had a ridiculous win rate. And yes, there's some bursts, yes, there's some changes, whatever it is.
Still a great champion.
But it's still a dang good champion. And so I really am watching this kind of precipice build between these two top laners to see who's going to have that more useful aspect.
Yeah, and especially because you pick something that was a little stronger in the lane as the Udyr. And Blue Water, they needed to turn that into a lot just so that they can basically play off the fact that they can't rely on Levitate a lot in the early game. There isn't really a whole lot he's been able to do. He was able to get that last hit earlier on in that last skirmish, but otherwise, it's just been Farmville, population Levitate. And until he gets to that 225 mark, Blue Water need to kind of hold it down in the interim.
They've been doing so. They also have the Rift Herald that's going to be available as a playmaking opportunity for them. That next dragon did go the way of Near Airport, so it makes it a little bit more difficult where you probably should be fighting over the next one, especially on an Infernal Soul. You definitely don't want to give decision-making power to Near Airport as time goes on in this one, but we are reaching our second item. Pobelter, first to reach it there, as closely behind him that Collector came through for music as well, and the ADC is going to be close too.
Yeah, we are starting to get up there in terms of itemization. I mean, right now, the most important objective in my eyes is going to be that next dragon, because NA, even though they didn't get the first one, they got the next two, and it is an Infernal Soul. Difference maker for either one of these compositions, by the way. So getting that soul point would be huge. Oh,
Blue Water looking for Kelpo. The buster shot out of Sushi, really well timed there. Some good communication for the new parts of Near Airport just for the week.
Yeah, although Kelpo still has to flash, so that's 2 resources down, and something they can look to punish. Now with Samikin being sent to handle that bottom wave, I'm wondering if Blue Water are trying to set up an angle where they can try to start the Otacon. I don't think they do it really quickly, but having some presence on the top side so it doesn't get sneaked away from you is really important.
Gonna position in this bush down here. They are in vision with the move from mid lane, but Spica playing a little bit cheeky here. Gonna go with his back now. There is Dragon at about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Soul point again for Near Airport, so you know they want to have everything go their way for that fight as well. And Atacon, Voracious Atacon, speaking of, is gonna be on the top side of the map. They actually want to position around that as they have redeployed up towards that side. Still waiting for the big combo to come through for Near Airport, especially with a big Grand Starfall entrance for Spica.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly right, because it is on Spica. It's really the big flaw with the comp that it's really hard for you to get on top of people unless Kelpo's in a position where he can land a tether. But I mean, he's playing Karma. Not tanky in the slightest. Doesn't have flash to work with because of that mid lane play. Does mean that Spica needs to really pick his battles, and I think that's why we've seen such few skirmishes. And Near Airport, they recognize the difficulty in playing this comp out. That's why they don't go for too many plays, and the ones that they have gone for have worked.
Rift Herald spawned up. Gets a charge off, but it's not even going to get the turret there.
Close.
So that will be a little bit more damage on the outer turret, but still the defensive structure is there for Near Airport to play off of as well. Wonder if Sushi's getting close to finishing that second item for himself, why he wants to get that back off, but Trying to get this outer turret beforehand. TF Blade gonna come over, pop the needlework as well. Will not have his shroud there to get away from anything. So he will back away. TP's coming in doubly from Blue Otter. Quacker has joined. Quacker trying to find his own way to get in these fights. Is on 2.5 items now. Has that Oblivion Orb, so he's going that full AP build on this Udyr. Gonna be an absolute menace, like I said.
Yeah, still, that's pretty tough. You use 2 teleports, not able to...
Samykin overstepped his bounds and now will be chased under turret by near airport. TF Blade still is here as Quacker came out of the bush, stopped his back. Get back over here and provide a little bit of support in the mid lane as he's going to clear that one out. Dragon spawning in about 15 seconds, and Quacker is going to stop the back of Kelpo as well. The other 2 will make it away, so they'll try to reset for this one. And already here is Blue Otter. They're faster on the timer beatdown.
Yeah, but I like the move, too, to stop Kelpo's back. I mean, he's the support. You're delaying the vision setup there for near airport, and it gives you an opportunity to push this wave and do what Music and Levitate are doing, setting up for this dragon. It was important for Blue Otter to be able to secure this, and I think they made a good call in being able to do so. And now they've gotten it. Spica is a little late to the party. Hey, man, I don't know how to tell you this.
It. Oh, that's Smolder
is that what I
stack.
see? Yep.
That is. So it will be secured at 2.5 items. Levitate is online. Blue Otter can feel the need to push forward now. They can take fights as they feel. Still waiting on some item completions for sure, but the scaling only gets better from here. Near airport trying to play in the jungle here over on the Blue Otter's side of things. Bringing TF Blade down here as well. No side lane pressure. They're just going to try to collapse this bot lane.
Yeah, right now Music's on the other side of the map. So they are just going to make it a little easier to threaten this box here too. That's why you see Rovex hanging out in that area. But in response, Quacker is going to push top. Blue Otter, they maintain their vision control on the top side, especially with Baron spawning very, very soon. I think that will give an opportunity for Blue Otter to move into the bot side as near airport want to clear top.
When Voracious Atacon comes up, Baron's going to be up there too, so it could be a 1-2 punch. Want to go for it, but usually it is a pretty big game decider.
Yeah.
Especially with the Voracious Atacon, how lethal you can be, how you can just kind of push wherever you want, since you all have GAs. But I do want to talk a little bit about the setup now moving into these fights. It feels like Spica still has that forward aggression that he can use. He's the one that has to kick off a lot of the fights. A little bit lacking for that for Blue Otter, but you will have Quacker and Rovex kind of running at people.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of, again, the only way near airport can really deal with this comp that Blue Otter have is trying to get to objectives first. And that's kind of tough. Oh, TF Blade.
The objective is TF Blade. They made it here first, beatdown. I think things are going wrong.
Yes, very true.
Results-based analysis is king as Levitate's going to stack up even more. They're going to try to chase down TF Blade. He is buying a lot of time while Pole Belter is taking a tier 2, maybe into a tier 3. Is TF Blade finally going down? Music is the one that gets the kill, not even the execute. As near airport will take 2 turrets.
Yeah.
As they take an outer one as Zushi goes forward. Oh, goodness. He's going to have to rocket jump out. Got the reset on that one. The slow actually hits on a Spica. Levitate's feeling confident now as well. And Quacker's just going to walk at him, as all good Udyrs do. The turret's only 2 shots from going down. Kelpo's low, gives the shield over, but the execute is there, and Levitate gets him. It'll be the 1-for-1 trade as Quacker does end up falling, but Baron is on the table now for Blue Otter.
I was going to say, Blue Otter, they're going to get a whole lot more than one Lennon. Music, I guess wanting to time out the Pantheon. They're waiting to see if they can catch someone out, but they have vision. There's no way this kind of trap is going to work. I kind of expected them to just try and full start on the Baron because of how strong Levitate's become, but they don't want to take their chances. They got a big fight win there, and they got some gold from the turret. They just want to call it off and back up.
It's so interesting, the duality of both these two comps. We've been looking at this, Gwen. It is the first time TF Blade has played it across this split so far, but obviously has played it in previously. And we are just watching Smolder scaling outpace the Gwen so far, but near Airport say, let's increase the pace of the game and burn another Atacon like we did before. They will end up getting it to half health. Pika is now here. Blue Otter scrambling to try to answer. The GAs are going to come. No, he steals it!
Are you kidding me?
Music steps in, steps up, and knocks them out. There's now Quacker coming in. He's trying to get this AoE down, but he's not tanky. And now near Airport burning a lot of these GAs. But look at the scaling. The Smolder looking for the pops on all of them, but will end up getting popped himself. Really consistent fighting from near Airport. All of them make it out alive, even if they didn't come out with the Atacon.
Yeah, and Blue Otter, they just walk one by one into the meat grinder. So a lot of the GAs are sacrificed in the end, and not a whole lot is gained from it. Although, because you do immediately respawn and you wasted near Airport's time, there is at least this opportunity to set up for the next Drake.
Huge stuff coming through, and really monumental steal from Music.
Yeah.
As literally that fight is decided on in terms of who takes that big advantage for near Airport if they win that fight and have the Atacon GAs. It's absolutely wild. But luckily Music able to stop that one. Now he's at 3-0-2 on his Viego. So near Airport, they're not quite done yet. They're moving forward. It's gonna be the Maul used on a Sushi, taking him down to about half health. He's starting to see Sammy can cook on this play. This has been one of his favorites as well. Was stolen away from him in that devastating loss of the series 2 series ago against Darkwings.
That's
and
right.
Now 2 series in a row, his Hwei has found a lot of carry potential. So he's gonna have to do that here. And that's one of the key undercurrents we said from the very beginning of the start of this series is he's gotta show up against the big POB, bro.
That's right, and I think in games 2 and 3 he really has. Same with Levitate, especially in this game. He's already over 300 stacks on the Smolder passive, and you can see the damage he's able to do even in these short fights himself. And it's a big deal too that Blue Otter were able to stall them long enough for Music to get the third Drake in the background. And now Kelpo in a little trouble. That would look funny.
That was pretty funny, yeah, I like that. Yeah. Spiraling Despair has been used on Pope Out, he's gonna have to flash out as Sammy gets the better of him now.
They want him.
And Music is gonna look for the reset there, gets his soul, is now looking at Sushi. It's Sushi low down, not gonna go down though. And now he's got the resets coming through, he's looking for more. This is his moment to shine. Maybe his only series here this year at NACL, and they want more. He's gonna get another one. Go ahead and pop off, King, as we get your shining moment for Sushi.
And that's the overstep. Blue Otter, they go one step too far, one breath too much, and near Airport punished them big time. Now they're the ones picking up the shutdowns. They are gonna secure the Baron, and just like that, they wrest control of the game from Blue Otter. Now they're the ones who are calling the shots.
It's funny, I've heard those words before, and it was in that interview with Double Lift, showing off Sushi, showing him that he's going to be playing, and it was the memory of Double Lift's Jin versus Sushi's Vade. He said he overstepped one time, and Sushi took his throat, and there you go. That is all you need, and now Sushi is online, 3.5 items. That Smolder scaling is something to deal with, but you get one moment in your week, and this is how Sushi is repaying near Airport for giving him the opportunity.
And he's repaying it in spades, Mazel. Even Pole Belter, look at him. He's about to hit that death cap as well. I mean, near Airport are online. And even though we talk about how difficult it is to interact with Blue Otter's comp normally, gold makes all things okay in League of Legends, Mazel. It breaks all the rules when you have this much of a gold lead. So now, near Airport, at TF Blade, he's also someone we hadn't mentioned recently, who's really strong down the side lane on that Gwen. I don't think anybody can really 1v1 him reasonably, and with this Baron buff, it's only a matter of time before these turrets get knocked down.
Oh my god.
Yep.
3 grubs helping him out big time. Now Rovek's a little bit caught here, but he's looking to catch them out. One reset means that Music can maybe go online. Mom coming across, TF Blade starting to get scaling a little bit. He's caught by himself now though, and Sammy takes him down.
Yeah, that's a big catch out. It costs a lot of resources, but now they can immediately move mid, save this tier 2 turret, and see if they can pick up a little bit more. But it turns out they can't save it at all. So that is even more gold secured here from near airport. But there's a numbers advantage. TF Blade, he's down for a long time. They might be able to catch someone, but they actually don't want to try.
That's 4th item now completed for Sushi on his back.
Oh my god.
The Lord Doms, the IE, the Yuntals, the Flicker Blades. My god, this Tristana is going to be pumping.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can do anything about it. Again, not only is this a big debut for Sushi and Kelpo, this is also an important series for Near Airport. I mean, the 6-win column is that marker. It's where Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, and Luminosity Gaming already are. This is a team that should be among that pantheon of 3 top teams in NACL. And with a win here over Blue Otter, not only is that devastating for Blue Otter, but it will secure them that playoff spot.
And it feels like after a big overstep from Blue Otter, NA have the perfect opportunity to make it happen. Because you called it. Sushi's at 4 items. This rookie who's debuting today, and it's probably going to be his only match in the split, stepped up big time, and now he's playing 4-item Tristana in a game where his team are 6K up. So he is in a good position here, and if he's allowed to auto-attack, game's over. It's really what it's all about.
If those killer instincts the double if highlighted are going to come clutch for him, if Blue Otter can put together the 5 friends in a dream and pull through on this comeback. You got to remember, NA came out swinging in game number 1. It was a bloody festival as it was over a kill a minute, but Blue Otter fell. And then in game 2, we saw that miraculous comeback. Comfort picks reigned supreme. They found them again here. They're going to need to utilize them very well. 3rd item completed. Their shield bow for music. He'll be a little bit tankier to wait for these resets, but we're getting ready for the Dragon Tussle. This is Blue Otter's soul if they get it.
Right. Music stole an objective before. Oh, but it's going down way too fast.
So
There's simply no time. And now, Blue Otter, they got to decide, do you actually want to fight or do you want to walk away? The problem is with this path, look at the bottom wave. TF Lady's going to be escorting a wave in. Oh, wait, they want to fight.
Up a little bit too far now. We'll put Near Airport on the back foot. Music is looking for an angle around the backside of the fight here, too. Now Near Airport, they've rejoined, they've regrouped, they're going all in on the left hand. He's gonna flash out, double knock up there. This is dicey. Big
look at this damage
across the back line. And Sushi going with a double, looking for even more. But that will be the rebuff of Blue Otter. And it just seems like it's laying up good for Near Airport. They see that spot in the playoffs and they want it. Pole Belter is gonna go down as the execute come through.
Unless
Sushi looking for more on to Levitate. He takes names as he takes another double kill in the same fight, and that'll be Near Airport securing playoff in the first split of NACL 2025.
Big clutch coming through from the Near Airport squad, and you said it, Lennon, they secure their spot among the pantheon of LG and DC in the top 3.
Sushi's debut is one that we will be waiting for so much anticipation. This guy's won series in the NACL shows that he is on that level, and double if solid in him as we see domineering performance to stop the comeback from Near Airport.
Yeah, and that one was looking dicey. It really seemed like for a while that Blue Otter were going to be able to turn that game into a win, a big upset. I saw the vision, Lennon.
I saw it, man. I saw it. It was there. It was there.
They tripped and fell, and they couldn't get back up, as now it's just back to kind of our regular expectations. Near Airport taking the victory. Blue Otter really having difficult matches to look forward to. The only saving grace being AMI if they still want to try and compete for 6th place.
Can I also just say, it was a first picture stop. Like, how awesome of a story is it? We always talk about striking when the iron is hot. You have what opportunity you're given. Sushi's got a great mindset on how he was going to utilize this, the time behind the scenes, the scrims, everything along those lines. The fact of the matter is they relied on him in a game 3. They gave him draft resources and said, it's your turn, kid. And he stepped up and smashed it home. It's incredible to see stories like this play out. And it's an honor to get cover moments like that, because it's not only a big moment for Near Airport, but it's a big moment for Sushi and Kelpo too.
Yeah, it's got to be, and I do hope we get to talk to one of them. That'd be really cool for the interview.
Yeah,
just
that'd be really cool.
Really get the what it felt like for them to play today, and what it felt like for them to be able to have a big comeback win. And it's too bad because Blue Otter, they had some good plans in the early game. really like the idea with the Udyr, but they just weren't able to bring it home.
They just weren't able to bring it home. The resets were there. The idea of the scaling was there. They punished the Gwen early and often. Unfortunately, not able to come out with it. Even through Samikin's Way, that has some really bright moments there. And I know this one's going to be a little bit of a heart sinker for Blue Otter, because now the remaining 2 series that they have become even more important.
Yeah, though I will say, I hope it does give them that bit of confidence that they were able to bring the series this far. I mean, look at us at the beginning of the day. All of the broadcast talent voted. We all expected Near Airport to win, and I'm sure if you polled each and every one of us before the day, we would have said 2-0, really easy, not even close. But the fact that Blue Otter still brought it as far as they did, I do think that's something they'll be happy about and something they want to continue working on so they can try and get playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I still think there's a ton to build off of here, especially that game 2. I think there's a lot of really good moments for Blue Otter and very complete control of the map, right? And the way that they were playing the macro, which was really nice to see, something they can absolutely build off of. And I think there will be a lot of things they can work through in the 2 losses as well. And I know people will be excited. I know I'm super excited because we are going to be talking to Sushi as we get the interview rolling here in just a little bit. And it's going to be really nice to kind of get his perspective on exactly how this went down, how he feels about it. And especially, man, that Tristana first pick, not something we get to see often, but to deliver on it, that's the most important part of the B1s. You can pick whatever you damn well please, but you've also got to execute on it.
Yeah, you do. And I mean, there were some really good tense moments here in this game. A lot of back and forth here, and I think this was actually the exact moment here where things started to turn around. We went in a little too deep here as Blue Otter, and against players like Near Airport, this is where things like this end up getting punished.
Oh man, just playing on the fine line there. Literally like so close to death, still stepping up, realizing there's no response, just spatial awareness as well. And I think Kelpo came in clutch in a lot of times. It was really interesting to see this combination of players. I know Kelpo in the interview was talking about, you know, we've played together. He said he never flamed Sushi, which in Kelpo's words is a positive. And I love to see them kind of combining, even though Kelpo maybe didn't have the same spotlight on him that Sushi had because of the carry performance. I think it took both of them to rumble here, and the karma was really nice in a lot of these team fights. So Near Airport will be happy definitely to have their bot lane back, but to give these guys the opportunity and to have it work out like this and give them as much of a shot to show off as possible is really nice to see.
And you said it, like, I'm also excited to see Sushi's and Kelpo's eventual debut in the NACL, whether it's on a qualifier squad who's going to win their way through our second qualifier. Signups are open, by the way. And or if they end up replacing a player on a team going into Split 2. Either way, these players are ones that we could be really excited about seeing going forward.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on them as well and see what opportunities. I mean, I know Sushi has already played in Tier 3, but he's just dipping his toes into it as well. So we'll see what that growth has to offer. The biggest split of NACL's history is coming up in next split in summer. With that spot to LTA. So teams are going to be hard-pressed to find an ADC who's more willing to kind of push the mantle and push the mold here than Sushi in Tier 3 as well, and it's nice to see him get his shot to show that off here on the Tristana in game number 3. But that being said, I mean, it is Near Airport locking in those playoffs here for themselves, joining that 6-1 club, and it makes things a little bit more interesting for the rest of the pack. Those final 3 spots for the playoffs need to be locked up as we go into the final 2 weeks.
Yeah, they do, and when it comes, even though there's still room for a bit of movement in our top 5, number 6 is really that big question mark. It's not guaranteed yet who's actually going to take that final spot, and that's what teams like Blue Otter, Winthrop are really playing for here. And even AMI, who've had a very surprising breakout split so far after qualifying here in the NACL.
True, and that's the craziest part about it is there's still so much fluctuation. I mean, a lot of teams, like there's only 7 weeks of regular season. But the final week has extra days, or games rather. Because a lot of teams are playing 2 series to finish off their split. And even that being said, right, like there's not a lot of movement possible towards the top end of things, but my God, that middle of the pack is going to be wild to finish out. So, and we still have another day here of week number 6 too.
We do. So it is going to be exciting. These next couple of matches and going forward, I think are going to be really big. Conviction versus CCG is one that I've been like highlighting since yesterday because of the opportunity to get some movement in 4th place. CCG, AMI, their remaining games this week and next week are also going to be really important for that movement again to see who's actually going to take top 6. And of course, Supernova, they have that opportunity to exceed expectations a little bit because it is possible that they actually collect wins in their last couple of games and maybe they aren't in the bottom 2 anymore.
Near Airport will be facing off against Winthrop and Polestar as well, so they'll have some interesting stuff going forward. And we do have our MVP, the guy that popped off, got all the KDA. It's Sushi coming in his first NACL series with Near Airport, replacing the big shoes of Double Lift and popping the hell off on his Tristana first pick on blue side.
Yeah, and talking about those shoes he had to fill, I think they were a perfect fit because game 1, really great performance. Game 2, tough draft. But game 3, it was a good look. He played it out really nicely, and I think overall he has a lot to be happy about with his performance. I'm really excited that we are going to be interviewing with him very shortly and just really talk about, you know, how it's been feeling for him to play today, practice with the team, and also be our MVP. So, you know, there's a lot to look forward to.
I'm gonna, this is gonna be a meme, and if please, I hope everybody watch Players. Never lost. Sushi has never lost.
Oh, the show, yeah.
In NACL,
and then he just never plays.
He's the MVP.
Yep. He just never plays again. Yep.
We'll see this guy again very soon, I'm sure.
Of course.
He's way too damn good to be left in Tier 3. He will be absolutely picked up for Tier 2. Can't wait to hear what his aspirations are. I know we got a little bit of it in that interview that we got to set up the transition, but it'll be cool to hear from him himself here on the interview. Hopefully we'll be getting that rather shortly to get to talk to Sushi after a banger series for him and Kelpo, who had some fluctuations definitely in game number 2, but a lot of experience, a lot of lessons learned, I'm sure.
Yeah, 100%. And again, we'll get to talk to him and get really the full breadth of what he's taken away from this one. But yeah, you got to imagine first series, especially playing with players like TF Blade, even being able to talk to players like Speak Up, Hovelter, and of course, I'm sure there was that communication between him and Double Lift and Biofrost to be able to get advice, to get guidance and things like that. It's the perfect environment for young talent to grow into.
Yeah, and Double has talked about it on that video, saying he's been looking for somebody to kind of take under his wing, show a little bit of that mentorship, show and share some of the lessons that he's learned over his long period of time with the professional scene and now here in Tier 2 as well. It's a pleasure to have Near Airport as part of the league story here now as well, and get these opportunities for some players that obviously Sushi is a little bit well known, but Kelpo apparently has been just a menace on the solo queue ladder and absolutely disgusting support. So you'd love to see him get an opportunity like this. I know he said that maybe his aspirations aren't necessarily pro, but he's up to seeing what's willing to happen if he can push himself even further. So Kelpo's story is definitely not done. Neither is Sushi's. Even if this is the only opportunity to split they get to play in an ACL, it was a bang-up job. I'm very proud of them, and looking forward to chat with them.
For sure, and I think on Blue Otter side too, they still have that possibility of being able to kind of lock in and get themselves that last playoff spot. It is going to be really difficult because, you know,
difficult.
Yeah, they have some pretty tough matches ahead of them, and of course there's the AMI match that is the most favorable. In our opinion.
That might actually, if we see how it pans out, that might actually decide the 6th spot, which is a banger, not only for Blue Otter, because, you know, stress is all ever present, but AMI imagine AMI in their first split making it play. That'd be crazy.
Dude, that's great. I mean, that's what Blue Otter did.
Yeah, well, that's exactly the story that Blue Otter had built for themselves that last year as well. But yeah, we'll hopefully get to talk about that a little bit more when we get the standings coming up at the end of the day. But now we're just waiting for the interview to go. We got him. I know everybody's been waiting. We've been waiting. We got the man himself. Sushi is going to be joining us, the replacement ADC for Near Airport, subbing in for Double Lift. Let's go ahead and bring him on here. Sushi, we got to hear you kind of set yourself up for success in the interview that Double Lift posted, but we get to talk to yourself. And I got to ask, man, was it just give me the sticks in game 3, Tristana B1? Did you say I want to carry? Is that it?
It was definitely an intense time in Champs League, and like for sure Tristana is one of my comfort picks. So I just picked me Tristana. Like every other picks that like there was lots of picks that were out, right? So it was just a perfect game for me to take the Tristana out. I just used Comfort.
I love it. I love it.
I mean, you made Comfort look good. It worked out really nicely. And so I want you to talk to us about your experience on near airport. In the video you guys did with Double Lift, it said that you guys, you did scrim a little bit with the team, but what's it been like playing with these players, learning? I imagine Double Lift gave you some guidance himself too.
So, I mean, okay, so when I received the news that I was going to join near airport, it was definitely, I was super excited. I was like, hey, I'm going to be playing with these goats. I'm going to be playing with Po Belters, Pika, TF Blade. I'll also be playing with Kelpo. I mean, it was really exciting at the moment. But then last week, I mean, I knew ahead of time when I was gonna play, right? But then like last week, I was like, oh, okay. I need like maybe like 2 months ahead of time I was gonna play. But like last week, I was like, oh, okay, it's next week. I need to like the stress, like the stress. I was getting nervous, so it was definitely like very nervous times. But I'm super glad how the scrims went. Monday went super well. I had a really good time with all the players as well, and it really is an honor to be playing with these people and being coached by Double Lift as well.
Yeah. That's such an awesome opportunity. I want to ask you though, maybe a little bit introspective. From your take, your first series of the ACL, what is the biggest difference from going and scrimming with these guys to playing on a stage with them? Was there a different mentality? Is it still kind of the same mental and the kind of same feeling as in scrims with them?
Well, I mean, it's always nerve-wracking to play with them because like they're like all like very insanely good players, right? But I mean, I went to the NACL match today and I was like if anything can happen, it's gonna be fine. I'm gonna have a great time. I'm just gonna play my best. I'm gonna try to prove to everybody that my NACL debut. I'm very happy with how it went. Of course, like second game, it was a bit stressful. It was a bit stressful. But no, it felt the same because I was super nervous Monday as well because I wanted to do a really good first impression, right? But I mean, it was pretty much the same. But Monday they were very nice to me, and so it was really fun, and I played my best, and I'm very happy with the results.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you heard, but you ended up being our MVP for the series as well. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I wanted to ask if you could talk a little more about, your expectations for performing today and how you feel like you met them. Because did you have specific goals going into today, something that you like really wanted to accomplish?
Well, today I really just wanted to play like I usually played. I feel like being a sub on the airport it's a really good opportunity. I'm having the best people coaching me and all. But I do have some really big shoes to fill up, and I did like put a lot of pressure on myself because it's also just like one game. I don't know if I'll have another chance. We'll see from there. But like I only had one chance to prove myself for like an NACL like debut, right? And so I was definitely putting a lot of pressure, but I think I'm pretty happy with how I played game 1 and 3. Game 2 was a little bit more rough. I was like super behind early on, but I'm still glad with the results. I think it was still
got the levitate Kaisa treatment. I'm sorry, everybody falls
and
for that
the Quacker Olaf like.
Oh wow, yeah.
Did you guys feel the pain when Olaf showed up in our fun?
I mean, definitely when I saw him flash like 2 times on me, I was like, okay, it's my end. It's my end.
All right, I'm gonna ask you a last question here. I do want to ask you, what is the biggest lesson you learned? What is your biggest takeaway from this moment? I mean, I'm sure we're gonna get to see a lot more of you in the future, but from this little microcosm moment, what is your big takeaway?
I mean, to be honest, I think I'm a pretty like patient person in life, but I feel like really like having the patience. I've been playing like not only having patience in the games, but also like I've been playing OQs like 1.5 years by now.
Yeah.
And I did like really want to promote with Lotus, with Respawn, and like I did want to promote a lot of times, and we sadly like unfortunately couldn't promote, but. I mean, I think like just having some patience, I'm very glad with how I came up to be playing, having the opportunity to play with Near Airport.
Glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. I want to give you a chance. Give a statement. what do you want to say to the people, your friends, your family, anybody you want to talk about, or anybody you want to shout out, or maybe send a message to any teams looking to pick you up?
Well, I mean, I definitely do feel ready for NACL next split. So I'm definitely open for starting roster. Also, I want to thank all for the opportunity for Near Airport. I want to shout out for all. I was streaming too, and everyone on my stream, all the supporters were insane. All my friends, my IRLs, my family. I want to shout out everyone. I think a lot of people that are close to me were watching, and so I want to shout out every single buddy. And shout out RX for not letting me down mid lane.
There you go. Sushi, it was an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you. I cannot wait to get to cover you more in the future. You have a bright future ahead of you.
Thank you.
Alrighty, we're going to take it back from Sushi as we're going to go ahead and close down the day. That's going to be it for our double series on the day. We did end up going all the way to 3 with our second one, so we got to have a little bit of fun there. And a little bit of fun seeing Near Airport lock in those playoffs.
Yeah, and you said it. It was really cool to hear from Sushi, talk about what the experience was like for him, and get to watch him debut. And yeah, help cover for Biofrost and of course Double Lift to secure that spot into playoffs. They do secure that spot into the top 3 as well. They have some matches still left to play, but even in this situation, substitute situation, I can't see NA losing any more games.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, see exactly where we pan out for the day, as we do have a little bit of movement going through, as Near Airport will join that pantheon like we said. Blue Otter still in that running because they are in that 2-win column, as is Winthrop and Apex Mission Impossible. As Polestar unfortunately dropped to 0-7, making it very hard, near impossible, to climb out of that red hole down there. That'll mean that you go into the promo relegation tournament.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's really helping Blue Otter is the fact that they took a game off of Near Airport today, because it goes series win and then map win. And if you look over at map win for Blue Otter, they have 7 wins versus Winthrop's 5. So obviously Winthrop can even things out, but if Blue Otter can continue at this trajectory, they have a really high chance of locking in that final playoff spot.
And because we're getting to the final day tomorrow of the second to last week, it's actually insane how much movement there can be in the schedule.
Yeah.
You look at that middle of the pack, these are all those teams. There's going to be so much potential movement. And I know for the likes of AMI, but also Winthrop, anybody getting the 3 wins changes so much in this big clump.
It does.
And really trying to solidify that 6th playoff position.
Yeah, it's going to be, you got to keep an eye on tomorrow's games if you want to be able to keep up with how these standings are going to shape up, because now the remaining 4 days of play, there's going to be so many implications. Certainly there are going to be some tiebreakers, I'm betting, so keep an eye out.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Do you have any takeaways going into day number 3 of our second to last week?
Yeah, and honestly, the only takeaway that I have is that you should check out our social media, guys. Hashtag NACL. We're NACL on Twitch and YouTube, and of course, watch NACL on Twitter.
Absolutely, great job. Did you have any takeaways from the league going into the final day?
Series 2 was really exciting because I didn't expect it to go to 3 games. Really happy to see Sushi's and Kelpo's debut. That was also really exciting too. And it's fun to see new players get the debut, even if it is once, but it can give us that glimpse of the future, because players like that will be back. That was pretty good.
That's going in the highlight reel. Please.
It's going in our package for tomorrow.
Put it in. Yeah, it will be. Go ahead and clip it, Sushi. You'll have time.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and get a clip package going, because that Tristana was nuts. Definitely supported by the team around him, but a wonderful performance from Sushi. Kelpo coming in for Near Airport. Maybe it's a one-off, but it is a moment to be proud of for both those 2 players and for Near Airport as well. So that day means that the day is done, rather. And that means that we have more games tomorrow, 2 more best of 3s, as you had seen earlier, and a lot of mobility, a lot of movement in the standings there. But I think that's going to be it from us, Beatdown, and that's going to be all from NACL for day number 2 of week number 6. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.
They get their money's worth for trading out their top laner like that.
It's actually so insane. Oh, Chrome.
Teleport.
Okay, Dark Calculus gonna go all in. Bullet time to the choke point, but they're losing their front line as Chrome healing up so damn much. He's just sidestepping, space gliding all over them, and a pentakill for Mr. Chrome!
And what a way to put a cap on this game, Mazel, as Lennon. In 2 sub-30-minute games, Conviction will take down Polestar, and they will lock their spot in NACL playoffs.
I love to see it from Conviction as trying to get a 2-0 was on the papers here today for them. They do so in a very fun fashion with the Italy for Hoarder. And that makes teams coming up against Conviction in the future a little bit more wary of what they're going to have.
Holding 4 people up here is still valuable because Quacker has to hit that super wave in the mid lane. There's a big wave bot lane that they're just going to sacrifice. So NA are taking resources away.
Oh, Telpo getting the engage now.
Oh,
he re-engages onto Robex. Bullet time gonna be stopped.
Belter
with the big slam dunk gets immediately posterized himself by Blue Otter as it's Spica looking for the untargetable. Oh, the shock blast from TF Flame.
Yeah, that's right. Still a few minutes from Baron. Right now we're looking at... Oh, hold on.
They missed the charge, but Robex might just die anyway. Sushi is the engaged target now. Samikin joining the fight. Kelpo caught out by himself. As now it is near airport, recentering their fight around the south side. Pobelt are going to use the blast code, get music caught out potentially, but he's the one caught as Quacker goes on a rampage with that undertow, and now TF Blade forced out. The turret's very low. Suit good for near airport. They see that spot in the playoffs and they want it. Pobelter is going to go down as the execute come through.
Unless
Sushi looking for more on to Levitate. He takes names as he takes another double kill in the same fight. And that'll be near airport securing playoff in the first split of an ACL 2025.
Big clutch coming through from the near airport squad, and you said it, Lennon. They secure their spot among the pantheon of LG and DZ in the top 3.
Sushi's debut is one that we will be waiting for so much anticipation. This guy's won series in the NACL.